Welcome to Achila Yona School of Yona series on YouTube. Be sure to check out my book, Discovering Genealogy, my Patreon account, and also check out my podcast. Now, since the introduction is over, let's get it cracking. Hello, everyone. My name is Achila Yona, and welcome back to my YouTube channel. And if you're new here, then just welcome. Today, we're going to be talking about who defines the identity of American Aboriginal people. And we're also going to be talking about DNA ancestry tests, as people love to try and use that as a way to determine Aboriginal American ancestry. But in today's live, we're going to discuss just how far that goes. Today, I have Young Noble on my live.
Yeah.
Young Noble, please introduce yourself to the chat.
Yeah, this is Young Noble. Uh yeah. I'm on the chat with the lovely lady, and we're gonna be discussing things that pertains to the original people of the Americas. And yeah. I also teach Cherokee or Shalagi or Anayamuya Kawoniisti. But you guys can I think we'll leave some links below for you guys to if you guys are interested in that. But yeah. We've been now I have a YouTube channel also. Young Noble, YUNGNOBLE, and you can just YouTube that. Yeah, but yeah, I'm happy to be on the show finally, because I'm kind of incognito.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
but
been a while
it's
since
been a
we
minute.
chopped it up like this
Word,
in a hot minute. Yeah.
word, exactly.
Yeah, so back in the day, me and Young Noble, we used to go really at it with the information. We didn't
Mm-hmm.
really care who accepted it, who didn't.
Right, right.
Like Young Noble was like my right hand, you know?
Mm-hmm. We used to go
like
hard on these cats. We used to debate these cats hard, like for hours in our group.
oh
Yeah,
yeah. Oh yeah.
yeah,
They when they saw us
yeah.
coming, they didn't know what to do,
Like
because
tag
we
teaming.
had our sources, we had our facts
Mm-hmm.
straight, we had our truth. Like
Mm-hmm.
they wasn't ready. They wasn't
Oh,
ready.
I gotta mention this. Remember, we had a few celebrities that they were coming out sideways. We had to show them what the truth was. The B-list rappers and whatnot. Yeah, that was a while ago though.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah, and then here's the thing, like people with really big audiences really do gravitate to the information that we bring and that
Mm-hmm.
we tell people, but
Right,
however, they don't really give us credit. Like
right,
they they know of us, they
right.
know of our message, they know of the information we have, but they
Absolutely.
don't mention us. They don't really give us our credit. Now, some of them do, but it's
Mm-hmm.
not a lot of them,
Right. It's like,
so
yo, where's the shout out? You know what I mean? Like, yo, yeah, that ain't gonna hurt
yeah.
nobody. But I would say, I would like to give a shout out personally to a celeb that did give me a shout out, you know, and that's Waka Flocka Flame. Peace to him. You know, he did give us, he paid some respect. And he has a large audience. So yeah.
Yeah, he does. Yeah, and Walker, he gave out some pretty good information that
But when
people.
they came at him though, and he had to kind
Yeah,
of like withdraw what he said. He had to kind of like,
yeah, that is
yeah,
true. That is true.
yeah,
But I
yeah,
do value
yeah.
the comment he made about, I believe, the red tail
The red tail Indian, yeah,
tribe or clan
yeah,
or something, because it turns
yeah.
out that is actually a clan within a
The
tribe,
ch-
and I believe it was
uh,
Cherokee.
yeah,
So
that's
when
a
I looked into that,
subdivision.
I
Yeah,
was like, oh,
yeah,
okay, like I had no idea. And yet people were clowning him, talking about some, oh, he don't know what he talking about. I actually seen some of our own people do that to him as well.
right.
And I get it. I get that
Hmm.
we want to protect our image and the information that we have
Right.
from $5 Indians and these
Hmm.
Africans, but at the same time we should not completely negate and withdraw from what other Aboriginal American people have to say, because they may actually bring some valuable information to us, but
Hmm.
because it may not be mainstream, or you don't
Right.
see like all these articles talking about it, it doesn't mean it's not true. It just means that
Mhm.
he retained information that other people don't have, that most people don't have. And
Right.
a lot of these mixed white people and these mestizos on these reservations, they
Mhm.
love it, and they love to come on my channel talking about, oh, you're spewing
Oh,
false
yeah.
information, we
They come
don't
at
do
you
this,
hard.
you're saying this. But yet, however, these people are highly mixed with white. They are mixed white people.
Mhm.
And just because they're enrolled does not mean that they know the culture like they claim to do. Because they'd
Right.
be like, oh, well, how do you know this? I'm like, I know this because other people of Cherokee ancestry, or who is
Mhm.
close to
Mhm.
Cherokee
Right.
culture,
Right.
told me this. And
Yeah.
the information I get is from Cherokee websites, and they
Right. Right.
actually do provide sources on, when we wear certain clothing or the spiritual aspect. Like, there
Right.
are sources that lead to other sources. So if you don't know that, that's fine and dandy, but that doesn't mean that I'm giving wrong information. That just
Right.
means you don't know what I'm talking about. It just means that even though you are enrolled, I
Right.
still know more than you, and I'm not
Right.
even enrolled.
Well, we're considered urban Indians.
And
That's what
the
some
thing
people.
is,
That's what some
I'm not
people
even
say.
urban. I'm
Some
I'm a
people say,
country Indian. I live in the
yeah,
country.
yeah. But people like to use that term urban Indian. But that's just something that you're a non-reservation Indian.
Yeah.
Because a lot of non-reservation Indians were classified as colored uh, Negroes.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
yeah, and that was just the Census Bureau. They were reclassifying our people. So that was going on a lot. And then I
Yeah, it
mean,
was.
and then you got situations where you got the mestizos and I would say the $5 Indians, they think that they're the so-called full blood uh American original people of the Americans. You know what I'm saying? They think they're full
Mhm.
bloods. I don't know where they get that from because yeah, I got docs that say otherwise. I got documents that say otherwise, but you know, they want to debate, and come at you. A few of them came at me on IG, you know. I'm like, look, man, and a lot of these people want to follow you,
Mhm.
and then it's like they don't say nothing, they just follow you. Then in those
Mhm.
instances, you got to kind of block and delete them, because they're just there to like for information. They could be agents, you never know. I had a chick on my
Yeah.
page from the Cherokee Nation. Yeah, I'm like, yo, let me block and delete this chick. She looks Chinese, man. But straight up, like, yo,
Yeah.
she's from freaking Hong Kong or something, like a pale Asiatic. Yeah, man. But
Yeah, and they love to spread misinformation, because I remember when I first embraced my Cherokee name,
mm,
Achila
I see
Yona,
what Yona. Yeah.
they were saying, oh, well, that actually means bear running with fire. They were saying some messed up name that didn't even, that's
This
not
is
even what my name translate to. My name translate to fire bear.
Fire
And
Bear.
the
Yeah.
name that they were trying to say that it was bear running with fire. And
That
that was just, it was just untrue. And I was telling people, I'm like, this is
running
what
with
they're doing,
fire.
this is the misinformation they're posting. And people
Yeah.
were like, oh, well, just ignore it. I'm like, I can't ignore it, because we can't allow this to continue any further.
Gotta
We
stand
have
your
had
ground.
these
Yeah.
people pretend to be us.
Mhm.
So now when people think of being an Aboriginal American, a Native American, Indigenous American, whatever
Mhm.
title it comes with, being from this landmass, it's going
Right.
to be in proximity to whiteness or to a mestizo, because
Mhm.
these people were signing treaties for Aboriginal American people.
Mhm.
And also, um, and even if they did descend from Aboriginal American people, they weren't making it known. They was putting themselves as the face of Aboriginal American people.
So.
And a lot of these people they claim to be chiefs and war
Mhm.
heroes are mixed white people. They're
Mhm.
mestizos.
Mhm.
So at the end of the day, we know we've been here. There are many different phenotypes to
Yeah.
the Americas, and people want to say,
Right.
oh, well, phenotypes don't determine your ancestry. But
What?
that only goes so
Yeah,
far though.
it's
Like
only going so
phenotype
far.
do to an extent. Then you
Yeah.
need to have your genetics, your culture, your heritage. It's
Right.
so
Yeah,
many
yeah, yeah.
things that tie into someone being of a distinct lineage. And
Right.
it's not always necessarily one thing and the other, but the common denominator
Mhm.
is bloodline. The common
Right.
denominator is genetics. And
Mhm.
genetics also plays a part in phenotypes. So
Mhm.
again, there's so many different phenotypes to being an Aboriginal American, but in the same sense, like
All right.
it's
So
not
I got.
as limited as people want to make it out to be because I have an Aboriginal American phenotype. Now, my phenotype may lean more to the indigenous Mexican aspect because
Mm,
I'm a Texas Indian.
mhm.
And so a lot of my ancestors been in Texas for a hot minute. And then I
Mhm.
also have Cherokee and Choctaw,
Right.
Eshok ancestors. So those all play a part in these things too. I'm a
Mhm.
Southern Texas Indian. I'm a
Right.
South Indian. So
Right.
I'm not going to look quite similar or the exact
Mhm.
same as Indians in the North or even in the
Right.
West because we all
Right.
have our distinct phenotypes, but
Mhm.
yet they're still phenotypes, though.
Mhm.
They
Right.
still display the characteristics of Aboriginal American people. And here's
Mhm.
the thing, I just think it's funny how people be like, oh, well, phenotypes don't prove, who we are and blah, blah, blah. But yet, in the same sense, they want to sit here and claim that we're African based off on phenotypes.
Yeah, because
So
they
it's
go by that. That's how they determine who they are too. Like I look this way,
like,
my hair is this my hair is this texture and all this stuff. Look, man, the original peoples, we have different hair textures, various different skin tones and hair textures, so that goes without saying. You just look at your family and you can see that. But people wanna these people wanna just not everybody, but like a lot of them want to come at us, on some ignorant stuff. And meanwhile, um, it's just stuff that they don't know. They're just miseducated on a lot of things.
Yeah,
They're
and
just
that's why it's
miseducated on
so
a lot of
important
things.
for us to speak our piece too. Because if we don't
Oh,
speak our piece, then the BS is going to continue.
I got a question for you though
Mm-hmm.
about Cherokees. Now this is gonna go into a particular person who claims to be a full blood Cherokee, by the name of Dennis Wolf. But yet Dennis Wolf claims to be of my people, yet he's wearing a war bonnet, and we don't wear war bonnets.
Right.
So that's just a part of our culture. We never did that, but he wants to claim. So you got stuff like that. It's just like pure ignorance. It's like, oh yeah, but come on, bro, you serious? Or you just claiming you're my people on paper, you know, for benefits, and you know, and see, and then when people see these cats, especially people from other countries, they see these guys over here, they think that they are the original people of the Americas, but that's just because those people didn't do the research. They'll see a
Mm-hmm.
person like Dennis Wolf or Wilmer Mankiller. She was a chief of the Cherokee Nation. They'll see these people and like, oh, those are full blood American Indians. Nah, Indians were actually like darker
Mm-hmm.
with
Yeah, and they be tanning themselves. They be tanning
yeah,
themselves to look more quote unquote
yeah,
native.
yeah, 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 exactly. So
So I
just
mean, if light skin was
tricks.
really the right skin to be indigenous, then why do they tan to be
Right.
darker?
Yep. Exactly.
They tend to look like us. And I remember natives, they be like, oh, well, I'm darker than you. You claim to be native, but I'm darker than you. I'm so darker than you. I'm like, bro, like,
Yeah, man,
you
that's
can
crazy.
pass the paper brown bag test. Like, I will fail it. You will pass it. So,
Word.
I mean,
Yeah.
you talking about you darker, like, I don't see it.
Mm,
You're like a pale person trying to tell me that,
yeah.
you're blacker than me, but
But
yet,
that
like,
but
how?
doesn't but doesn't that fit into that caste system
Yes,
ideology? Yeah.
yes.
It's
It
like
really does, though. It really does because
colorism.
people know that with the caste system, darker skinned people, especially indigenous people, were put at the bottom. Not
Mhm.
only Africans, but essentially, our people as
It's
well.
it's worldwide. It's global. Even
Yeah,
the
it is
indigenous
global.
people,
It really is global.
yep, the
People
indigenous,
all over
yep,
the world want to reach whiteness.
yep, yep. But even the indigenous Filipinos, they treat them bad.
Oh,
When you think,
speaking of Filipinos,
mhm.
let's look at that source I wanted to show you, because
Oh,
I remember what you said. You said that she looks Filipino.
yeah, she looks like a modern day Philip. She doesn't look like the indigenous original. She looks like, yeah, and I mean, yeah, look at her. But
I mean,
what
yeah, she
points?
do
What
though. She do.
but then, all right. So what is she saying? What points is she making as far as what she has to say? What does she
So,
have to say?
lately with the whole DNA ancestry testing, people are trying to
Mhm,
say, oh, well, if you want to say you're Native American, you need to prove you're Native American by taking a DNA ancestry test. If you take a DNA ancestry test, then it will prove your Native American ancestry,
mhm,
and so on and so forth. But yet, anthropologist Kim Tallbear, this modern day Filipino looking woman who
mhm,
claims to be Native American, I think she's enrolled. She says that there is no DNA test to prove you're Native American,
mm,
and she tells Linda Geddes why tribal identity is not just a matter of blood ties. So this
okay.
whole article is her
So
doing an interview,
okay,
and it says she grew up on the Sioux reservation in South Dakota,
okay.
and she talks about how natives view tribal membership, but even with her, she says travel membership is focused on blood quantum, as we know.
Mm-hmm.
That's a system to trace who is native, but in all honesty, it's tracing whiteness. It's tracing
Ah,
whiteness.
but look, native means born here,
Yeah.
American. So it's kind of so it's tracing. So you're saying that it's tracing whiteness as far as like the closer you are to looking pale, that's the closer you are to being classified as a so-called full blood native.
Yes. Yes.
Uh
Because
now.
the lighter you are and whiter you are, the more benefits you get in
Mm,
Indian country.
oh,
And the thing is, they were uh classing mixed Indians, the mestizos or the mulattoes,
mm,
as indigenous people, and they
right,
had them sign treaties and stuff like that. And so when you already have already mixed aboriginals
right,
portraying as the full-blooded aboriginals,
mm,
then when the $5 Indians come in, guess who they're breeding with? The
right.
ones who are already mixed with white.
Mm-hmm. So that's
So,
gonna,
and then after
yeah,
years of mixing,
that'll
then you're going
produce
to
a
get the
person that look
Kimberly
like
Tall
that.
Bears.
Right, right, right,
Yeah.
right. Exactly. Okay, I got you.
Yeah. Yeah. So they know what they're doing. You can even tell by her eyes that she got an Asiatic,
Like a
white Asiatic
Siberian,
look to her.
yeah, like
She looked
Siberian,
Eurasian.
yeah, Eurasian, exactly. So
Yeah.
yeah, that goes on. Yeah,
So
that's interesting. How these things. So she's classifying herself as a Sioux, as
yes,
being of
she
the
grew up
Sioux.
on the Sioux reservation.
Oh, okay, all right, gotcha. So
And then
she's a
so
so basically she's a Native American that grew up on the Sioux reservation as far as
mhm.
being exposed to the culture, even
Yeah,
though
I
she
think
looks
she's
the way she.
enrolled. I think she's
Okay.
enrolled.
Okay, yeah.
I think she's enrolled as a
She's
native.
okay, gotcha.
And
Gotcha.
then it said, so how do tribes use DNA testing to determine membership? And here's the thing. There is a thing
Mm.
as DNA testing parentage. You can test who to find out who the baby daddy is.
Yeah, yeah,
But the thing
exactly.
is, that's as far as it go. You can't use
Who the
DNA
baby
ancestry
daddy?
tests to determine
Right.
membership with tribes.
Yeah, that don't even sound right. It's like a DNA test for like who the daddy is and did you do the crime or did you not do the crime? Like if it was a
Hmm.
crime committed, not for so this DNA thing dealing with ancestry is basically for entertainment purposes. That's
Yes.
yeah, it's just like okay, well this is something just to make money out of, from make money off of.
Yes.
In my opinion, because that shit sounds ridiculous.
Yeah, it's a
Excuse
billion
my
dollar
language.
industry.
Yeah, excuse my language, but even this guy, what's his name, Henry Gates, said that
Henry
it
Louis
was,
Gates
yeah,
Jr.
Henry yeah, he was like, he did an interview, like I think I did a video about that on my channel where he was like laughing about it, like shit, he was talking about Oprah, like, oh shit, just make her a Zulu, she wants to be like, they was
Yeah,
just making it up anyway,
yeah.
so that's the same, you can't, and people want to believe this stuff, like you can actually determine a tribe from uh spit swab, like,
Yeah.
yeah, that shit
It's
sounds
just it's
silly.
insane.
Yeah, that's, yeah. How,
But
like, all right, so carry on, carry on.
so so the interviewer asked her, she said, is this dangerous for tribal identity? She
Mm,
said all a parentage test does is say whether your parent is your biological parent or not. I feel that's dangerous in the long run because there's a conflation going on in people's minds of parentage testing with genetic ancestry testing. People think that there is a DNA test to prove if somebody is Native American or not.
mhm.
There isn't.
Right.
So
So
so again,
you agree with her as far as the point she's making.
to an extent, yes. I do feel like there is a way to prove if someone is Aboriginal American or not,
Mm,
but in the way that they are doing it, it's
right,
not going to be conclusive. And
right.
even if, with the correct way to, go about genetic ancestry testing,
Mm.
the information will still not be enough.
It wouldn't
It will
be
still not
accurate,
be
right?
enough because the data is simply not there. They have
Right.
wiped out too many tribes. They have written too many people into the tribes and history of different groups of people worldwide.
Mm,
It's just it's impossible to get anything that's going to be 100% correct.
right. And plus, tribes were mixing. You know,
Hmm.
they were mixing. But, yeah. So, yeah, that's very interesting. It's interesting.
So I want to move on to the second source I told you about because,
Okay.
see, a lot of people like to say, "Oh, well, you're lying. DNA ancestry tests prove your ethnicity. They prove your race. Y'all just
Oh.
trying to say that y'all are DNA is fake, which DNA is not fake.
Mm,
Y'all
mm,
just don't want to say that you're African. You self hate niggas, blah blah blah.
mm,
But yet
mm,
the thing is, even these DNA ancestry test companies are trying to come back and save face and trying to play as though they're not like other DNA ancestry test companies like 23&Me.
mm.
23&Me came out with this article, right, in November 2020.
Okay.
Look at the numbers. Ain't that weird?
Aha.
2020.
Yeah, that's interesting. That's
Yeah, that's
kind of,
interesting.
yeah, very.
So they came out at that time and said DNA testing companies should be clear about what it means to have Native American DNA. And
Mhm.
so it says since the mid aughts, around 35 million people have done their DNA. And as we chew on our own results, the industry struggles to keep up with evolving understanding of identity in a genomic era. There's a lot of learning and adjusting that happens in real time. So they go on to talk about Native American ancestry
Mm,
and how what is indigenous ancestry, and
okay.
they was talking about what happens when Native American DNA shows up in your DNA ancestry test. And for one, it says with some degree of statistical confidence, some sections of your DNA match a limited, notice the word limited, set
Limited.
of indigenous American reference individuals. Notice it didn't say
Ah,
group or
yeah.
collective
It's an
individuals
individual.
more closely than they do other global reference populations.
Mm,
And two, if information about a possible indigenous American ancestor is new to you, you can be excited about this ancestry and use it as a starting place to learn more about the diverse indigenous histories of the Americas in a respectful way. But your test result
what?
should be viewed with caution in the context of the technology's limitations. So even if
It's
your DNA
technology.
ancestry test comes back and says you have Native American DNA, it is still limited and you
It's
still can't fully claim to be Native American.
if it's unlimited, therefore it's inaccurate, right?
Exactly.
And then like, because some people will say, okay, they'll take this information and say and try to use it to join one of these corporate charters, or aka tribes. So yeah, it's interesting. It's really how, but they even say it. They even tell you
Hmm.
what it is.
Yeah.
They
Yeah.
tell you the truth.
Yeah. Because
So you got to
here,
read
and
the
what
fine
does it
print.
mean? They
Yeah.
said you cannot use these results to seek or confirm membership in a tribe or nation.
Mm,
So again, they are already telling you what you can and cannot do with it. And
right.
yet people want to use a DNA ancestry test to be nana nana boo boo in
Yeah.
Aboriginal American people faces. And it's just not working.
Yeah. Like, look, I got a plaque that says I'm from whatever nation. This is my people. Yeah. All right. Well, yeah.
Now
Good
go
luck with
join the
that.
tribe with that little paper and see how far you
Yeah.
go.
Good luck with that. Exactly. That makes no sense. It's
Like
actually silly.
people are just making trouble for themselves now because
Mm,
and this is the thing, they all it goes on further to say there is simply not enough information provided by these tests to confirm this kind of affiliation. Tribal enrollment processes use genealogical evidence of kinship, not genetic ancestry test results. So
right.
even if 23&Me is telling you you have Native American DNA, it's not
Right.
going to really tell you which group that you
Right.
can get enrolled with and that you can use this test to enroll with that group in the first place. So
They're
they already let
unauthorized.
you know we're
Yeah.
not liable for whatever you going out and doing. This is them
Right.
saying that they're not liable.
Right. They're not even authorized to do that. They don't have the authority to say, okay, you can take our information that you got from us, that you paid us for, and use that to join these. They can't even do that. They can't say that. It doesn't make sense.
No, they don't. They don't have the authority over
Right. They don't.
aboriginality.
Right.
And that's why I tell people you have to do your genealogy. People want to
Mm.
skip over the genealogy aspect, and you
Nah, you
just
can't
can't
do that.
do that. You can't do that. You have to do your
Mm.
paper genealogy, or it's just not going to work.
Right.
It's just not going to work. And if you're one of those people that want to be like, oh well, I have a DNA ancestry test and I'm indigenous and oh well, I'm African and you need to do a test, then you are no better. Then you are no better than these DNA
Yeah.
ancestry tests that's taking these people money and basically feeding them lies because they're telling you like, oh well, we're limited on the information that we have and we're limited
Right.
on the data that we can give you, and
Mm.
you can't use this and take it to the bank. You can't use this
Right.
information we give you to go in and enroll. So it's
What's
it's
the
a lot of
use?
fraudulent practices going on.
But what's the use though? Oh, for entertainment purposes only.
Yeah,
Ha,
yeah,
that's the only use.
because I know what you're referring to. It was that Fox interview where that girl she sit here and did a DNA ancestry test, and it says that she was like European, and
Mm.
she got mad, and then she did another one, and it said that she was African.
Ha.
And then the guy, this white man came up on there. He was like, DNA ancestry tests are for entertainment purposes only.
Yeah,
So
that's
I
it.
know I know which one you're referring to. It was on
Yeah,
a Fox News
yeah, exactly.
show.
Yeah, that's it, yo. That's all. But people want to take it seriously, you know. But that's for the that's for those people who want to claim that they have African ancestry, as well as the people who want to use these companies to claim that they're Native American or have Native American ancestry. The same thing. It's the same. They're both. It's come on. What's the process? Wait. What's the process? What's the process of that? You give a what saliva sample, you swab,
Hmm.
and then
Yeah,
that's
you
it, right?
spit in a test, you swab your cheek or spit in
Right.
a tube, and you send
Right.
it to them. And then weeks later, they come back with results.
Get the freak. I don't even sound right. I'm just saying. Yeah. Yeah. I would think it would take more than that. But yeah, people
I
want
mean,
to
it should because like with blood, like blood is more valuable.
right.
You can get
Because
more out of blood,
yeah, you could get
but
more
I
out of
mean,
a blood sample than you can
but just
out of
spitting is like
a spit. That's the lymph system. It's the lymphatic system. It doesn't. Yeah, you're right. See, people don't think, man. Like common
So,
sense.
and then with number two, it says it doesn't mean you should start identifying as Native American based on the results of a genetic ancestry test. So, yeah, I mean, even if you pay $100 to say you Native American and it actually says you Native American, you still can't use the test to say you Native American.
Native American. So what's the use of even taking the test? Just to
It says
impress your
it
friends,
does,
just for a little plaque on your wall. Don't they give you like a little plaque or something? Like, oh, look, with your name on it, with the little fancy fonts on it.
they probably do
Yeah,
to
like,
make
oh,
people more delusional.
yeah, because that's what's going on here. You and I both know. Yeah, but like you said, people got to do their genealogy, man. Like, you know,
Yeah.
take it seriously. Stop throwing away their money, giving their money to these companies.
And then
Yeah,
it says it doesn't mean you can claim native identity and then use genetic ancestry testing to confirm it. So you can't use genetic ancestry testing to confirm your Native American identity. And
right,
you just can't claim it. You just can't claim it off of
right.
hearsay, and you can't just claim it off of genetic ancestry testing either.
All right. So, how do people claim it though? Well, that's the question. How do people claim? How can people claim it? Like, okay, yeah,
Through genealogy records.
right, and that's a lot of digging.
Yeah.
And
And
how,
people don't want to do that.
right, because it's like a lot, and it takes time. You could be doing that for like a few years, you know, just to find out who your great grandmother is, and
Mm-hmm.
which people she's from. I mean, it's there. Just got to go search, and the people. I think I wouldn't want to call people lazy, but that's what it seems like. Oh, let me just take my swab and put it and send it to the people, and I'll be part of the Cherokees, whatever they tell me. Nah, that's the easy, lazy way to do that. You want to do your genealogy. You want to do the paperwork. It's gonna take a lot of work, but I mean, yeah, it's worth it. Stop being damn lazy. That's my
I
message.
mean, yeah, and look who pops up in this article with us. Kimberly Tallbear. Same girl
Oh,
from the last
word.
article. Kim Tallbear.
Oh,
They quoted her in this
word.
article.
They use a quote. Get out of here.
Well, they quoted her in this article. It says the molecule itself comes to be seen as the source of value, and in the case of Native American DNA, as a source of identity and potentially then a foundation of compelling claims. Far
Okay.
more complex political histories of relations and power in the constitution of Native American bodies, citizenries, and life of obscured.
Wow.
So
So they quoted.
whatever that means. It just sounds like you can't claim my identity with your little DNA ancestry test. That's what it
Mhm.
sounds like to
Right,
me
right,
from what she was trying to say.
right. So my question to you is, why do you think people go this route? Why do you think people do that? Like, uh, why do you think people go to these companies and you know throw their money at them just to what? Because I mean, it doesn't make sense.
I think it's more so a validation because a lot of people want validation. They want to be seen as something. They want to fit in somewhere. They want to feel like they belong somewhere. So I
Right.
think that's where where it comes mostly
Mm,
from. Oh well, I want to
mm,
do a DNA ancestry test to be seen as this, that, and the
right.
third.
Right.
And the thing is, when it comes to being black or African, you don't need a DNA ancestry test for people. I mean, for anybody to really claim that, because even
Right.
even with the term black and African, you can pretty much claim that with no pushback.
Right.
And even if you are light enough, even if
Right.
you're not really fully black, people will still one drop rule you in the community.
Mm.
So but
So
yet when it comes to Aboriginal American identity and anything outside of that, if we claim anything outside of being black or African. Then people was like, oh, well, you need to take a DNA search test. You need to take a DNA search test. You need to take a
Well,
DNA search test.
but as we can see, taking a DNA ancestry test doesn't mean nothing. It doesn't validate anything, so, as we can see. So I would say that's right. People want to say, oh well, you take a DNA, you're black, you're African American, yeah. But then but when we go back and we look at, like, when we visit the archives, when we actually go to the libraries and the museums, we see people who look like us, who are classified as
Right.
American Indians from specific lineages, from specific tribes or ethnicities, you know, from these cultures, classified as this specific from this specific lineage, whether it's Cherokee, whether it's Choctaw. I'm using the misnomer terms, but we all know
Hmm.
that Cherokee is Aniamwea and Choctaw is Chada. We already know. But,
Hmm.
I'm just speaking not to, further confuse things. But yeah, so
Hmm.
we see images of people that look like us from
Hmm.
the 1500s, 1600s,
Hmm.
1700s, 1800s, and then somewhere down the line, it starts to get weird because you'll see people in the Smithsonian Institute archives looking like mongoloids all of a sudden when you get to the mid
Hmm.
1800s, you know, during the gold rush and all that stuff. We had, Asians come over here. So, yeah,
Yeah,
mixing
and
in.
I want to put it back on Kimberly for a second
Oh, go ahead, put it back on Kimberly.
because I think we did talk about that for a second, but
Mm.
with Kimberly though, I think we
She,
just talked about how she actually looks modern Filipino,
right,
and
right.
the thing is, she get that phenotype, she got that look from the Manila Galleon, because
Mm.
the thing is, chinos, they were originally identified as Filipino sailors. They got their name from the clothing that they wear,
All
and
right,
so
now,
when
what
chinos
year
came
was this?
over
What year was
to,
that?
I believe it was in the 18th and 19th centuries.
Okay,
Yeah, with that. No. Maybe earlier, maybe earlier than that.
earlier than that.
And then later on, the term Chino was used to define a person who was African and Aboriginal American descent.
What?
Basically biracial in that sense.
Okay,
Um,
gotcha.
so they had African and Aboriginal American in them. But originally, the term Chino was used to define a person with Asian ancestry.
Right,
So um there
right,
were Chinos and Filipinos and
right.
all these Asian
All these
people that
Asiatics,
were
yeah.
coming over to the Americas and settling in. We have some Asian slave masters,
Mm,
and then we have people who were Filipino that were creating towns and assimilating into quote unquote Negro communities,
mm,
and also American Indian communities,
mm.
and now their descendants that they mixed in with Aboriginal American people. Now their descendants are labeled as Indian. So
So,
now we have people who look phenotypically Filipino like her,
mm,
because her descendants came over during the Manila Galleon era.
mm,
And now, since her people mixed in with us, she's able to gain the identity that belongs to our people.
mm. So
So
basically,
not
she's
only
like
is, yeah,
a bleached out, modern day, uh, yeah, person,
yeah,
Native American.
yeah.
All right.
And the thing is, like, people have actually questioned this woman. It was like, why do Native people look white? And she said, oh, we don't look white. They're just paying to get into the tribes, right? They just
What?
paying to be Indian, or they are being adopted in tribes. She said something along the lines.
Wait.
But
But
the
what
thing
about her
is,
ancestors?
hmm?
What about her ancestors? Like, what about, like? So she's referring to the people that's paying now to get into,
Yeah,
like, okay. But that
yeah,
doesn't answer the question though. That doesn't answer the question that was asked to her though.
yeah.
That's what it seems like to me. because that didn't answer the question for me.
Yeah, because I remember I was just kind of like scrolling, and I saw like her on Twitter, and she was just talking about how black people were coming to her and asking her why do natives look white, and she said, oh well, white people are paying to be
Oh,
Indian
okay.
and all the other
Yeah.
stuff.
I mean, that's part of the truth.
Yeah, it is part of the truth, but
That's
she's
that's
not
part of it.
telling people that people like
About
her
her.
have been assimilated into white society and
Right,
she's a
right, right.
mixture.
Yeah, because she's not speaking about her ancestors being no pale Eurasian that mixed in with the original people. So basically they got bleached out and they start so you got bleached out people mating with other bleached out people, and then to reju to how can I put that? They're perpetuating that. Uh they're maintaining something within the tribe. You know what I'm saying? It's like they're not the originals, but they want to keep that title for themselves. So if a darker person for but look, but if she's classifying herself as like, all right, does she say she's a full blood though? That's the thing.
She said, okay, so I'm looking at her Twitter now.
Because if she's
She said,
if
not
we,
all natives look white.
well then
Hold on.
that's true.
Because I'm looking at her Twitter right now,
Uh,
and I'm trying to
it's like she doesn't explain her look. It's like who is her great great grandmother?
well, her children are supposedly biracial. So
Okay.
I came across this tweet that she did because I want to look. I mean, because I don't have any beef with her. I think
Right,
it's
right,
cool that
right,
she did come out and say this because a lot of
right,
natives would just say, "Oh, take a DNA ancestry test," when they know
right. Yeah.
there's no DNA test to prove being a Native American. So I
Mm,
appreciate her coming out and telling the truth. But however,
mm.
I just now came across this tweet that she did, and it says, amidst all the white passing native tweets, I'll add that as the eldest of three daughters born to a native mom and white dad, I appreciate when white passing natives own their white privilege.
Oh,
So
so her daddy is
white.
what beige person, a white so-called white person. Okay, got you. So her
Hmm.
mother, uh, so if we see images of her mother may be a little bit darker than she is, probably most likely.
Her mom would probably look like her.
You think so?
Yeah,
Uh,
because that's probably what you're referring to. Because
okay, that's what she's referring.
she not gonna claim us. She's
She's
not
not
gonna
gonna,
claim someone darker. If
she's not gonna
anything,
claim to be original.
she may
Yeah,
look like a darker skinned Mexican, modern day Mexican,
right, right, right. But then,
but
but then again,
she's
they use terms like native, which means just that's it just means you're a foreigner born on our land. That's all that means. She's not saying she's like of the original peoples. She's not saying that she's aboriginal, which ab means of original, not off and from, because that's another conversation for another day. But yeah, but she said she's native. Her mom is native, and her dad is
white.
uh,
She said,
all right.
as the eldest of three daughters born to a native mom and white dad. So she
Mm,
knows that she is a white passing native.
mm,
And then she says,
uh,
and as a more phenotypically recognizable native in certain contexts, I face less authenticity questioning than has, say, my youngest lighter complected sister. I see it on people's faces, their initial acceptance of me as native. They still inquire where slash who I'm from. So even she gets questioned about her racial identity.
mm. That's what. So
She said,
so 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 native, like you said earlier, that that term is based on how pale you are. In other words, that's what it seems. Because she's saying people are questioning her, and we see how she looks.
yeah, yeah. And she looked the
She
modern
look
day Filipino.
right,
I
right,
mean, but
yeah,
you can look at her and tell she kind of look
right,
Filipino though.
yeah.
So that's
Like a
probably
modern,
why people are questioning her about what she got going on. But
maybe that's
nonetheless,
yeah, yeah,
people will still accept her as being an indigenous person over a darker skinned Aboriginal American person. So she knows the privilege that she have above over that, but yet she still gets questioned about her identity.
yeah. But the thing about it, this is what's going on now. But then we
Mhm.
got people who are who don't even resemble her, who have what we call Negroid phenotype, like
Mhm.
Walini, on
Mhm.
public record, who don't even look like her, who's
Mhm.
classified as being not mixed with anything, but being from her specific uh culture.
Mhm.
So you got to question that. Like if you could compare her picture to one of these people's pictures who are in the archives and who are from a specific lineage and compare, you'll see the difference. You'll see like, yeah, she does look like a modern day Mexican compared to Walini or Ayasta or even Go Wan Go, the Seneca. Go
Well,
Wan Go the
she's
Seneca.
white though. Like she's
Yeah.
part white though.
Oh, so
And,
that's
and more
another
and more than likely her native mom is probably a mixed white person too.
right, right.
So she
But
knows she has more white ancestry
than
than
indigenous,
she's leading
than
on.
us, than original, yeah, than the originals, yeah.
Yeah. And then she goes on to say, and as a more phenotypically recognizable native in certain contexts, she said, I face less authenticity questioning than my black native niece and nephew. I know they experience anti black racism from both whites and natives too. And as
Mm,
a phenotypically recognizable native in certain contexts, but who has a non black privilege, I experience indigenous erasure from non natives of various racial backgrounds. Race and indigeneity intersect in complicated ways. Living well together takes work. And then she said, "Oh, that wasn't the last tweet." And obviously, as phenotypically recognizable native in certain contexts, the res border town I grew up in, I endured explicit anti-native racism. Then moved to Boston to a
right.
world where we are seen to not exist erasure, and I got non-black privilege.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that that was such a thing. But
So
yeah.
it seems as though she is aware of things.
Mm,
She's aware of herself and the
right,
erasure, but I
right,
think the erasure she's trying to talk about is people just not seeing her as indigenous because they know she's a mixed white person.
right,
She's a
right,
mixed white
right,
woman.
right. Oh, okay.
Because
Well,
you can tell she has more white ancestry than anything.
yeah, yeah. Well, yeah. Actually, right there, she looks like what we'll call as a modern day Mexican.
Yeah, she do. She do.
Like a
But
some she's a
even Mexicans though, I don't know how much you know, but there is places in like Korea or in Asia where they mimic modern day Mexican culture. Asians
oh
over there
yeah.
acting like
In
Latino
Japan
white
too.
Latino women.
In Japan too, yeah.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
that's the kind of vibe that she gives off. Now, when I look at her features, now if she was dark skinned, people would probably say is she black,
Yeah.
but you can tell by her features she's got that Asiatic look.
Mm. But so
And
if she was like maybe 4 shades darker, then she would be classified as a black person.
yeah,
That's what, yeah. Just
yeah,
imagine that because
because
of the
the
wide
thing is
nose and
with native identity, it's a racial hierarchy with native identity. The more lighter you are, the more straight hair you have, the more close you are to being a native. Which in reality, pale people can obviously fit into that stereotype because they're light, bright, white themselves, and all
but
they gotta do is get some hair dye and they in there.
right. So they're classified, but they all right, let them do that because that's native. That's not aboriginal. So they're not of, that's how I see it. that's how I throw it off. Like all right, yeah, all right, native, okay, yeah, all right.
Yeah,
So
because the
be
thing
that,
is, the
do
term
that.
Native American, that term was used for people from the Know Nothing Party. They were
Yep.
the ones that were talking about immigration and how they didn't want white immigrants to come over here and take their jobs.
How did they,
So
but how did they look? How did they look? What were they
they
seen
they
like?
were white people.
Oh, so that term originally meant it was used for the white people.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. The
There
know
were a
nothing.
nativist party and movement in the United States in the mid 1850s. Their
Mm.
party was officially known as the Native American Party.
Ha. But yet, yeah, these people want to use that term native so
Yeah,
much.
it was known as
Yeah.
Native American Party prior to 1855.
Wow. Yep. See, isn't that something?
Yeah,
Isn't that
so
something?
so when
Mm.
so when you look at the images of the Native American Party, now look, now you got Native Americans pulling up on here, and then look, Native Americans beware of foreign influence, and then they got the United
What?
States flag right there.
Ha ha.
So that was their flag,
That was their flag.
I
Yeah.
believe. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, it was their flag. But we got one that says Aboriginal Americans beware of foreign influence.
Yeah.
We
Yeah.
got a
I
flag
seen.
like that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I seen we edited. So,
Yeah, we edited
so
that.
again, they
Yeah.
they know what it is.
Yeah, they know
We
what it
all know
is.
what it is.
Yeah, we all know what it is, but so Tall Bear, she uses the word native in its proper context to me, in my opinion. But maybe she doesn't mean it like in the way that we, know. Like we know what it means. But maybe she's using it in as a word that's really she wants to say
She's
she's
using
original
native as a
as
term that's synonymous with indigenous,
indigenous.
and it's
Yeah,
not.
indigenous, right. Right. And it's
Because you
not
see right
synonymous.
here, she says indigenous affairs, cultural politics, and so on and so forth. She didn't say
Right.
native; she said indigenous. So
Indigenous,
she's
yeah.
using native and indigenous interchangeably.
Right. Okay, I got you. So that's what she means when she says she's native. She doesn't mean like what we know what native the
Yeah,
original
because a lot
context
of
of
them
the word.
don't know that. They don't
Right.
know how what we know.
Right. And if they did, they wouldn't use these terms, I think.
Yeah. But they
Yeah.
will argue with you up and down how these terms are meant to determine themselves as, indigenous and all this other stuff. They will still fight to use those words though.
Mm.
No,
Okay.
even when they
Yeah.
know the context of the word.
Right. So they'll still come at you. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's that. What do we call that? Hmm. What? See, but I'm thinking like, as far as words, you got to be careful about the words that you call yourself and refer yourself to, because that's why I think our people got to stop calling themselves black and African Americans and Afro this, Afro Latinos and all this Afro natives. Cut that nonsense out. So that's what I think. Like words are important. Words are
So
very important.
it kind of seems like she be going hard for black natives, but but that only goes so far though, because I'm gonna
Mm,
show you this.
what you
Salute to the chat, Halito, everyone who's coming into the chat.
Oh, Osio, Halito. Come to
So
the
I'm
chat. Yeah,
going
so well,
to let's
yeah, we'll be
see.
looking at next. What's next?
Okay, so I think this was one of them, but I can't find the one that I seen with her
Mm,
talking about white people being adopted. Um, but someone said, "Hey Kim, why do natives look white today?" And she said, "Not all natives look white, but I will take this question as genuine and not rhetorical and attempt a response. Indigenous people in lands now occupied by the U.S. and Black people have been racialized differently to do different things for the white supremacist project.
mm,
Whereas it was helpful to have more Black people to exploit for free labor, the one drop rule applied to define a Black person, whereas it was helpful to have fewer natives in order to make stronger claims to free land, higher blood quantum rules applied to make an Indian. Remember, and I don't know if y'all know, but I talk about assimilation for this reason.
Mm.
Um, Therefore, federal policy tried to facilitate the racial assimilation via marriage to whites of many natives, not massacred, starved, or diseased into actual death. And also, various policies refused to see Black natives people as native. So she is aware
Right.
of racial assimilation via marriage
Mm-hmm.
to whites because her
Right.
mom did that. Her mom married a white man.
Mm-hmm.
So she's aware of how all this plays out.
Right.
So she know what it is. In
Yeah.
my family in SD and MN, that is both reservation and urban based. We have all three racial phenotypes among tall bears: red, black, white. Most people don't live near densely populated native communities, so don't really know how diverse we actually look. Oops, I don't mean all by all three that there are only three racial phenotypes, but in terms of phenotypes often associated with dominant US based race categories. We have three in our family. We all are tall bears, all native. One of my mom's grandkids also IDs as white, two ID as black.
Oh, what?
Hmm.
Okay.
So
Yeah.
it sounds like
So,
she is aware of the racial hierarchy. She is aware of the racial assimilation, but she's
mm,
just not talking about the American Aboriginal experience. That's
right.
the only difference. She's aware. It seems like she's aware, but
Right.
it's limited.
But she can't talk about the American Aboriginal experience because she's not. She can only
Yeah,
talk about what she
she
know.
is biracial.
Yeah, she can only talk about what she know.
Yeah,
So,
yeah.
in
And
the
she
world, I
does
mean,
portray as a mixed white woman. So
right, right. So, but it seems like her family is diverse. They have like a
hmm
lot of, yeah. From what she's saying, there's not just one look in her family. So, yeah,
yeah, and that's
but
fine.
that's
I appreciate the
mm,
honesty. I appreciate
yeah,
her being
exactly.
open.
Yeah, yeah,
Because she could
because
just be like these natives, like I don't care, because we hear them all the time. So
yep, exactly. They come at and they be coming on some ignorant stuff too. Like
most
yeah,
without a doubt.
yeah, like
So
yo,
again,
like
people can
damn, read a
sit here
book.
and troll on my page all they want to, but we are presenting the information. So if you're going to sit here and lie, you're going to sit here and say 23&Me is lying about this when they sit here and written an article themselves, quoting Kimberly
You got
Tallbear
the
on this.
sources. Yeah, the sources
Yeah,
right
this is
there.
the source. Like, this is the source right here. This is
Yeah,
23&Me talking about how you
yeah,
can't use DNA ancestry tests to prove you're Native
right.
American. Like, how is that so hard to comprehend?
Right. That's right in front of your face. The proof is right there. Like people are so delusional, man. It's ridiculous.
I know we
It's
want to talk
right
about
there.
we delusional. No, you
Yeah.
need to go take your meds and go on somewhere. Like,
Yeah.
this is
Yeah.
why you just
Yeah.
can't just listen to people, and this is why you have to do your
Nah.
own research. Because if
Right.
you don't, then you're gonna be continue to be follow the leader. You're gonna continue to
Right.
be a follower and never lead your own
Right.
life.
Right. Because that's what I say on my page. Just do your own research, and I leave valid sources. Like these are the URL links. Click the link below. The information is right there. We're just presenting the information. That's it, and discussing, having a discussion about the information. That's it. People think that like what you made the website. You you know, like that's a fake website. That's the
Yeah,
actual
this is
website.
23&Me. This is actual 23&Me website, and you're
Yeah.
sitting here telling me that they're lying. This
Well,
is their
what?
blog website.
Yeah. Well, they got it. Well, that particular person that disagrees with their website actually should go to their website and place a complaint to them, and don't come on this page. Just go to the website and just leave. Write a letter. That's it.
Yeah, so you're
Keep it
telling me
simple.
23&Me is lying when they say you cannot use these results to seek or confirm membership in a tribe or nation? You gonna sit here and tell me that we're illusioning this? This is an illusion?
Uh,
Because everybody can see the screen. It's you that's in
right,
delusion
yeah,
mode.
yeah, it's crazy, yeah. People are
Shoot, there is
ridiculous.
simply not enough information provided by these tests to confirm this kind of affiliation. Tribal enrollment processes use genealogical evidence of kinship, not
Yeah.
genetic ancestry test results. And if you continue to spread those lies on my channel, just know that you have been doxxed. Just know that people now know that you're a liar and you're
Right.
not to be
Ignorant.
trusted.
Yeah, these people are
You're
ignorant.
ignorant
Yeah.
and you're
Yeah.
biased because
Mm.
these people are coming out here and saying, oh, well, even though we are a DNA ancestry test company ourselves, we can't prove Native American history, or I'm sorry, we can't prove Native American ancestry. They say this right here.
Right. It's
Right
in the
here.
writing. Yeah.
What does it not mean when
Right.
Native American ancestry is popped up in your
Right.
test results? They say
It's
it
right there.
right here. If you can't read, just say that.
Right. Well, that person probably can't read. I don't know. But it's right there. I mean, the person's writing, of course, they can read. But yeah, it's just see, that's delusional. That's ignorant. That's the information is right in front of the person's face, and they're still gonna deny the facts. See, yeah, that's
Tribes
ridiculous.
don't use
Mhm.
specialized
Right.
native markers to say
Right.
who is indigenous or not. They
Right.
use genealogy records. They use US Census records. They
Hmm.
use dolls rolls. You
Right.
have to form genealogical evidence because genealogy is evidence.
Right.
Genealogy is evidence. When you gather all the evidence you have of your ancestry, then you go enroll in the tribe. You do not use DNA ancestry tests to enroll in a tribe. It says that right here.
Right.
It says that right here. I just read that.
Yeah, a while ago. Yeah,
I
it's,
just read that. I just did.
crazy.
So we
Yeah,
just
we
anyway.
ain't gonna do that
We're
today.
gonna continue.
We ain't gonna do that today. Yes,
We're going to continue. So it says criteria for enrollment in indigenous North American nation or tribes may include documented genealogy, community connection, cultural affiliation, residence, language. DNA
right,
ethnicity or ancestry estimates are not considered in questions of membership.
right.
So
There
again,
you go.
even
There you go.
23&Me is telling you that you cannot use DNA ancestry tests in terms of membership.
Exactly, and it doesn't even make sense. It's not common sense to even attempt to try to use that as proof to join a damn tribe to prove that I'm a part of this tribe. Nah, that shit is silly as fuck. Shit is silly. Wake
Yeah,
up.
just silly.
That person got to wake the fuck up. Wait, god damn.
Okay, and look at this. It says today, many people with indigenous American genetic ancestry have no cultural connection to Native communities.
Hmm.
So even from the data that they are getting from doing all these DNA ancestry tests, they're telling you, oh, well, y'all don't even have a cultural connection, even if you
Right.
do come up with Native American DNA.
Right.
So,
There you
okay,
go.
so
There
I'm
you
going to read
go.
this part.
There you go.
It says there has been a centuries-long systematic erasure of indigenous Americans that began with slaughter and continued through the 20th century in a form of cultural assimilation. Same thing what Homegirl was talking about,
Yep.
Kimberly Tallbear on Twitter. She was talking about racial assimilation. Now, this is talking about cultural assimilation.
Mm,
In North America, the U.S. and Canadian governments partitioned Native lands, incentivized Native people to relocate to cities, and compelled Native families to send their children to residential schools. Far from home, where diseases spread like wildfire, abuse was commonplace, and expressing one's Native culture was forbidden. For many, the psychological wounds of these institutions are still raw. The last residential school in Canada closed in the 1990s, and
mm,
many boarding schools continue to operate in the US, though attendance is no longer mandatory. Now, here's the thing,
mm.
don't they always make fun of us for not being connected to our indigenous identity, although
Yep.
quote unquote Black American identity and culture is indigenous American identity? But
Right.
nonetheless, we are still connected to our culture. It's just under
Mm,
a different name, it's under a different brand.
right.
And because of all these things that they listed that happened throughout history, this is the exact these are the exact same things I tell people why so many Black American people are disconnected from their indigenous cultures.
Mm-hmm.
It's the same thing. We
Right.
still practice who we are, but it's
Right.
under a different name.
Right. It's under a different name, but the thing about it is like it's important that people practice their culture, but you have to do your genealogy to know which culture you belong to, you know, for my in my opinion,
Yeah. The truth
because you can't
smuggler
just
said the truth hurts disprove human nature at the lowest level to think the pale race were indigenous anywhere. Hold on.
mm.
Indigenous anywhere is an insult to common sense. Point out any pale indigenous people anywhere. Exactly. And I have to actually. I'm thinking about doing a response video to this video talking about why Homo sapiens are the only humans left. And
Mm.
tell me why this video was talking about Neanderthals left and right, talking about how Neanderthals are still
Neanderthal.
here and how Africans were interbreeding with Neanderthals.
What?
And
What?
yes, yes. And you
Neanderthal.
know what? That explains why people love to say that everybody is mixed and everybody come from Neanderthal. And it's because people continue to mix in with Neanderthal people. White people told white
Neanderthal.
people in that video literally told us that they are Neanderthals.
Neanderthals, Homo sapiens. What's the other one? They got a few of them, right? Like, or it's just that.
Homo
Those are just
erectus.
Homo erectus. Yeah.
And then
What?
they had one that was Lucy. She was like Australoid, something like that.
Oh yeah, Lucy from the Planet of the Apes and shit. Yeah. I remember that shit. People said, "Nah, humans came. They evolved from Lucy." Get the fuck out. That's a freaking and aren't those remains like mismatched? I think I don't know. It's just like a whole it's shenanigans, man. It's
Yeah.
just yeah.
Yeah. Well,
But
I
yeah.
mean,
So
it's crazy how 23&Me recognizes the displacement of Aboriginal American people. They recognize the
mhm.
story of our people. Because again, even with the boarding schools,
It said,
Aboriginal Americans was in the boarding schools right along with the natives.
yep,
We were
and
right
that's
there. And the
displacement.
photos show that too.
Yep, the photos show that. Look at those Virginia photos of the kids in the together in the schools. Yeah. But then the
Yeah.
thing about it, all right, so what was I gonna say in relation to in response to what you were saying about like all right, so what about because didn't that website mention like something about people moving away like like refuge or something like the original people had to like they was taking lands from the people. They was taking away people. They
Yeah.
was taking away the land, right? They were
Yeah.
removing people from their land, from their homes,
Let me see if I can
right?
pull it up right quick. Because me and you, we was talking about that before we went
Yeah,
live.
right. Briefly,
Let me see. So I'm
they
gonna
were
go to the
removing people from their home.
history one right quick, and because I went on
Like the Trail of Tears and
history.com.
all that. Yeah, like the Trail of Tears and all that stuff. The Long Walk. They were like, yeah,
And it says the Freedmen and Abandoned Lands was established in 1865 by Congress to help millions of former black slaves and poor rights in the South in the aftermath of the Civil War. And it also goes on to say it also attempted to settle former slaves on land confiscated or abandoned during the war. However, the
mhm,
Bureau was prevented from fully carrying out its programs due to a shortage of funds and personnel, along with the politics of race and Reconstruction.
right. Hmm.
And remember when
All
I
right.
told you I was like, this sounds a lot familiar
Right.
to the Ecomendea.
Hmm.
And I know I'm not probably
Mm-hmm.
pronouncing it fully
No, you
correctly,
yeah,
but but um but
similar
I
to
came
that.
across this not that long ago, and it's basically kind of like the same, like for the Freedmen's Bureau it was the Reconstruction,
Right.
and for this one it's the Reconquest. And
Mm.
so here it was talking about how as legally defined in 1503 in Encomendia from Spanish encomendar, to entrust consisted of a grant by the crown to a conquistador, a soldier, an official, or others of a specified number of Indios, Native Americans, and later Filipinos. Look at
Whoa,
that.
there you go. There you go.
Look at that. Look at that.
Whoa.
Okay.
Whoa.
Living in a particular area, the receiver of the grant in Encomendero could exact tribute from the Indios in gold, in kind, or in labor, and was required to protect them and instruct them in the Christian faith. The Encomendia did not include a grant of land, but in practice, the Encomenderos gained control of lands inhabited by Indios and failed to fulfill their obligations to the indigenous population.
Wow. See that?
So yeah, so look, the Filipino people popped up
Filipino.
right here. Didn't we just say
You
Kimberly
just
Tallbear look Filipino, look like modern day
word. You look like a
Filipino?
modern Filipino. Yeah. There you go.
And let's not forget the Filipinos, the chinos, they were classified as Indios too.
Yep. Exactly. Yep. Yep.
So all
Exactly.
this
They were
really
over
does
here.
tie in together.
They were over here. Yep.
Yeah.
See,
So
that
I
ties in
mean,
together.
it's a
But then,
parallelism
mm-hmm,
between history, and people just don't see what it is. They don't see it for what it is though.
mm, they
But
gotta
yeah, this
put,
is why it's so important to do your research, and that's why
mm,
I'm not one of those people that just repeat what they hear, because you have to do your research. Because
right,
if we didn't bring this up, people would not even have known. The Freedmen Bureau is really
right,
in contrast with the Ikemendia.
right, right.
Like they
Exactly.
they really do go hand in hand, especially when it
Mm,
comes to the American Indian tribes, because these Filipinos, these chinos, they were being adopted into our nations,
yep.
and
Yep.
then later they were being solely identified as American Indian. People just totally
Hmm.
forgot about their Filipino and
Right.
Asian heritage. They just
Yep.
started having them identify as American Indian people,
American
and that's
Indians.
and
Yep.
that's not fair to us.
Native
That's not
Americans. Yeah.
that's not fair to us.
Right. Then they reclassified those original people as freedmen
Mm-hmm.
on paper.
Yeah,
A
because
majority of them. A majority of them. Yeah.
my great grandfather um is my great grandfather or my great great grandfather, either one of the two. He
Mm,
was enrolled as a Choctaw freedman,
right.
and the thing is, they say Africans were freedmen, but
Mm-mm.
that's not entirely true,
Right.
because for one, there were full-blooded indigenous people being classified as freedmen, and then
Mm-hmm.
even the natives, even the people that people claim are natives, or
Mm-hmm.
as we just said, the modern day Mexicans,
Mm-hmm.
um they
They
were
were
even
in.
classing them as freedmen too.
Mm. Mm-hmm.
So
Mm.
that, because that
So,
one
but
drop
people,
rule.
so, so wait up. I got a question. So people, when they hear the word freedman or freeman, they automatically think of a dark person, but actually,
Mhm.
that's a social status classification that doesn't pertain to skin tones
In
because
retrospect, yes,
because
because
it says on there poor whites on that Freedmen's Bureau paper that you
yep,
have, right?
it
Yeah,
did.
right.
It did.
So
It
there
did.
you go.
So yeah, so there were a lot of people in the freedmen category who were not phenotypically aboriginal or quote unquote black.
Mm-hmm.
And this is why learning about history is so important, because freedmen is more so of a status.
Yep.
And when it comes to being
Yep.
enrolled,
Yep.
you can be indigenous, you can have indigenous ancestry and be classified as freedmen, and because your ancestor was classified as freedmen, you can't enroll. And it does not necessarily mean that
It does. It
you
doesn't
can't
mean that.
enroll because you are a
Right.
freedman descent. You can't
Right.
enroll because of the status.
Right. It's the status that's
Yeah.
preventing people. Yeah. It's not.
Yeah.
And just because you're a freedman doesn't that doesn't mean that you have African ancestry at all. You know, because that yeah. But people they think otherwise, man. It's kind of you know. But that's because we what we're doing right now is putting the puzzle pieces together so people could fully get the full picture and understand everything. That's what we're doing right now. So
Well, yeah, and I mean,
yeah.
just doing a simple research,
Right.
because
Yeah.
as you can see, I didn't even do no extensive research. All I do is
Right.
just type in, and all these different
Right.
stories and articles and things of that nature came up to me. Like I don't even have to do extensive research because people are like, oh my God, how you found this sources? How you come across this? I'm like,
Right.
basic. Like
Right.
we all
Right.
have a
Yeah.
computer. We all have a computer that we
Yep.
call a phone in our hands. It's not
Exactly.
that hard to come across certain information because 23andMe, anybody can type in 23andMe and come across this website.
Right.
It's not under
Exactly.
no firewall, no secret service wall. Like it's there.
Yeah.
Like you can get to it.
Yeah. You got people in here being ignorant as hell. Damn.
Yeah. So again,
Yeah. But
the
yeah. So
information is there. You just have
right.
to apply yourself. You just have to
Right.
look for the information.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
Because let me tell you something. Back in the day, some of this information used to be so hard to get.
Mm-hmm.
It used to be so hard to get. Like when it comes to talking about Australoids,
Mm-hmm.
Americoids,
Yep.
the genetic affinity of indigenous people throughout the Americas, those
Right.
books used to be so hard to find.
And they were
Like I
expensive when
remember,
you
like I
found them.
used to be up day and night looking for information about our people in the Americas because
Yeah.
the information was just not. It was not showing up on the first page of Google. But
Mm-hmm.
however, because so many of us are starting to look for the information and we're and we're constantly looking up certain keywords, it's bringing up the results that we looking for in the search engine. So
Mm-hmm.
if you keep searching for the information over time, Google may actually start pushing the information that we need up to the forefront on
Right.
to the first Google page or maybe the second because of CEO, search engine optimization.
Mm-hmm.
Things appear to us by keywords. If you use certain keywords, it's more likely to be popped up during a search engine search.
Mm-hmm.
But people have to be looking for it.
Right. Right.
So,
Right.
and if you're not looking for the information, and if not enough people are looking for that source, it's going to take a while for you to come across that one source. When if everybody was looking for it, Google probably would have bumped it up to the search engine much sooner.
Right. So if people are not looking for the information, it's gonna basically be on the back burner. Like it's gonna be on
Yes,
the back. So you gotta dig harder. You gotta go through a lot of stuff to find that particular information. But
right.
if more and more people search for it, all right, I got you.
Yeah, because
Got
of
you.
how
It's
search
better.
engine optimization. Because Google,
Uh,
any search engine runs off of search engine
uh,
optimization, and
right.
that's why we're able to come across these blogs and articles because of the
Mhm.
keywords that they use.
Mm,
So when we type in DNA
mhm,
ancestry test, then 23andMe is going to pop up,
mhm,
But if we type
mhm,
up a DNA ancestry test doesn't prove racial origins, then um, you know entries like 23andMe talking about Native American ancestry in this extent and so on and so forth may uh, come up more often,
All right. Speaking of search
depending on
engine,
who's clicking on it and who's looking at it.
got you. So what they call the SE what? Search engine optimization?
SEO, search engine
SEO.
optimization. Yeah,
SEO. Got you.
yeah,
Well,
yeah.
people could type Aboriginal American and they'll see an image of people who look like what?
Us.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
So,
So
so again,
that's
so
effective. Yeah, it's
the
effective. Yeah.
information is out there. People
It's out
just
there.
ain't really looking, and they're not looking
Exactly.
hard enough. So
Yeah, they
anyway,
gotta
we're
start
gonna
looking.
move on
Yeah.
because this 23andMe blog, I feel like it's really hitting a lot of questions and answers that people are searching for when they looking for quote unquote Native American ancestry. So let's get it. It says
Mm,
around 1 million 23andMe research participants, including many who don't identify as indigenous, have evidence in their DNA of having indigenous American ancestor.
mm,
In 2015, 23andMe published a study showing that over 5% of our research participants who identify as African American have at least 2% DNA predicted to most closely match an Indigenous American reference population, and
mm,
22% are estimated to have at least 1% of this DNA. While self identified European Americans are generally less likely to have indigenous American genetic ancestry, the numbers vary widely from one state to the next. As many as 8% of European American customers from Louisiana carried at least 1% of this genetic ancestry. And that, of course, is due to the miscegenation laws and people mixing in and so on and so forth.
All right. So what about this part of the? So this is coming from the same people who swabbed and sent their.
Yes,
Uh,
this is the same blog. This is the same
mhm.
blog.
Okay. All right. So what? So what does this? What do you think about this? Art. This paragraph right here. Do you think is accurate?
I think there needs to be more information because I mean they can sit here and say, oh yeah, 1 million 23&Me research participants, who don't identify as indigenous have evidence of having an indigenous American ancestor, but yet what did they look like? Like what's in their genealogy? What's in their documents? Like what
Mm.
is their
But
phenotype? What
but
is
how?
like what is the common denominator? Like I want them to I wish they post more information like this because like it to me this reinforces the narrative that Europeans have more ancestry, indigenous ancestry than Aboriginal American people because we know a lot of Aboriginal Americans are classified as African American. Even though African American is that own category, there's still a lot of Aboriginal American people who are categorized as that. So not only
Mm,
are they putting those people DNA as African, but they're counting the indigenous DNA as a smaller percentage as well when it does
mm.
show up, or
But
when they do decide to say this is indigenous DNA.
right,
So
because if they're making it up anyway, if they're making it up, then that paragraph is just you know bubblegum. It's just like okay, they're just filling a space. It's just it's just because it wouldn't make sense. It doesn't matter if this
yeah,
if that part, you know, especially what Kimberly was saying,
yeah,
and they used one of her quotes. So
yeah. Because I mean, they're saying although they don't identify as indigenous, they still have indigenous ancestry. So, even if it is a small percentage of that population, they still talking about they have an indigenous ancestor. So that's relatively what they're trying to say.
oh okay,
Yeah.
so they're mm,
And then it says many of our customers expect to see evidence of indigenous American ancestry in their DNA, but don't.
oh okay.
And then that's when people get mad and they're
That's when
like,
people get upset about it, and yeah, okay. But
okay,
this
but
is
okay, so this paragraph explains why you don't
oh okay, I
inherit
got you,
certain
got
DNA. So
you.
I'm
Okay.
gonna explain. I'm gonna read this. It says this is among the most common customer complaints we receive, and there are a few reasons why this could happen. As a result of genetic recombination, the process through which DNA is randomly shuffled between generations, the further back in your family history you look, the less likely you are to have inherited DNA directly from every single one of your ancestors. For example, there's a roughly 5% chance that you inherited zero DNA from a fifth great grandparent.
Mm. mm. That says a lot.
Yeah, it does.
Wow, wow.
So there's a 95% chance that you don't.
Ha ha! Damn.
That's relatively what
Oh
they're trying to say. Like, what's
man.
a 95% that you don't inherit DNA from your fifth great grandparent? But
From your
yet, when
great
it
great
comes
great great
to
great.
our ancestry, though, people swear up and down that quote unquote black people can't trace their lineage that far back.
No, I
But
could.
yet, I can though.
Yeah, I could. I could.
But yet, I mean,
So
but hey,
that's
would it
so
really matter anyway if it's a 5% chance that you I'm sorry, it says it's a 5% chance that you inherited zero DNA
right.
from a
So
fifth great grandparent.
so it
So
wouldn't even matter. Yeah. Wow.
so
Wow.
if
That's
you
your
don't inherit DNA evenly from all your ancestors, DNA is
mm,
shuffled between generations in a process called genetic recombination.
that makes sense.
So it says Okay, so 30% DNA from a paternal grandmother and 20% DNA from a maternal grandmother.
I got the
So
charts.
this means
Oh.
that you can be directly descended from someone indigenous to Americas without having any DNA evidence of their ancestry.
Okay. Okay.
That's wild.
Yeah, that is wow. That is wow. Mm.
So I guess the other
Yeah,
95% chance you do inherit DNA from your fifth great grandparent.
right.
So I guess you do from the 95%
From the
chance
95% chance. Yeah.
you do. But it says 5% chance that you inherited zero DNA.
Yeah. That's a small
So that's
percentage.
that's
That's a
that's crazy.
small.
Yeah, it is a small percentage.
That's a small percentage.
But this is the
So,
same thing
but
that guy from 60 Minutes were saying about African ancestry. They were saying how we all have over 1 million ancestors. So
hmm
certain things ain't going to show up on your ancestry test because of that.
right. Yeah, but their chart was crazy because they actually showed the little people, and they it was kind of really overwhelming to look at. Like, what? You serious? Everybody got like 2 million grandparents. Like, what the? Yeah, it gets technical when you break it down like that. It's kind of technical. All right, so to say, all right, so what if, all right, what else are they saying? What else are they saying on the
They're talking
website?
about family stories, how if you had a ancestor that was a settler,
Mm,
sometimes they misattributed an ancestor as indigenous. And this
okay.
may have been to justify a more native born Americanness or to absolve one's family of blame of colonism. And these stories are still passed down through families to this day. So they basically talking about how people talk about being native to avoid being called a colonizer, basically.
Ah, okay.
So, and then it says the takeaway is whether or not you have Native American DNA, your genetic ancestry may not be consistent with your cultural identity. You can celebrate and reflect on what your results can tell you about your genetic ancestors, but understand that falsely claiming a romanticized Native identity based only on that evidence can be deeply offensive to people whose identities, experiences, worldviews, and cultures are shaped by being Native American. It's corporal appropriation and it stems from colonialism.
Wow.
So they're saying you can have Native American DNA, but you just can't claim to have it by only using a genetic ancestry test.
Mm. But I
And look,
don't
they
know.
they,
But you
they
can't.
quoted Kim Paul Bear again. They quoted her again.
Mm. Oh yeah, they did again. Yeah, but all
Yeah.
right. All right. So my thing is, so if you take a DNA test, like these guys are ancestry DNA tests, it doesn't prove anything.
It doesn't. It doesn't. You can't take it to the tribe to enroll. And
Right.
they just said you can't use it to be like nana nana boo boo. I'm indigenous.
Yeah, it doesn't prove anything because they just said that that's considered what, culture appropriation or something, right? I don't
Mm-hmm.
know.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Look
So
what Kim said. She
it's
said
crazy.
many in Native America also worry about idealized American longings for romanticized Indianness that sometimes get coupled with the increased economic benefits in an era of self determination. Tribal communities sometimes feel they are under assault by people with tenuous or non existent connections to their communities, yet who want access to cultural knowledge or to cultural sites for personal identity exploration and sometimes for profit.
I
So
agree with
the
that.
same people that be claiming that we use our genealogy to appropriate American Indian culture, Kimberly Tallbear is saying if you use genetic ancestry to claim you Indian, you are no better than a colonizer.
Right.
That's basically what she's saying.
No, I agree with her with that. I agree with that.
Yeah,
I agree.
so yeah, I
I
agree
agree.
with her with that too. It seems like
Yeah.
Kim is very aware of the culture and she
Mhm.
understands genetic ancestry testing. So shout out to
Mhm.
her. Because
Yeah.
I know sometimes like we can be like, oh well, they mix white
Yeah, we
people,
could be
but
harsh. Yeah, we could be harsh on them, but but she has a certain amount of awareness. She knows a
yeah,
lot. Well, she
yeah, she
knows.
does.
Yeah, she knows quite a lot, considering you know, considering the people that I came across. Native Americans that I came across who kind of attacked me about the
Yeah,
stuff
and
that
look,
I
and
about
look,
the
look,
stuff
look,
I
look
used to
what they
talk.
said about America though. They said additionally, the term Native American is considered U.S. centric. First Nations people of Canada do not refer to themselves this way, and this phrase is rooted in colonialism. America comes from Amerigo Vespucci. I think that's how you
Vespucci,
pronounce his
yeah,
name. An
Vespucci.
Italian navigator and merchant. For these or other reasons, Susi, I heard you pronounce their name, emphasizes we as indigenous scientists use the term Native American DNA to highlight these limitations, but do not consider it a legitimate phrasing. In this post, the term Native and Indigenous are used interchangeably. And Native American is the name 23&Me has used for its reference panel for the Americas to date.
Okay. That's just like Kimberly. She uses the term Native American and Indigenous interchangeably.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, despite the fact, but doesn't the term Indigenous doesn't that actually mean and it's the same thing as Native American?
Mm, I think it's different. Let's look at the etymology of the word, though. We can look
I
up the
know,
etymology.
I know the word. I know the term Aboriginal is different from Native American, but I don't know about Indigenous.
Oh wait, yeah, this said Latin, indigena, and native. Oh, okay,
Okay,
maybe it do.
all right, yeah,
Let's see. Okay, yeah, born or originating in a particular place. So
all right. But if you put an Aboriginal, it's not gonna say the same thing.
let's see. It says born in a country.
Aboriginal
Aboriginal.
is gonna say first.
Yeah, first earliest existing from the beginning.
Right. It doesn't say anything about native on there.
Mm-mm.
It
An
doesn't even have
original inhabitant in Autochthon.
yeah, Atachata. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't see the words native in there, and I don't see the words indigenous in there.
Well, I see them put it right here. It says native
Right.
right here, but
Yeah. But
but
it's not in the
1660s it was first earliest in existing from the beginning,
right
from the
because you
1660s. So
right.
that's the first definition.
That's the first definition. That's what I'm talking about. We always got to go by the original terms. We can't go by. Yeah, it's a older term, I would say. The 18
Mm-hmm.
that native aboriginal indigenous that's some shit like yeah, that makes sense. That fits right in that timeline when they start coming over here, right?
Yeah,
1800s, yeah, when
yeah,
the modern day Eurasians and stuff started coming over here. So yeah, but that all right. So yeah, okay. So she's right. I guess she's correct.
hmm.
Now, if she started using the term aboriginal, then you know that's something else. That's
Yeah,
something else. Yeah.
yeah.
So yeah, but
So
so 23&Me, they kind of yeah. And then people were leaving comments. All right.
yeah, so people are
I
talking about
keep going.
Elizabeth Warren in here.
Oh, wait, what tribe? She was a Cherokee, right? She claimed she was
Yeah, I
a
believe that.
Cherokee.
Yeah,
Oh,
I
okay.
believe
She was a
so.
Cherokee. Yeah. And then I think Donald Trump went in on her. Like, I think he made fun. Another politician was like kind of making fun of her claiming to be a Native American. I
And look,
forgot
some
who it
people
was.
mad at the blog. Look, it says either way, it's disheartening for adoptees to basically a blog like this, basically saying F off. Because if you aren't raised directly in the culture, that's rather hard when you're removed as an infant with no choice in the matter, then your DNA is irrelevant. So when
Uh,
people
uh,
get there, so I see the
people-
natives are starting to get upset with
yeah.
23&Me about this because they're like, but I was removed from the culture. And
Yeah.
my DNA test says I'm native. and this is just saying f off. But this don't they say the same thing to us though?
Yeah, that's
Like
why I
don't they be
advise.
doing the same thing to us
That's why I,
when we
yeah, exactly the same thing. So I advise all original people of the Americas practice your culture, learn your language, start wearing cultural identifiers, and represent and be proud of who you are. That's it. Because they coming at us hard, man, from all angles. The haters, the haters.
yeah, and look at all like the multiracial, biracial people in the comment section,
Oh, okay.
confused. Then you got this person talking about I have strong reservations about this article through DNA. I just found out I'm Afro Latino, Indigenous American, Iranian, Turkish. Like first of all,
Wait, a
Afro
what?
Latino is not a race.
All right. Afro Latino, what is that? That's Afro is a hairstyle and Latino is a language of Latin, right?
Yeah,
Ah,
Latin America. Yeah,
yeah,
so
Latin is
that's
in South
post
American.
colonization though.
Yeah,
So
yeah, yeah.
again, like
Indigenous.
we're talking like
That's a lot of stuff. That person's African, South American, Indigenous American. I'm assuming the so-called United States area, Iranian, Turkish,
Turkish,
and
European.
European. But which part of Europe is? See, this is okay. Well,
She said I
that's
was raised as African American.
oh okay. Strays is an African American. All right. How do you feel about the term African American, Yona? How do you feel about that?
I feel like that term is not for Aboriginal American people,
Mm,
and people are steady
okay.
trying to like um push Aboriginal American people into that category, and that's just not who we are. We were never black, we were never Negro, we were Aboriginal American people. And
Mhm,
I think me and you talked about this before the other day, but
mhm.
I go somewhat off of the tribes I'm from. I
Right.
either say I'm Aboriginal, original, origine, indigenous,
Or
or
you're
I say
Chata,
from the tribes I'm from.
Chata,
So
Anianguya, yeah.
if we over here using all these terms and stuff, like I just can't get down with that, because
Right.
if we're not claiming who we originally are as people, then what's the point?
Specifically who you are. Like be
Yes,
more
yes,
specific. And you
yes,
can't be two continents.
yeah.
Like damn it. Are you're African and you're African American? Like
Well, I
which
mean,
one?
it's in the same sense of Asian American, European American.
But still, wait.
Like I get the nationality, but yet when we look at the numbers, because I know how you feel about this topic,
Oh man.
but
That's
with the
so
term with
ridiculous.
the slave trade, even with the numbers, like those
Oh.
numbers were not big enough to sit here and say, oh, this was actually an African population. Because remember,
Right.
in the early days, it was always Negro, it was always
Right. Right.
colored.
Right.
And if you
Colored
were
or
non-white,
mulatto.
they were going to throw you in those categories.
Mhm.
So it wasn't necessarily
But
people
you
being called African. But if African was so significant, I'm pretty sure in the early days they would have called them African if
I,
the numbers were really big like they
like
claim it was. But yet it wasn't.
all
They
right,
weren't
so
sending millions of Africans to mainland North America. The most African slaves that went to a American country was Brazil, and that was 3 or 4 million supposedly. But yet, what does that have to do with Aboriginal Americans or quote unquote Negroes in the United States?
all right.
Because
Now,
supposedly 388,000 Africans came to mainland North America. So you got Canada, the United States, the Caribbean, and Mexico divided amongst all that.
mm,
So
that's
the
a lot of
population that's not big enough to say, oh well, all these you melanated people are African. That's not enough. The
well,
numbers are not enough. No matter how many breeding farms they had, the numbers are still not enough because, for one, people were mixing like crazy.
Mm.
And two, the population that were mixing, it wasn't even a lot of them to begin with. Because the thing is, the little bit of Africans that were coming over here, they would have been absorbed by,
By the
Indian
yeah,
people. They
and
would have been absorbed by our people.
wouldn't they be men coming over?
Yeah, it was mostly African slave men that were coming over.
Right. So
Anyway,
if we
so
go
again,
by the
the
matriarch,
bloodline would have been continued by the woman anyway.
right? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So it kind of absorbs that, and also, if that many Africans are over here, what was the African languages being spoken by the damn so-called slaves, African slaves, and what
Hmm.
happened to their spiritualities? It just evaporated after, if so many millions of Africans came over here. It's like they would have maintained their languages and their
Yeah,
spiritual beliefs.
yeah,
So
and I'm coming out with my book very soon. I know I keep saying, oh well, I'm going to release it. I'm still working out some things, and I'm
mm,
still adding more information so people have more to go off on when they read my book, because I
mm,
discontinued Discovering Genealogy, and I'm
mm,
having my second book, Discovering Genealogy, a step by step guide to researching ancestry. So I have
mm,
that coming out, and I'm going to be talking about researching Negro ancestry, indigenous ancestry, and just
mm,
ancestry in general. But it's mainly centered around American Indian history, because a lot of people don't know our history, and they don't know what
mm,
racial classifications are and what
mm,
they meant, and who they were used to refer to.
mm, mhm.
So, the resources
That's
are out
important.
there. The
Yeah.
information is out there. You just have to recognize what you are looking at. Because when I talk about Indians being classified as Negroes, people are like, oh, no, you're wrong, blah, blah, blah. But yet,
Nah.
Jack D. Forbes, he was the one that was really bringing this information to us.
Mhm.
And yet he was looking like the pale natives that people claim are the true native people,
Yep.
claiming the
Yep.
true indigenous people.
Yep. Yep.
Jack looked like that, but yet he took his time and say, well, you know what? No, Negroes. There are Negroes who are indigenous, and there are Negroes that were originally indigenous, but now they're counted as Negroes.
Mhm.
So, and even in Indian country, on those websites, they even acknowledge Jack D. Forbes in the information that he said in there. There's also
Mm,
different scholars that talk about aboriginality in the way that he does too, talking about how so-called Black people being indigenous as well. And
mhm.
and Jack D. Forbes, he says something along the lines of, they always finding Blacks, but they keep losing Indians
Mm.
when it comes to writing down who is native and who is black. He said
Paper
they keep
genocide.
finding blacks, but they're losing Indians.
That's like paper genocide, right?
Yes,
That is paper genocide. That's what
yes,
yeah. But that's on the Virginia Vital Statistics website anyway, what they did uh with the Virginia Indians. You know, they reclassified a lot of Virginia Indians as Negro on paper,
hmm
and all non-reservation Indians were classified
hmm
as Negroes. That's just that's horrible.
yeah.
That's
Because the
horrible.
first time we were all identified on and off the reservation was in 1900.
Mm-hmm.
So
Yep.
basically, after 400 years, that's the first time when they actually acknowledge our existence off the reservation.
Mm-hmm.
Because we were identified in the late 1800s,
Mm-hmm.
but it wasn't until we were listed, we were enumerated in the
Mm-hmm.
1900 census.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So,
Yep.
if,
Exactly.
if you don't know the census, if you don't know records, if you don't know how to research genealogy, then it's going to be very hard for you to determine your ancestry and your genealogy, because you just simply don't know. And I think that's why 23&Me came out with this article, because I'm pretty sure they got tired of people calling in and,
Right.
making all these complaints and stuff, because, you know, people are understanding like, oh well, why you need this and that, and they like, hey man, like you got to do that research. You got to do your
Mm-hmm.
genealogy research. You
Right.
just can't be coming off on, genetic ancestry testing like
Yeah,
you do
exactly.
genealogy,
Yeah, but the thing about it,
genealogical
or
evidence.
or people could wait for your book to come out and purchase that. You know what I mean? Because instead of doing their own research, they could do their own research, yeah. But what you do is you're packaging it, you're compressing all that information so they don't have to do all those 3, 5, 6 months of work. They could just read the book and get all that information right then and there. So that's a good thing
Well, they
about
can
that.
read my book and know where
Yeah.
to look. Because
Oh,
I
okay.
find a lot of people don't know where to
Don't know
look
where to
when
look.
it
Don't
comes
know
to
where.
researching ancestry. And so a lot of people just think, oh, well, to prove you're Indian, you just have to look at the dolls rows. But yet there are
Nah.
more rows than just the dolls rows to look
Yeah.
at.
Yep. There's
It's
more like
more
the
sources
bigger
to find
roles. Yep.
because my book can't tell you if you're Aboriginal or not because I don't
Right.
know you and I haven't done your
You just tell them what
genealogy
to look for.
research.
You just do the research for them as far as telling them where to look. Not as
Yeah,
far
I tell
as
them where to look,
uh,
and I
uh,
give them examples of genealogy and history. I tell them like, well, hey, people were being classed in as such and such, and I give them examples, and I tell them where this example was found at, and where they can find more information, and
mm,
whether or not does this place hold records or not, and how to contact
right.
them.
But that would be the first step to finding your genealogy. What I'm saying is that they could get the book and it would take away that first step. The second step is
Yeah,
doing the personal, that specific finding your own, because you have to first know, you have to be aware
yeah. Yeah,
of it.
you're gonna have to
Yeah.
gather evidence. You're gonna have to
Right.
gather information about your ancestors, your
Yep.
elders. You're gonna need them
That's
birthdays.
personal. That's
Them,
personal. Yeah.
yeah, you're gonna need as much personal information you need because if
Mm.
because I mean, genealogy is way different than genetic ancestry testing. Because genetic ancestry testing, all you're doing is spinning in a tube and then sending it to them. With
Yeah.
genealogy, you need information to get started, or otherwise,
Exactly.
you're not going to go anywhere.
Exactly.
So yeah, you can't
Yeah.
get my book first,
Yeah.
read it, realize what you need, and then go from there. Because
Right.
that's way more easier than this, trying to
Figure it
research
out.
for
Yeah.
hours online to figure
Right.
out where to look, how to do it, and stuff like that when you just have it in the palm of your hand.
Right. Exactly. Exactly.
Yeah.
You know, that's what I'm thinking. But yeah, it's a lot of it was a lot of reclassification going on, you know. Black, African. How many times, yeah, that's a good question to ask you. How many times have our people been reclassified? First we were our original from our specific, you know, lineages, from our specific tribes and whatever. Then after that, what was the next thing people started calling us after that?
Well, I would say we have been reclassified too many times as I can count. Because it went from our tribal identity
Right.
to
That's right.
being called Indian or Negro, and then it
Mm,
kind of varies from there
right.
because throughout time they go back and forth, and if you are biracial or mixed race, there are times where you couldn't even classify as mulatto,
Mm,
so there are times where mixed people had to class in with Negroes, and sometimes even biracial people were able to classify themselves as white. So it just depends on what the ancestor looked like and who they could identify as.
okay.
Because most of the time, the United States government was not going by the names of the tribes that they called themselves. They're going to go by the definition of Indian, and there are over 33 definitions of Indian, and
Hmm.
it varies from living on reservation, proximity to the culture, blood quantum, and so on and so forth.
Hmm.
So it varies, and then when you add on race mixing and migrations and so on and so forth, it gets even more complicated. So um
Hmm.
throughout history, and especially with genealogy too, you can see in your ancestors genealogy that they can be reclassified 3 or 4 times in a lifetime.
Yep. Yep.
So
Yep. That's
so
true.
it
That's
just
true.
depends on what area they are in, and what time period that is as well.
But that's how you can find out sometimes your people, like which tribe you're from, right? Like if your great great grandmother was alive during a certain time period, you know, what tribe was around during that same time period, matching things up like that. That's a part of genealogy also, in my opinion. But that's more of a personal thing.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
um yeah,
yeah.
because the thing is, um the United States is diverse. America is diverse
Mm-hmm.
to begin with, because not all tribes were the same, and we
Mm-hmm.
had Genghis Khan mofos migrating and invading our spaces way before the
Mm-hmm.
Pale people even came.
Mm.
And also, that not only that, but the Vikings, they
The
have
Vikings
came
came
out
over.
and said they
Yep.
found proof of the Vikings being here too. So that lets me know
Mm.
that Europeans been trying to conquer the Americas for some time.
Yep. Yep.
They've been, and they
Exactly.
they recently became successful, but nonetheless,
Yeah.
we we have all these
Exactly.
foreigners coming over here trying to be down
They
and
got
invade,
the
and
foreigners.
it worked.
The foreigners are calling the original people of the Americas the foreigners. That's what
Hmm.
I get when I hear the words or terms African American or Afro
Hmm.
Latino. I'm like, wait up, what? The original people from here be come from no damn, and that ties into that. You got some people who believe that all civilization started out of Africa. Like everybody walked from Africa. Like people was walking from Africa, just spread out throughout the lands, and that's you know on some Adam and Eve stuff. God, come
Yeah,
on, get out of
yeah.
here.
What's crazy? I gotta show you this article, because I don't know. I don't think a lot of people are aware of this. Let's
Uh,
see.
What are yeah.
Because the same people that were trying to say, oh well, we all come from Africa, so on and so forth, were the same people that had to turn around and be like, oh well, we all don't come from Africa.
Wait, what?
So
What?
yeah,
What?
yeah, I
What?
actually came across that. I actually came across that. So
What?
let me see if I can pull it up,
Are you serious?
because I posted it on my "Not All Black People Come from a Slave Boat"
Yeah.
video, but I'm gonna show you it here because
Not all black people come from slave boats. Serious?
well, yeah, because I kept, like, recently I saw someone post a tweet saying, "Oh well, the only difference between a Haitian, Dominican, Puerto Rican, and a Black American, and so on and so forth, is a boat ride," and that's just so far from
Oh,
the
get
truth.
out of town. Oh,
I
that's why
know,
you
I
did that. Oh,
know,
okay.
I know.
What?
I had to
What
tell
kind of?
people, I'm
What?
like, yo, like,
Wait,
some of y'all people were the conquistadors. So what you
man.
mean a slave boat? Hell,
Wait up.
like, I
Wait,
was
wait.
the conquistadors.
Yeah, man. Damn. The Europeans and shit, like the pale Europeans, because we all know the original Europeans were dark people. Yes, conquistadors, as we call them.
Yeah, they know we're colonizing.
Yeah, man. I'm
And then
trying to
talking about
figure
some,
out
oh no.
what. Wait up. I'm trying to figure out how come these pale cats couldn't, conquistadors. How come the pale people couldn't just stay on their side of the planet? Why they had to come like to other places to try to take over? Like, what's up with that shit? Like,
I
what's
don't
up with
know.
that? Like, yo, what kind of scarcity mindset is that? Because our people by nature are hospitable people. We welcome everybody. That's what all original people from any geographic location.
Yeah.
Doesn't
And
matter.
that's the
We're
sad
hospitable
part, because
people.
our people
Yeah.
are really too nice.
Right. Right. All aboriginals are nice people. I mean, not, I would say hospitable people. Like that's a part of our nature. That's what I would say. Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, find that article, man.
Yeah, I'm trying to
Cause that's yeah, I
'cause
guess
I wasn't expecting to share, but I was like, you know what, I might as well share
nah,
with you
might as well.
because
Yeah.
because when I came across it, I was like, oh, okay, wow. Like same people talking about Africa were the same people that ended up saying, oh well, shoot, it ain't Africa.
Yeah, that's I want to see that. Gosh, please share this. Cause now they changing it up.
Yeah, so
The switcheroo.
I'm looking at the
Yeah,
chat, and the chat is just I
the
just
chat.
can't with the chat
The
right
chat.
now.
What? The chat is doing what? I can't see nothing. Chat. I'm
It,
just talking. I'm just here, just whatever. The chat. What the
read the
chat doing?
chat.
What they talk? What they talking about? What the chat talk? What y'all talking about? What y'all talking about in the chat?
I don't even know. I don't know what's going on with them
Oh,
in
what
the
they
chat.
talking? Is wild? Is crazy over there? I
Yeah,
can't
they
see.
wilding in there.
I can't see. Yeah, keep wilding out. Yeah, we need
Let's see,
that.
we got some
We need
trolls
that.
in the comment section.
Nah, we
Hello,
need that.
welcome.
That's what's up. We need that. Nah, haters are welcome. Come on in. You're welcome.
He said you're
Very welcome.
welcome.
You guys are welcome. You're welcome to come in. All the haters, come on, let's go. Yeah,
Yeah.
I like haters. Yeah, I like haters. They make it they make it interesting. They make it they make it how can I put it? Yeah, it's fun. It's fun when the haters around. It's just they we get to see they exploit their ignorance. Come on out, baby. Yeah. Anyway,
Okay,
anyway.
so
Yeah.
so I
So what's that?
think I think this is a Aboriginal Australian website.
Okay.
Let's see. Cuz I'm trying to find a source that talks about it. Because I
Mm,
found the book. I have the book that talk about it.
okay.
Okay, so yeah, it says Creative Spirits is on it's Aboriginal owned and run organization. Okay, so this is a Aboriginal Australian website that talks about the culture and stuff like that. Okay, so I can use that too. Because I'm gonna show y'all like two sources talking about it. Okay,
Mm,
so the first one I want to show y'all is this one. Let me remove this.
all right. See what you got.
Oh, thank you. Okay, so
Mm,
these three people, Rebecca Can, Mark Stone King, and Alan Charles Wilson, right?
mm,
They came out with mitochondrial DNA in human evolution in 1987.
okay.
So it talks about the authors compare mitochondrial DNA from different human populations worldwide. And from those comparisons, they argued that all human populations had a common ancestor in Africa around
What?
200,000 years ago.
Oh.
Mitochondrial DNA is a small circular genome found in those parts of the cell called mitochondria, mitochondrial organelles, blah blah blah. And it says um, Can, Stone, King, and Wilson collected mitochondrial DNA from 147 individuals from 5 different human geographical populations. They used mitochondrial DNA sequences to study the genetic differences and migration patterns of the human population through female inheritance. So they sit
Mm,
here and did all of this,
okay.
and they got it from Africa, Asia, Australia, Europe, and New Guinea,
All right.
and they investigated how, when, and where the human gene pool arose and migrated. And
Mm,
let's see. So it just talks about how they went on with the process.
Okay.
I'm just looking over it right now.
Process.
So yeah, but they were talking about how like everybody is Africa. They said the group with the most mitochondrial DNA variation was the group from Africa, and the next was the group from Asia. The last three groups from Australia, Europe, and New Guinea has similar mitochondrial DNA variation with each group. Okay, so they say all this, right?
Where's America?
They don't add America. You know they don't. They rarely keep us
Uh,
in with the loop
uh,
with this.
hmm.
And pretty much, I'm pretty sure they're gonna class the natives in with the Asians because they
Okay.
already
Yeah.
say they
Yeah. Yeah.
Siberians.
Yeah. Yeah.
So so yeah, so they're basically saying all trees drawn share two primary branches, which are one of only those from Africa and one of all five of the geographical groups, including those from Africa. So it's
Mm.
basically trying to say that everybody come from Africa
Mm.
and all this other stuff. And it says the scientists used the
Wow.
colonization of New Guinea at 30,000 years ago, Australia 40,000 years ago, and the New World at 12,000 years ago.
Wow.
So that's what they're saying, right? They're trying to say that everybody come from Africa 200,000 years
Oh.
ago, basically. We all had a common ancestor in Africa 200,000 years ago. That's what they're saying, right? Okay.
All right. What?
So tell me why, because I
Oh.
came across this topic years ago, like in the early days, like back in 2015, 16.
Okay.
So same people that talking about we come from Africa,
Mm-hmm.
look at this.
Come from Africa.
Look at this book, okay?
Mm.
Says
Oh, it says what?
with the so it says Wilson McCann triumphantly proclaimed victory on behalf of the molecular genetics, declaring that we won the argument when the paleontologists admitted we have been right and they've been wrong. Okay, so they were
Oh,
bragging about how they were right about everybody come from Africa, this, down, and third.
mm.
So they were bragging about it. It says
Right.
with the case closed and bragging rights secured in perpetuity, science had once again provided certainty in regard to an African ancestry, or so it seemed. But not long after their paper was published, Rebecca Kim realized they were mistaken.
Oh, what?
Ken and Wilson's analysis focuses on the mitochondrial DNA present in bone and blood samples. These
Mm.
genes are passed on from mother to daughter and are the most reliable evidence to draw on when determining the age of a particular race. Mitochondrial DNA is far more reliable than the nearest male equivalent, the Y chromosome, and more predictable in its progression. Each new strand resulting from mutation appears at a set rate, and the more variations apparent in the same in a sample of DNA,
Mm.
the older the race.
Mm.
However, Ken and Wilson's paper was based on observing evolutionary markers they assumed were apparent, which were not actually based on examination of the DNA itself.
Whoa.
In 1982, Ken actually examined the mitochondrial DNA of 112 indigenous people, including 12 full descent originals from Australia, and
Mm.
the results were in total opposition to what they assumed was fully resolved. Ken was obliged to contradict the basic conclusion of their first paper by
Mm.
stating that mitochondrial DNA puts the origin of Homo sapiens much farther back and indicates that Australian Aboriginals arose 400,000 years ago from two distinct lineages, far earlier than any other racial type. Ken not only asserted that emergence of original Homo sapiens were far earlier than Africans, she suggested
Huh.
a new point of origin of the species in a revised chronological of racial evolution. The Australian racial group has a much higher number of mutations than any other racial group, which suggests that the Australians split off from a common ancestor 400,000 years ago. By the same theory, the Mongoloid race originated about 100,000 years ago, and the Negroid and Caucasian groups about 40,000 years ago. The realignment and reversals of immediate concern to Alan Wilson. If Ken was correct in detecting a much higher number of mutations, they might as well tear up their original paper.
Hmm.
Determined to resolve the obvious inconsistencies, Wilson made 2 visits to Australia. In 1987, Wilson sampled the mitochondrial DNA of 21 full descent Australian originals and identified 15 different strands. This equates to a 70% mutation rate, well above that of any race. A second visit in 1989 gave up even more data that forced Wilson to abandon his belief that Africa was where Homo sapiens originated. A
Oh,
second sampling of DNA of 10 full blooded originals found a similar percentage, 70% of mutation present. Upon receiving the results of his second mitochondrial DNA sampling, Wilson immediately conceded that the out of Africa theory was wrong.
oh, there you go.
So the same people that
Yep,
were telling us we all come from Africa had to
yep.
go back, do
And
more
redo it.
research,
Yep.
and found out that not everybody come from Africa.
They were
And in
wrong.
fact, Aboriginal Australians are older than Africans.
Yep. They were wrong. Yep. Exactly.
So
Exactly.
so this is why
There you
research
go.
is so important. This is
Mm-hmm.
why research is so important.
Yep.
Because if you
Yep.
don't put the, the
Yep.
the links together, you're gonna be one of those people hollering, "We are Africa. You will self-hate if you don't say Africa." Blah blah blah.
Exactly.
Meanwhile, the people that were putting you on Africa had to save face and say, "Oh well, we were wrong,"
Right.
and doing the
Now
walk
what?
of shame.
Yeah. Now what? Now what? Yeah.
It went from out of Africa to out of Australia quick.
Exactly.
And I mean, and it doesn't necessarily mean I believe everything what they have to say either, because if they
Right.
made the first mistake with not identifying the DNA itself the first time, then
It
how
can
can
happen
we
again.
truly
Uh,
trust them to make
mm.
reasonable and accurate descriptions of what they're talking about?
But I tell people to always look at nature. Nature
Yeah.
reveals a lot to us because you got like, look, there were dark people, original people on all over the world,
Mm-hmm.
from different places, just like the animals, just like Africa they have their own uh guinea fowl. The guinea fowl looks like the wild turkey. The same. They look the same, but they're not related because
Mm-hmm.
the guinea fowl is aboriginal to Africa. The wild turkey aboriginal to the Americas. The same thing with the eagles. The same thing with the uh with the lions.
Mm-hmm.
We have our own mountain lion.
Yeah. Yeah.
And
So
so yeah, so it's
if
just
you
so
don't
I'm
do your research, you're just gonna be
right,
lost. You're just gonna be
right,
lost because they're always wishy washy.
right. But you got to pay attention to nature also and stop believing all this science stuff because, like we see, they make mistakes. You know, they make mistakes. So all that out of Africa stuff. What now? What's up with them Pan Africans?
Yeah, exactly. So they sitting here talking about everybody come from Africa, but yet they have to turn around and say, nope, actually Australians are older than Africa
Yep, we were
and they
wrong.
are older
Right,
than any racial group.
right. Yeah,
So that's the point we are making here. If you're just one of those people that don't get it, just say that. If you're just
right.
one of those people that don't do your research, then just say that.
Yeah, if you don't like to
Because
read, you
the
don't like to read.
information is point plain and simple. I just showed y'all
Yeah,
how they was talking about people come from Africa 200,000 years ago, but then they had to turn around and say, "Oh well, you know what?
but nah,
Aboriginal Australians are actually older."
you know, nah. That was a lot of reading though. Sometimes people don't want to read that much.
Yeah, you got
That's
a
the
point
thing, you
there.
know. People like, nah, that's a lot. But you just read that. You just read like 20 paragraphs. I'm like, huh? I'm reading along with you. Like, damn, you was reading for like 10 minutes. But no, but
Yeah,
people, the research, you have to do the research.
yeah,
That's the bottom line. I'm joking around, but seriously, you gotta do that research. And that's where it's at. That's where it's at. And stop taking other people's word for it. Stop being a parrot. Oh, this person said this. Nah. Do your own research. Don't take our word for it. Do your own research.
yeah, Yeah, I
Can't
mean,
stress
same with
that
the
enough.
scientists too. Like, you just can't sit here and go off on what everybody be saying.
Right.
If you haven't done the research extensively yourself, then you
Mm-hmm.
need to take everything you hear with a grain of salt.
Mm-hmm. Yep. That's absolutely right. That's absolutely right. But that was very uh that was crazy. They just did a
Yeah,
360.
yeah,
It's like, yo, Wilson immediately concluded that the outer Africa theory was wrong. There
yeah,
we go.
yeah. The math
Damn.
wasn't complicated. The agreed rate of mitochondrial mutation for every new strand is 3,500 years. Therefore, 22 times 3,500 equals 77,000 years. Wilson
Mm,
realized if he returned to Australia and increased the population surveyed, the likelihood was that he would find more mutations and the date was likely to be pushed back even further. It
mm,
seems too far out to admit, but while Homo erectus was muddling along in the rest of the world, a few erectus had got to Australia and did something dramatically different. Not even with stone tools, but it is there the Homo sapiens have emerged and evolved. Homo sapiens would have evolved free from competition out of a small band of Homo erectus 400,000 years ago.
mm,
Sadly and somewhat puzzling, these findings were mostly ignored. In fact, opposition to out of Africa theory lost momentum. Perhaps this conservative climate goes some way towards explaining the reactions of Alan Thorne's research into genetics and antiquity of Lake Mungo Man, redated to be over 60,000 years old and the oldest Homo sapiens yet found. The discovery in itself raises serious doubts about the validity of any theory claiming the first mariners reached the northern parts of Australia 60,000 years ago. This date, coupled with the discovery that Mungo Man had an extinct DNA which does not resemble that of any other population, surely calls into question the reality of an African migration.
mm,
So
mm-hmm.
So
So
again, it
it's
says what needs to be accepted is that if just one date proves to be correct, irrespective of whatever judgment is passed on the other nine, it can be confidently declared that as a fact that Australia was not settled by African Homo sapiens 60,000 years ago.
mm,
So same people that
mm,
was over here trying to validate the out of Africa theory now talking about,
yeah.
oh, well, it's actually out of Australia.
It's out of Australia now. Okay.
And
And
like
then
I
and
said,
then
I don't
you know,
necessarily agree with
right,
100% with everything because we
right,
are our own group of people. But
right.
yet, I think it's very telling that the same people that were talking about mitochondrial DNA 200,000 years ago in Africa, it's now talking about mitochondrial DNA 400,000 years ago in Australia,
Hmm.
but for
Exactly.
Aboriginal Australians.
Mm. So now it's out of Australia. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, there we go. No more out of Africa. No more out of Africa theory. Rest in peace.
He said, rest in peace. But yeah, it's
Yeah.
yeah, so they talk
That's
about how people view Africa as the place of modern humans evolved, but um oh yeah, okay, yeah. So
uh,
that's what they talking about. Says one of the original papers that lay claim to charting our ancient ancestors' movements and origin, the recent African genesis of humans, was written by professors Alan Wilson and Rebecca Cann. Literally the same paper I just showed y'all.
right. Yeah. Same thing.
Yeah, so now they talking about how they was wrong and how it's actually Australia.
Yeah. Didn't they say they wanted to rip the first paper up? They might as well rip that up.
Yeah,
As useless as useless. Yeah.
yeah. Let me see if I
They
can
said
find
it
it.
themselves. Yeah, they said it themselves. So now it's out of Australia.
Yeah, it says Kim was obliged to contradict the basic conclusion of their first paper.
Mm, right.
And yeah, so yeah. So
Yeah.
yeah, but
There you
they
go.
know what it is
Yeah,
though.
they know. Yeah. They know. Yep.
Yeah, here it is. It says if Kim was correct in detecting a much higher number of mutations, they might as well tear up their original paper.
Right.
And they wound up having to anyway.
Yep.
because they end up proving themselves wrong.
Yeah, yeah. So yeah. So now what? All you out of Africa people. Yeah.
So same people
Now
y'all
what?
were dick riding to say, oh well,
Now
you
what?
African, you don't claim to be African. Now they talking about Australia. So now what you gonna
Yeah. Now what?
do?
See? There you go. So that's
So
that's
let me.
that's that's that's, that's hmm. Wow. I'm glad you showed me this. That's crazy. I wouldn't have believed it. Now, if you
Well,
would
yeah,
have
I
just
mean,
told, if you would have told me this, I would have been like, all right, yeah, yeah. But now you're actually showing us this stuff, and it's like, what? Damn, appreciate that.
oh yeah, for sure, yeah. Because the thing is, and I get why people feel like they have to gatekeep indigenous identity because we, of course, we got these Pan Africanists, these pro blacks, and these
Native
trend
Americans.
setters, yeah,
Mm,
these aboriginals who
mm,
trying to be trendy, right? They
mm,
over here spreading false information about our people. But the thing is, it's like you have to know what you're talking about.
yep.
You have to know what you're talking about, what you're referring to,
Mm,
or otherwise
right,
you just talking.
right. It's just rhetoric. It's just nonsense. It's ignorance. And then you end up
Yeah.
embarrassing yourself looking like a dumbass, So that's what it is. Do your research, please, before you even say something ignorant. Because people, I know you got that a lot. People come to your page on some, they'll just make a dumbass comment, and you're just like, look, this is so ridiculous. Sometimes I don't even respond. You know,
Yeah.
people
I
don't know what they
mean,
talk. Yeah,
people gonna talk what they
what they,
don't know.
yeah,
I
but
mean,
that's,
because at the end of the day, they're literally telling us like, hey, you can't rely on DNA ancestry tests to prove that you're native. And I
mm,
mean, 23&Me is literally telling people like
mm.
you I mean, that article was actually condescending as hell, to be honest, because just imagine you paying $200 to sit here and um you know
Get your
find out more about
saliva.
your ancestry, and they're basically telling you to F off, like that
You,
girl said.
yeah, they're telling you to like, look, this is you get. They're taking your saliva and just, I don't know what they're doing with it. It's in the lab somewhere. Just and they give you a certificate in return that says you're from this tribe or something. Yeah, that's you know, just to feed the ego, I guess. I don't know. Oh look,
Yeah,
I'm
so
special. Look
it's
at me. Come on, bro.
it's literally there. And Tim,
Yeah.
I don't know why you in the comment section talking crap when we literally just read a book to you, and you talking about you ain't read a book. We literally read one to you while you was over there yapping your mouth in the comment section.
Uh oh.
If you wasn't
Uh
too
oh.
busy being a keyboard warrior, you actually would have read what we just read to you from a book. Because what
I'm
I
glad.
showed you was a book.
Yeah, that was a book.
Yeah, it was a book. Yeah, it was
Yeah.
it was a preview from a Google book. It's a book, but sometimes Google screen books where you can read it off of Google
Mm,
instead of having to purchase it, which I'm so grateful for.
right.
Because sometimes,
Nah.
like sometimes you can't read a preview on these books, and you have to pay to
Yep.
read the whole book. And I'm like, oh my
Mm-hmm.
god, I don't know. I want to pay no
Mm-hmm.
$30-$40.
Mm-hmm.
Like, just show me
Yep.
what I want to see. Just because I only want to see the snippet of it anyway.
But that's but
I
that's
only
but
get
that's
the snippet
valuable.
of the paragraph.
But that's valuable information right there. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah,
Yeah.
but I mean, if people did their
Yeah.
research, they would know. I mean,
All
like,
right.
I mean,
It's
here's the
not
thing
hard.
though.
It's not
Yeah, it's
hard.
not hard. It's not hard. Like, it took me nothing. Okay, okay, that's what I wanted to say. So, like, there's a lot of you melanated people online that are now claiming to be indigenous and aboriginal, and that's
Mm,
fine and dandy, but they don't
right,
know what it means to be that. They don't know
right,
how to represent the culture
right.
in a classy manner. And that's why we're seeing a whole bunch of you melanated people walking around with headdresses when not all tribes wear headdresses. And people will argue with me about that too, be like,
Mm,
but you're going off of European way. I'm like, no, like
nah,
that's just the
that's
culture
our
of it. Like,
culture.
not
Yeah,
everybody wore a Plains Indian headdress.
right.
Like,
Nah,
get over it.
nah. My people never
Like,
wore
get
that.
over it. Like, you may see
Yeah,
it in the Caribbean,
right,
but it does not mean that every indigenous nation out here wears a Plains Indian headdress. Like, come on
right.
now.
Yeah, that's not.
You know.
Yeah, my people never wore Plains Indian headdress. We keep our head wrapped in turbans, and
Yeah.
that's because of the weather.
Yeah.
You know, we from
Yeah.
the eastern woodlands. Come on. So yeah, but people don't understand that. You know, people think that, oh, you got a damn you get your headdress, you get your dream catcher, and you know, get your instant Native American kit, get your little beads going. Nah, man, it's more than that. It's as you can't, because you know, it's about culture. You have to know, but that goes with that you got to know your lineage.
Mm-hmm.
You got to know who your people are, and then you practice the culture. You learn the language, you dress the way the people dress. That takes you back to your ancestry. That puts you in tune. So
Tyrone
that's
wants to join.
Tyrone. Yeah, let
Yeah,
Tyrone.
he
Tyrone
wants
he
to
want to join.
join.
Oh,
Let's
he
see
want to
if I
join. You gonna
can
bring
send him
Tyrone
to
in?
him.
Yeah, bring Tyrone in. Yeah, but that's
Yeah.
what it is. People gotta, you know, and don't be ashamed or afraid to represent who you are.
So this person, Tim says, who made the claim 23&Me was used by tribes for membership? Literally every person that claims to be native who use a DNA ancestry test do. They are
Man,
the main people claiming you need to use a DNA ancestry test to prove that you are indigenous American. And if you don't have a DNA ancestry test, then you're not native. Because those are literally the people. And then it says, I don't recall anyone making that claim. So why does it matter if 23&Me isn't recognized by tribes? No ancestry genetic
what?
test
You making
company
that
is
claim?
used as a way to determine indigenous identity.
Nah,
Like, literally, even the Indian Bureau of
that's
Affairs says the same thing. Like,
that's
you just
ridiculous.
say that you're being disingenuous. Like, you've been up in the
Right.
chat trolling all this time.
Who's
Like,
that?
literally,
Tim?
like they literally just said you have to use genealogy evidence
Right.
to prove that you're indigenous. And that's across the board. It doesn't matter if it's just 23&Me. All
Mm-hmm.
genetic ancestry testing companies can't prove DNA ancestry tests. They can't prove um,
With a swab.
Native American ancestry.
Yeah, with yeah,
Kimberly
nah.
Tallbear just said that. Like, come on now.
Tim wasn't reading. He wasn't reading along,
Yeah,
or
he
was
was
he?
too busy talking and talking crap. Hey, Tyron. Hey,
Hey, what's
hon.
good? What's good? It's been a long time, man.
What's up,
I
T?
want Tim to get on the. I want Tim to get on the chat because this clown been capping.
Oh, damn,
He
Ty. Oh,
capping,
you
bro.
you want to you want to debate with Tim on the chat? Oh man,
Yeah, he need to get his ass on the panel. Shit.
you get his yo Tim, get your ass on the panel. Get your hating ass on the panel. Get your hating ass on the panel. So
All right, Tim.
Tyrone,
They want you to come on the, the
get your
chat,
hating ass
Tim.
on the panel so Tyrone can slaughter you. Get on the
No
Tyrone. You
tribe
want
use DNA ancestry test to prove someone is native. You have to come up there with papers, or otherwise your
right?
ass
Yeah.
ain't going to get enrolled. Well,
Exactly.
how is that so
Yeah,
hard
and then on
to
top of
know,
that, they
Tim?
play games with that genealogy shit too because you got whole white people controlling everything.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
So
true. Yep. Yeah, that's true.
everybody
yeah.
that do had a genealogy in
Come on
order
the
that
chat,
go up
Tim.
there, it's a corporation because
Right.
they're not going to lie by just that. It's
Mhm.
also elitism.
Mhm.
Mhm.
It's a corporation. Yeah. All
Yeah,
those.
And by
cause
Europeans like
those native
Scottish
women.
descent, British descent, French descent.
Mm.
Like in Oklahoma, All those people is ran by a bunch of Scottish people, Scottish descent people that sit up there and call Indians white in Oklahoma, but outside of that jurisdiction, reservation natives are all called mulattoes.
Right. And see, the thing is, to add on what Tyrone is saying, there's also Native women, the mixed white women, I should say, that were purposely dating and intermarrying with white men so they can move up in the tribe. And that's Cherokee Nation, that is.
Yep.
Tim, get on the panel.
Blood quantum and blood quantum and DNA ancestry tests are not the same things, Tim.
Yeah, blood DNA sample tests deal with the lymph system, spit. Blood quantum deals with
what he
blood.
regurgitating is that black Yamino shit. The nucleus of the songray shit type shit.
Blood quantum is not the same as DNA ancestry test, Tim.
God,
like, where are you getting your information from?
God damn. Yo, get on the panel, Tim.
That's why.
Get on the panel, Tim.
He can't step beyond that white supremacist thinking like his peer Jeffrey Weiss. You know, that nigga that went on a killing spree on his own classmates in Red Lake, Minnesota.
Oh yeah. Damn.
That's his whole mindset.
Oh, that's crazy, man. Nah, we can't have that. Yo, Tim don't want to get on the panel to debate with you, Ty, so he's scared. He's scared.
He's scared, bro.
Yo, Yona said he's a keyboard warrior.
Yeah, that's what he is. That's why we can't even go over into his peers group, American Indian Defense League, because they'll sit up there and mute your mic. They'll try and speak over you and shit like that, like these Pan-Africans be doing.
The panoramic Africans. And we just shut them down. Rest in peace. Rest in peace. It's not out of Africa no more.
Yeah.
It's out of Australia.
Got the same itch. They both got that same retarded itch.
Man, these guys, man. So that dude is on the pen. He's in the comment section going crazy. Like,
yeah.
Because I can't even see it.
Someone said Tim be on Pan-African Strikes Back channel.
Oh, you talking about Jabali Munene?
Yo.
AKA Brandon.
What?
Yeah, that guy is pseudo. Yeah, he sits up there and tries and misappropriates Kenyan culture, and that ain't got shit to do with West Africa that he self-proclaimed that his ancestors came from.
Wait,
he over there stealing Kikuyu culture. Yeah, he all the way over there in Kenya exploiting them people.
Nah, that's not right.
Like that, what's that other Pan-African named Phil? Yeah, he prostitute Kenyan women over there in Kenya, telling Black Americans to go over there and build with them.
What?
Even though you got people like this YouTuber called Balasty calling Black Americans out and saying, nah, y'all stealing my culture too.
Oh, nah.
Yeah.
Nah, we got too many of these clowns out here, man. These guys are crazy. These guys are crazy, man. Yo, Tim, get on the panel.
He said he outnumber us.
Outnumber us?
Yeah, he
nah.
I'm not outnumber you. Just FYI, he was replying back to Creek Running Rider, because Creek said Mongolians are not native to this land and that their time is up, and he said we vastly outnumber you. Just FYI.
But I want Tim to get on the panel and explain to us how was there a Bantu great replacement of a bulk of Indian slaves that were already in use by Europeans. I want him to explain this shit.
Well, he didn't explain it in the comment section?
No, he didn't explain shit to me. He claims to be a mathematician and claims that white race produced all these slaves. I want him to come up here and tell us the numbers.
Yeah, like get specific.
Come on, Tim, get on the live. We're gonna let you get on. Come on.
But all right, Tim. All right, Tim.
I'll put the link in the chat. Come on, Tim.
DNA expert. He wants to sit up there and say that the Indians don't have any alleged African DNA. Okay, Then prove it to us. Show us the
Right.
evidence. Where's the amalgamation? Where's the history? If you got a whole Bantu replacement of the Southeast and the East Coast, and even the Midwest or even Latin America, you would also have to provide the evidence of even bush natives that allegedly hid these Bantu Africans in the bush. That's neighbors to the quote unquote Maroons, Seminoles, or what and whatnot. You have to provide the cultural evidence of that. You have to show us the natives that speaking clicks like West Africans.
What?
You have to show us natives that worship all types of West African deities or even converted to Islam back then. Not like modern times like Louis Butcher Jr. Or you see some of these Mexicans nowadays converting to Islam because you got these Arab immigrants there today. But they would have been Muslim converts back then.
Right.
They would also have like iron smelting that West Africans had. Even though Americans had iron smelting of their own, they didn't develop like the technology to where they could develop swords. The African had that. How come the African didn't bring that sword making over here and teach the Indian how to build like palaces and advanced weaponry that the European already had access to, that they had?
Yeah. So get on here. So Tim, get on here and explain yourself. Explain your comment. Explain yourself.
I think he is African.
Mr. Mathematician.
Someone says he's a white man, but I think he's African. I think that's why he ain't trying to come up on here.
You were trying to cater for them Mexican. I think he one of them Hispanic people that's trying to appropriate Plains natives and say that he tried to disqualify niggas because they were Buffalo soldiers, even though they had Muskogean ancestry.
Right. Exactly.
That don't disqualify them as being Indians. Just because you have one Indian group fighting another Indian group don't disqualify their Indianness. Exactly. And then I brought up the Mexicans was over there enslaving Plains natives during the Spanish-American War, and he just said that's fantasy. How so when they got images of Mexicans enslaving indigenous women in the Southwest, but they ain't got no evidence of Buffalo soldiers beating up on Plains natives, but they got them allied with the
they got their allies,
Apaches.
Yep.
Come on now.
With Chief Glass. He was standing next to. They got images of Chief Glass, the Apache Chief Glass.
Yeah, I was just telling them that shit. Yeah. He said, "Oh, that's fiction. You ain't got no evidence of that."
Oh, we got evidence of that. Hit that Smithsonian Institute right quick. Showed him a picture of Chief Glass and his pale Mongoloid wife.
Shit, we could even show you New York area type Indians with a Negroid phenotype. We can show you all types of indigenous people out in the East Coast and Southeast that look like us, and people within the Caribbean and Latin American that look phenotypically like us.
Right. That's because they are us. They were us. We are them, which are the original people of the Americas.
Even in Canada and Alaska, you can find niggas of American Indian descent.
Yep.
They don't trace nowhere back to Africa.
Exactly. With dark skin, woolly hair, all that.
And what I find funny about both these natives and these Pan-Africans, they think that nappy hair is exclusive and monopolized in Africa. If that's so, how come you got animals that don't live in Africa with Afro-textured hair outside of Africa, such as the penguin, the American bison, the alpaca, the llama, the American, the European or Asian sheep, or the woolly pig? How come all these animals got nappy hair, but there's no animals within Africa's climate with nappy hair?
Wait, what's that terminology that the haters like to use? These guys that want to say that that believe in the out of African theory, sub-Saharan hair.
Yeah, Sub-Sahara. What
Sub-Saharan.
the fuck
What
does
kind of
Sub-Sahara got to do with fucking
what?
hair texture and skin
Yeah,
color? That
that's
don't
some
make any
ridiculous.
sense.
That's
They
some
think that
ridiculous.
the word equator revolves around Africa when it circles the entire planet.
Exactly. Yeah, you
They
know,
think the UV rays of the sun only revolves around
Africa.
a border, imaginary line that Eurocentrics placed on the quote unquote continent of Africa, which there ain't no such thing as a continent of Africa, Europe, or Asia. It's one big supercontinent like the Americas. It's Afro-Eurasia.
Exactly. Exactly.
Yeah, they're all connected, right? Yeah, like
Yep.
literally,
Yeah.
they're all connected on
Yep.
that map.
Yeah. They all
So
connected.
what
They
they
all
trying to
connected.
argue you
They all
from a
connected.
perspective of the Royal Geographic Society, aka the African Association in London, that tries to Africanize a whole out of Africa theory paradigm and racialized Crayola crayon assignment Carl Linnaeus theory that all continents had their own pale race and everybody exclusive to designated crayon caste system, like Europe for white people, Asia for yellows,
That's
America
nonsense.
for reds and
Yeah, that's
browns and some
ridiculous.
shit. That's ridiculous as
That's some
fuck when you
ridiculous
got
shit.
Mendel's law telling you, and these people within Asia and Europe telling you that they're mutants of these black groups that live next door to them. So what does that make a quote unquote Native American? Where did they come from? They're
Right.
mutants.
Right.
And they want to argue you with these haplogroup nonsense when it already tells you, even in the guy in the comments keep arguing, you don't know no Native American haplogroups. I know them. They're A, B, C, D, X, Y, Z. And guess what? Who the daddy of your ass? Albert Perry. But they don't acknowledge that shit because, natives, we are our own full-blood red race.
Yeah. Right.
Who told you that shit when natives didn't call themselves red crayons? Before the arrival of Europeans, they just saw themselves as brown-skinned people.
Exactly.
So if you get a great Bantu replacement Indians, wouldn't they have their own words to describe some foreign brown people? Why would they call them black if they look the same color as them, brown?
Right.
Which in the Aniawea language, they say, woe the gay.
Exactly.
Why would the gay people call themselves another foreign brown people Guffnagay?
Yeah, it
That
won't
don't
make
make
sense.
no goddamn sense.
Exactly. We call them, but that goes into saying like we used to call them pale face. Why would a pale face call a pale face pale face? Like Kimberly, she would be classified as pale face.
Yeah, she really would.
To
she
an original,
pale as hell.
Right? Like, yo, you a pale face. But why? If the original people were pale like she is, aka full blood, then when the conquistadors or whoever, the Spanish pale people came over here, they'd be like, oh, they look like us, and then the Indians over here would have been like, oh, okay. They wouldn't have called them pale face because they have similar complexions. So that means that by the original people calling the foreigners pale face, that means the original people were dark. That makes sense. That makes more sense. So
Tim asked a question. He said, where's the fossils? They found them within French Quarter, Louisiana. They got the Lusian skull. They literally got the Tomo canoe that matches up with the Tumarau canoe in Polynesia. They literally got the jungle fowl that's found in South America that was brought in by Polynesians. The yam/sweet potato comes from Polynesia. Banana pollen within Americas came from Polynesia. Come on now. They even found fish hooks, Polynesian fish hooks within that Tomo canoe.
Yo, y'all,
so they literally have evidence of Australoid people already being the original inhabitants of the Americas.
Right. Right. But define Australoid. Dark people?
Yeah, they're dark skinned, you melanated people with quote unquote nappy hair like fleas.
Mm-hmm. Okay. That's right. That's right.
And I
Now,
wouldn't even say they're Australoid because from the perspective, that's up from the perspective of a European, because they think everything like Africa, they think that's south from their perspective, when from the indigenous African, which they don't even call these shit Africa, from their perspective, they see their continent as north and Europe to be south from their perspective.
okay.
And from the Australia, from their perspective, they're not even below; they're actually above.
Above.
So they
So
would
it's
be
upside
called
down.
Polarisoid technically.
So it's upside down.
Yeah.
Well, the thing is with being Australoid, it's basically basing the classification on being Australian or being proximity to Australian people or proximity to the South Pacific. So that's why I don't necessarily agree with our people being identified Australoid either, because we were already here, you know, and so we're pretty much under our Americoid definition classification, but there were Australoid people here too. Like we have more closer affinity with Aboriginal South Pacific Islanders than we do with Africans.
Right. Like Papua New Guinea.
Yeah. Papua New Guinea, Fiji, Australia. Because I mean, even with Lucia, they're saying that she has like Australasian DNA, like I think from her paternal side, because
Tim
they
said we
claim that
using
she
white man
is
talking
actually,
points, but he going to white people for his science.
well, yeah, but Lucia, she actually is Aboriginal American, but they claim that she has Australian ancestry in her somewhere. But the thing is, they also saying how Lucia has Beringia DNA, and the thing is, you can't be indigenous to America and have Beringia DNA, aka that land bridge DNA going on.
Yeah.
Because that non-repeat ally ain't that Neanderthal DNA. So no, the original people in America, we are not Neanderthals.
And this is James
Not
Chatters. This is James Chatters telling them that shit, and they regurgitate him. And Spencer Wells, they believe that nigga too. James Chatters, what he tried to do was make Naya bearing straight mongoloid.
Come on, man. Come on.
Well, the thing is, he over here trying to talk about debunk white man talking points, but we just sit here and literally expose how the white man debunked his own talking points. So what is he talking about?
Exactly.
The white man literally debunked his own talking points because he was coming out talking about Africa, and now they talking about how it's actually Australia that's the oldest. So
right, this guy, man, get on the panel, Tim.
Yeah, get on the panel, bro, because you being funny style, bro.
He's a keyboard warrior. That's what he is. Like Yona said, he's shy.
But
he's
anyway,
scared.
The end of the point is, you can't use DNA ancestry tests to prove that you're Native American, Indigenous American, whatever. Right. Now, people may still go off on blood quantums. There are tribes that still go off of blood quantums. But either way it go, you need your genealogy evidence to prove that you're Indigenous, or otherwise you're not going to get enrolled. Exactly. Otherwise, you're not going to go up in there with no DNA ancestry test and say that you're Indigenous. Because, again, the Bureau Indian Affairs already said you cannot use a DNA ancestry test to enter into a American Indian tribe. You can't use it to enroll.
I wouldn't even want to enroll.
Hell, they say you can't even use blood tests.
I could, but I don't want to enroll in that bullshit.
You can't use blood tests or DNA ancestry test.
You can't even use that to find no African ancestry. Shit. They ain't even got no database. This nigga tried to use the argument, oh, y'all African. Okay, how come they ain't got no large database testing slaves buried in Indian burial grounds, mind you? Buried in abandoned slave graveyards. How come they ain't got no funding or projects geared towards capturing samples for their DNA database to trace alleged Africans to some long lost relatives in America, if that's the case?
Yeah. Exactly.
And
So
also
I'm
Exactly.
these
I'm gonna
DNA
share
Very
my
tests
tough.
to
screen
be
right
able to
quick. Oh,
tell
y'all can
these
hear me?
Oh,
Native
what's that?
Americans that they some Zambos or some
Oh,
shit
tracing
too.
American Indian, Alaska. Wait, what's
Huh?
that? What she popped this? She look at this. What's that from? The
So
Indian
this
Affairs?
is the Indian Affairs, the Bureau of Indian Affairs
Okay.
website, and they talk about how to trace American Indian ancestry. And if you scroll down, they also talk about DNA ancestry test, and look, it says, could a blood or DNA test prove American Indian ancestry? And it says blood tests and DNA tests will not help an individual document his or her descent from a specific federally recognized tribe or tribal community. The only value blood tests and DNA tests hold for persons trying to trace ancestry to a particular tribe is that testing, if the tribe accepts it, can establish if an individual is biologically related to a tribal member. Check directly with your tribe you are seeking to enroll to find out if they will accept a blood test or DNA test as part of enrollment application process. So
There you go, Tim.
again, if they accept it, the only type of test they are going to allow is a paternage test, which is to see if you are even biologically related to this person. Because you
And
can
that's
determine if you're
recent relative
biologically
that's
related to a
living.
person, but
Right, that's a recent relative.
that's a different thing.
But that's a recent relative, like Tyrone said, right? That a recent relative that's living.
Yeah, because
Yes,
they
yes.
can't go in to the database and look for an ancestor from 400 years ago, so or let alone 200 years ago, because they don't
Nah.
have that sample, and they damn sure don't have no permission to dig up anyone's relatives out these graveyards.
But you
All they
can't do
got
that. That's not even possible. They don't have the
All they
science
got
to do
going
that.
for them is an out of Africa theory methodology by going to random people in Africa and collecting people's spit in a tube and saying, "Hey, let me give you a horoscope on what African country you might
A
be related
horoscope.
to, but we can't pinpoint you to a specific culture or tribe. We just gonna pull out a hat and say, hey, you such and such percent this and that, and you such and such percentage European, and they can't tell you an American Indian DNA sample because we testing a Bering Strait theory
Hmm.
and
And
not
that's it.
the quote unquote Australoids or the Indians that they misclassified as niggers back then." And just made up a whole great replacement what's it, 2/5 compromise reclassification of, we killed off all the Indians, and they're constantly decreasing in numbers, and we keep bringing the numbers of these alleged Africans keep rising and rising. How is this happening if in
Nah,
records? Because
bro.
I've been down there to South Carolina's history History and Archives Center. It serves as a registry of vital statistics, library, and has genealogical tools, and it's also a museum. And
Okay.
it in the museum portion, it actually tells you on the quote unquote what they in mainstream media, they assume that it was South Carolina was a large port of African slaves, but
That's
in
not true.
reality, they were utilizing Yamasee Indians as the majority chattel slaves, and the alleged Africans that did get brought in to be slaves, they actually died because they weren't acclimated to the land.
That makes sense. That's yeah, exactly.
So how is there a quote unquote weak gene Indian great replacement of strong buck Africans if it's actually
That's
the opposite?
that's the story they fed us in school. That's a story
And mind you, how
they
can
gave
there
us.
be such thing as a Muskogee freedman if the Muskogees were poor? How can they be slave owners if they were poor and they didn't have no land?
Exactly.
And it don't make any sense to be calling niggas Seminole hyphenate black Seminole freedmen when that don't make any sense, when that shit ain't even an actual tribe. That just means some runaway niggas hiding out in the forest and they all being called the Spanish word for red.
Mm-hmm.
So how can you
My,
Okay,
get
so
hyphenated black red?
yeah, Lil Mayhem, you can hop on the panel. I just want to intersect for a second because I'm going to show this, and then I'm going to
Okay.
show Tim where they was talking about Lucia and her DNA, and then we could go from there. But
Okay, cool.
just like
Let's
they
go.
was talking about with DNA Ancestry says, and I noticed Tim stopped talking about that too. I noticed that.
Yeah.
But here goes the Bureau of American Indian Affairs website as well. So here's another website, and they're saying the same thing when it comes to American Indian ancestry. It says DNA studies will not give you information that you are connected with a specific tribe, and often is not able to give you information on a specific region within North and South America. A DNA study may only give you a percentage number. It will not assist you in claiming membership or citizenship with a particular Indian tribe. In fact, DNA ancestry tests cannot prove your race. Read this article. You would need to do your own genealogy and historical research to connect with your tribal history. Now, I have shown people this website before, so this should be nothing new to people. Right. And actually, I'm going to click on the article they tell us to look at, because it's literally we're literally going in circles at this point. Like it's saying the same thing. The Indian Bureau of Affairs saying the same thing. 23&Me is saying.
Popular science. DNA tests can't tell your race. Exactly.
So if the Indian Bureau of Affairs is recommending this website to us, what does that say? What does that tell us?
Them niggas need to shut the fuck
up. Exactly. Ignorant motherfuckers.
Yep.
Damn. Yeah, they're actually recommending a website. Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm gonna pull up where they was talking about Lucia results. Let me see. Let's see. Because in all honesty too, when it comes to information pertaining to American Indian people in Latin American countries, I noticed most of the information is in Spanish. And that's why our people are not getting the full gist of these studies, because if it's done in a different country where the language is not predominantly English, then of course we're going to miss it in the search engines because we're looking for English results, not Spanish. So when I was doing research for Lucia, and they was talking about how like they changed like the bust and everything.
They changed it. Like they changed how she looked.
Yeah.
They also burned down the museum where the original bust was that Walter Neves and Richard Neve made.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, but they actually did wind up
out a brand new Mongol-centric bust to try and say, oh, she wasn't Australoid, she was Native American, like these Mongols here that we brought up out our assholes at the last minute. That's what Tim tried to
do. Oh nah, bro. That's foul right there, man. They changed the whole shit.
Yep.
Just to fit the narrative, you know.
Yeah, I'm trying to find the original article I found about it, because I wound up going to like a more, the thing was in Spanish.
Okay.
Like I had to translate it to Spanish. So let me
was
see
it
if
in
I
Portuguese?
It was in Portuguese. What is it, South America?
But they say that Lucia has strong ties to Clovis culture. Like they saying Lucia comes from North Americans, North Aboriginal Americans. That's what they say that she comes from.
Oh, okay. That's the latest information about Lucia?
Yeah.
Okay. But if she what?
But they saying that that she also has Beringia DNA. So that's my thing. Like if you
Oh
come from
nah.
the land bridge,
Wait
then
up.
you're not
Wait up.
indigenous.
That's a theory though. You think people gonna actually walk across a thick ass ice and get across to the other side with their legs still intact? Come on, man. That's a
Who
theory.
knows?
That's a land. The
They
Bering
keep
Strait.
going by that
Talk
out
about
of
the Bering
Africa
Strait.
Beringia theory. Shit, I keep telling you. That's
Yeah,
a
they
methodology.
keep bringing it up. They're gonna keep bringing it up.
Yeah, they keep. Yeah, these guys need to stop. Cut the crap, bro.
I don't know who worse, the panoramic Africans or these Mongol-centrics.
About the same. Ignorant, delusional. Yeah, man.
Regurgitating.
Regurg like parrots. A bunch of parakeets.
Yep.
God damn. Give me a break. But then when you present the information like what, like Yona is doing, they still can't comprehend what's going on.
They can't because they programmed, bro.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah. It's like, the truth
Yeah.
is staring you in front of the face. The truth is right here. So, look. But some people can't handle the truth, like in that movie with fucking Jack Nicholson and shit, when they were soldiers and shit, and they in the court.
Yep.
You can't handle the truth. God
we
damn.
can even break down the culture, like how panoramic Africans try to rely on like how alleged niggas during like slavery, like Absalom Jones and Richard Allen. Oh, they said they were African during slavery. Okay, guess who was giving them that directive? White think tanks. Freemasons. They were a whole bunch of Freemasons.
So they had a brotherhood. Yeah.
Yeah. A lot of these quote unquote slaves during slavery that was talking about Africa, a lot of them were handled by the Royal Geographic Society in London, and that invented the American Colonization Society that got Negroes to convince Negroes to immigrate to Liberia and Sierra Leone, which became American Indian colonies.
Mm. The Liberian flag looks quite similar to the Puerto Rican flag and the Cuban flag, by the way, and
Absolutely.
The United States
the
corporate
American
flag.
Colonization Society got formed, the Spanish and the Portuguese was already sending Brazilian Indians and Indians of the Caribbean over to places like Ghana. And this is all written in Jack D. Ford's book. It was called mulatto buffer classes, as in Mesticos and Loros.
And Yona mentioned
they were sent over there to Christianize African tribes.
Man.
And your boy Pan-Africans love worshiping Marcus Garvey, but he ain't what he all
Negro.
cracked up to be, because his ass was married to a white woman before he met Amy. He was already engaged to a white woman of Irish and Spanish descent. And he told Negroes to go immigrate to Africa to reignite the American Colonization Society's agenda of getting people to make themselves foreign national citizens of Liberia, while also turning indigenous Africans into Protestant Christians, because that's what Pan-Africanism came from, which is the Protestants, which is also where the Ku Klux Klan got their start from.
But Marcus Garvey, but he was doing that because he was a part of that European. He had some sort of. He was a part of the Knights of Columbus.
Yeah,
he was a member of the Knights of Columbus, bro. He's a part of that secret
he was
society
best friends
shit.
with Ernest Sever Cox.
Yeah, man.
Ku Klux Klan Grand Wizard.
Oh, I ain't know that.
Yeah, he was. He also helped Walter Plecker paper genocide Virginia Indians.
Oh man, nah,
And
that's
this is what
crazy.
these Mongol-centrics don't know about. Because
That's crazy.
they assume that niggas all come from Africa when that's not the case.
And then these
You literally
panoramic
got
Africans.
individuals like Paul Cuppy, you got Billy Bowlegs, you
Mm-hmm,
got individuals like Edmonia Lewis. They
mm-hmm.
all got American Indian mothers, but they don't
Right.
even know what the fuck the father
The
is, so
far,
they assume he came from Africa.
right. They assume, or you hear that their father, they when they mention their dads, their fathers, they use the word black or
Yeah,
black slave, like that's the actual ethnicity when it's not. Yeah, bunch of it's word tricks, man.
yeah.
So yeah. But then you got some people who are not even classified as being African on public records, though. You know.
Some being called white, some being called mulatto. Heck, you even
Yeah.
had Europeans being called black at one
Mhm.
point.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Like the
Yep.
Irish, the
Yep.
Italians, the
Yep.
Germans, they was calling them
Yep.
swarthy niggas.
Yeah. Exactly.
Come on now, you had Ben Franklin sitting up there talking shit about the Germans, calling them some black ass niggas. And we don't want them over here.
That's crazy, bro.
We don't want the
No.
sons of Africa to be
But
increased over here. Okay, if that's oh, and we want to do something with the white and the red. If I'm not mistaken, that was in his own fucking quotes.
Mm-hmm.
damn, yo, Benjamin Franklin,
Yeah,
Yeah.
Ben Franklin.
the one that's on a what he's doing like $100 bill. God
Yep.
damn, the one who they saying like did the shit with the kite and electricity and all that shit. This motherfucker.
Yep.
Yeah.
God
Straight
damn,
up
bro, he's a
racist.
savage. He's a fucking savage.
And when they love projecting that shit on us, saying we self-hate Africa, how come they don't put that shit, that stigma on the white people? Why you self-hate your European homeland? Why don't you go back to Europe?
Exactly. Exactly.
Yeah. I'm still here, y'all guys. I'm
Exactly.
trying to find the article
Chat for an article.
because I want to find the one that was in Spanish to me.
Okay.
Which article?
Well, it was talking about Lucia, how like they changed the bust of her, and it was a different article. It
Oh
wasn't
yeah,
an
I remember that
article.
article. I remember that shit. It was it the one where they burned down that museum?
No, it was a different one.
Oh.
But they burned down the museum and then they changed
Oh,
the
I know
image.
which one. I know which article you talking about, but I can't even remember. I know which one.
It's a different one. It's a different from the one I showed y'all. I just
Mm,
can't
okay,
find it,
okay.
but
No, I
I
know what
did
Find
you
it.
talking
see.
about. I know which one you talking about because they did
That's fine.
change the appearance of that Lucia skull to look more like some bush native that they pulled out their ass somewhere. I know what
That's
you talking
crazy.
about.
That's crazy, man.
They be playing the same
Yo.
games of what they do with the King Tut revisionist shit within that Egyptologist field. They play them type games.
Switching shit up. Switching it up.
Yeah.
Alter that shit, make it look a little bit, the way they want it. Nah, man. That's foul right
I
there.
was trying to use
That's messed up
Mongol
what they did
Century
to
to get
Lucy.
on the panel though. I don't know why they afraid.
Yeah, Tim's scared to get on the panel.
Like, ain't nobody gonna cut you off. Ain't nobody gonna mute your mic. Come on
Right.
now.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Just
because
just you know,
I'll just listen to him. I just let him
just listen.
talk
Yeah, let
because
him
I
talk.
already know he's gonna be talking out the ass.
Let him talk. And then after he finished, you finish. Okay, now it's time to respond. That's simple.
Yeah.
Yeah. Scared. He's shy.
Well,
Keyboard
I mean,
warrior.
when you're not a person that let other people talk and you want to talk over other people,
Mm,
it's gonna be kind of hard to um trust because
mm,
that's how you are. That's what you was doing.
mm,
So you're gonna be doing that to other people because that's how you do it. That's how you treat people.
mm,
Yeah.
So it's
mm.
probably because he just projecting in some way or shape or form, because he
Right.
thinks we're going to treat him like he treat us.
Yeah.
Nah.
I don't know why you think I'm a Hebrew Israelite or some shit like that. I don't come from
What?
no Hebrew camp. Yeah,
Nah.
that's
Yeah,
what
ain't
you was
nobody.
We
Yeah, I
saying.
don't,
You
noticed
we
said,
don't
ain't
do that
oh,
nobody
over here.
Power
said
Rangers
that.
and shit.
We don't do that over here.
No, man.
Uh,
Yeah, so
ain't
I
no
don't know what was
Hebrew
that about.
Israelites. Ain't no Hebrew Israelites over here.
Ain't
Ain't
no
no
Power
more.
Ranger Mortal Kombat ninjas
Yeah.
over here, bro. Ain't no
Nah.
KFC Bucketheads over here neither.
Power Rangers. Go Power. Yo, this dude. Ain't no Moors over here neither. I don't claim that. I don't claim that Moorish science stuff neither, yo. Cats be using my memes though.
Yep.
I don't play that.
So to be on topic, what do y'all think about that FBA shit that's going on?
Oh, that
Oh my
foreign.
God.
Federal.
Me
What's
and
that
Young
shit?
Noble been talking
Yeah,
about
we were
that.
talking about that. Like the fucking foundational black Americans? Get the fuck out of here.
Yeah.
Negroes
Like,
is crazy.
why do you think Tariq Nasheed is doing this?
Oh.
Your man's been copying off of Alquan's flow where he exposes the Caribbeans on they bullshit.
Mm.
You know,
What?
he's also copying off of African Americans ain't Africans, stealing Johnny Aborigine, Ab Legend, everybody else's content.
So he's stealing people's content and
Yeah,
using it to form his own type of ideology
yeah,
for people to follow. That's where
yeah.
that FBA shit came from. Because like 4 years ago, we didn't have that shit. Like that shit was just some shit that was created. Like when was that shit created? 2000 what? 17, 18?
What?
The FBA when that shit was established.
I think it was established like
2018, right?
2018, I think.
Okay.
Because before then, I noticed with Tariq that he was over there talking shit about the American Indian paradigm with Mildred Loving calling her a bed wench for identifying as American Indian, which he was.
Mm. But now he's trying to mix shit up.
Yeah, and instead of saying American Indian because he don't want to offend the Native Americans, he don't want to offend them
You
niggas.
want to defend the natives?
He don't want to offend them like the Fan Africans. So he switches the shit up to saying that he a maroon African mixed with Aboriginals mixed with Moors.
Oh, God damn.
Claiming to be an admixture of shit
Nah,
instead of
man.
standing 10 toes down on his indigenous shit over here.
Right. Like be specific because like you look, we ain't playing that generic shit over here, bro. What tribe are you from? That's why it's like, yo, do your genealogy. Do your genealogy. Find out which specific people you're from. Cause all that
Yeah, I
generic
don't know
shit.
why these Negroes want to make it into another pulpit, Pan African pulpit shit instead of just standing in fucking your legit ground. Like,
Right. Exactly. Stand your
stand on your
ground.
own truth.
Right. Don't be scared. That's what I'm saying. I ain't scared of these natives. I ain't scared of
Uh-oh,
these panoramic Africans.
pulled up. Oh, okay. Hey.
Hey, Shio.
All right. OCO.
What's good?
What's
Let's
good,
see
fam?
Stango.
Huh?
Let's see Stango. What's good?
I'm just learning, bro. I'm learning the culture. You feel me?
That's good.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
good. Yeah. So who's that? Little Mayhem. What you got to say
Yeah.
about everything, man? What's good, yo?
Yeah. I really ain't feeling the FBA. I really think it's just another trap, man. It's crazy. Real. And our people really just fall for it like full force and they really don't realize what they doing. It's crazy.
Exactly. It's like they're following this guy for what reason? Like, yo, don't you like it don't they have a flag or something like that with a fist on it or something? Like these guys are.
The
It's got
communist fist.
1526 on it, I think.
15.
What 1526 stand
What the hell
for
is
is
that? Yeah.
it
That's what they
allegedly
founded
stand
it.
for the year that the Spaniards allegedly dropped off some Africans over here that mixed in with the Muskogeans and
God
And it
South.
damn.
populated the whole North America.
Yeah.
That's some
And
wild
apparently, if
nonsense.
this shit happened, you would actually have to have evidence of these Muskogean Indians being half African,
Right.
which you don't find any cultural remnants of that.
Mm-mm. It would have been in the language, all that.
And what they like to claim, since they claim people like the Gullah Geechee to be mixture of random shit in Africa, which they can't even pinpoint. But you literally got indigenous tribe with the similar etymological name to the people that's there today, which is the Guale Indians, and they live and reside on the Ogeechee River in Hilton Head. And
Mm.
And the
um
Chikara.
yeah, the Chikora. So how the fuck would these people be African if you literally got these Muskogean people there? You ain't got people in Africa called the Ogeechis, but you sitting up here randomly claiming a corporation that was built by King Sebastian called Angola. You're claiming the Kisi Gola people of Sierra Leone and other shit to all come together and form like Voltron and become the Gullah Geechee culture. Come on now, that don't make any sense. And then you claim that sweetgrass baskets is African when sweetgrass ain't even indigenous to Africa.
They
It's
took it
native
there.
to the America. And a whole bunch of Indian tribes using it for hygiene and ceremonial purposes. And then you're sitting up here claiming that Africans brought rice growing techniques over here when they don't even know the science on how to grow plants over here in this environment, because it's a totally different environment.
Right.
Africans dealing with drought, and over here the American Indians already know the science on how to farm their own land. They was teaching Europeans how to farm it. So how somebody else gonna come over here and teach an Indian how to farm rice when you got a rice plant that's indigenous to the Americas?
Exactly. We got our own rice.
This story of we got a whole Bantu great replacement of Indians over here. How is that when you got like people that practice shit that's similar to African religious practices over here, that they homogeneously clump up and say, oh, it's all Orisha shit, but you literally got deities within Latin America like the Semis. You got Jaru Khan that's similar to shit like Shango. You got Atabey that's similar to Oya. You got the Hayoka sacred clown that's similar to Shango and all this other shit. So, and you also got they claim that shit like Nazi the Spider-Man. It could be Iktomi or Grandmother Spider.
Right.
So you got a lot of similar shit going on, but they try to Africanize you out of the mix because they don't understand or they're trying to censor you out the history.
Right.
Yeah. Facts. Just like the whole like roots, what they call, down south they call it doing roots and stuff. That stuff come from here. Superstitious, being like superstitious, that all come from here. Like
Yep. Superstitions, yep. Don't wear your hat in the house and all this stuff. Yeah.
And what's funny is what African tribe paints their face in calaveras.
I don't know.
You literally got a deity that's exclusive to the Louisiana called Baron Saturday, and he got a whole calavera on his face. And you got a Polynesian, the Papua New Guinea tribe, the Chimbu tribe that paint themselves in skeletons. And you got Lou Diamond Phillips painting his face like he Baron Saturday and Young Guns. So who created that shit?
Yeah, Baron Saturday.
But they want to sit up there and tell niggas in Louisiana or the Caribbean countries practicing carnival, they say that they stealing from Indians. What
Nah,
kind of
Bree.
retarded shit is that?
Nah, that don't make sense.
It don't make
That's
no
ridiculous.
goddamn sense.
Yeah. What? All right, guys. All right. Since we talking about the religious aspect, what about the foods, man? Because they're saying
Yeah, the
like
food.
African
They
American
saying that,
food, the soul food, but soul food is indigenous American food, right?
yeah.
The so-called
But they
African
want to
American
claim that
food.
Africans smuggled seeds up their ass like some drug mules
Get the fuck
into
out of here.
America or braided in their hair. How come they claim the
You
Maroons
braided
that do
seeds in
that
your
shit
hair.
is an African cultural practice? How come you don't find no West African tribe culturally practicing no shit like that when pilgrimaging to Mecca or being nomadic cultures and saying to themselves, "Hey, if I'm going somewhere, shouldn't I pack a care package in my head? How come you don't find any evidence of that within any West African cultures?"
Mm, right.
So I
Okay, like
found the website, y'all. I found the website. I'm sorry to cut it so quickly, but I
okay.
found the website talking about Lucia, and I don't know if Young Noble saw them redo her bust, but I'm gonna show you her bust first that they redid
I
because
ain't see that.
um
It was too
They said
negroid
they
to their
said
liking.
yeah.
what?
So this is
They said
the bust now.
wait, what? Who
This
that?
is this is the face of Lucia
That like
now.
a whole man.
That look like
I'm
a
sorry,
dude.
that don't look like no female. That look like a man.
Yo, that's supposed to be
But
Lucia.
they saying they basing Lucia people off of this. This is what Lucia would have looked like.
Nah, she looked different from the first one.
That don't look like the original one because the original one looked
Nah,
more like Nia Long.
right, yeah.
It
This
looked
one
more
looks
like
like
Harriet Tubman or that Aboriginal woman Chuganini. That don't look nothing like the original.
But
nah,
the
that look
thing
like a
is, this
dude.
this bust is actually darker. It looks
Mm,
darker than the bust that they created for Lucia. So it's like
mm,
you took away the obviously Negro features, but
mm-hmm.
yet you still made her darker.
Because they was mad
Right.
at what Walter Neves and Richard Need concluded, which they did
Yo,
it
that's
over
what's
and over again, and then they still wasn't satisfied because she was too negroid to their eyes and their palates.
what the hell?
Yeah.
Why
So
they
I'm gonna
changed it,
I'm gonna
man?
go
Why
ahead
they
and show
changed it?
y'all the other article where they talk about her DNA because the thing is they're saying that her facial features is based off on American Indian genetic diversity and not so much as migration and mixing. So
Mm,
let
And
me
what is
pull it
that
up.
genetic diversity? Because it goes into that haplogroup pseudoscience grift, which they love playing with the letter A, B, and C, which we already debunked that with Albert Perry.
So let's
what is
see.
what's this guy saying? There was
Says the arrival of Beringians would have caused a replacement of the population with Austro-Melanesian characteristics, leaving only traces of the original inhabitants. There was an expectation that the DNA of individuals from Lago Santa would have some sign of non-American ancestry, but this was not found. Another researcher who participated in the project, a professor from the institute, um, the article does away with the idea of two biological components. This idea that there was a main Australasian component that had arrived before and inhibited this region, and later the Beringians would have arrived and given rise to Amazonians and Indians. It does not exist. What we see is a direct relationship between the people of Lucia and the Clovis culture. So they say in this, but then in the same breath, I'm gonna scroll down. They saying that they found population Y. So let me see if I can pull that up. Okay, so yeah, and it says from my point of view, the most important contribution of the study is that it shows great biological diversity among South American populations in the past. So this is just saying, oh well, we're just diverse instead of just saying mixed.
mm,
Yeah.
So the, okay,
Diverse.
This
so
is why
here it is.
Tim don't want to discuss the Manila Galleons.
So this what it says right here. It says, however, this work does not automatically rule out the hypothesis of the two biological components, since the scientists involved in the work found a sign of population Y of Australian origin in one of the individuals from Logo Santa who had the genome sequence. Despite having identified the signal, the researchers do not bring elements to explain where and from whom it comes. We just don't know how to explain the origin of the signal. It may represent the existence of a much older population on the continent, like Sierra de Capravera, but in any case, a Loga Santa would not be this population. So, not, I mean, I see
Oh,
a
see,
whole
they
bunch of
got.
back and forth. It's like
Yep.
Lucia has Australoid DNA, but then in the same breath, it's like, oh well, she gets her ancestry from Baragenian DNA and ancestry, but yet you saying in her group you found Australian origin. So which is it?
Mm,
Because we literally just read how they contradicted themselves. They just said that
mm-hmm.
it's entirely um Native American, and in the same sense as, oh well, we find population Y
What
Mm,
they
so
trying to do is just deflect from saying it's negroids that they're talking about.
right.
They don't never want to say it's negroids. They want to say it's they some mongoloids that came from the Malta people that crossed the Bering Strait that look like quote unquote Blasians, but they're not precisely black. They're something else. They're their own race. They're their own red race.
Mm,
That's
nah,
all they
man.
trying to scapegoat
Yeah,
with all these pseudo
yeah.
articles and rebuttals.
Because they're contradicting themselves, and they look at the two images.
yeah, y'all see
Yo,
that?
they don't
Yeah.
even look like.
Yeah,
Yo,
they
they don't
don't
even
look
look
nothing
alike.
alike, bro. And
Nah,
then they
man.
had to burn the museum down just to pull this shit out on the left.
You see what I'm talking
Yeah,
about? See,
exactly.
this side is darker than that one.
Yeah, that one is darker. Yeah, but they don't even look alike. B.
Nah, it don't even look the fucking like. See, that's why they weren't dealing with no. They had to get some random fucking scholars that they pulled out their ass to try and do their own version of it instead of sticking with what Walter Neves, Richard, no, Walter Neves and Richard Neves did.
Right.
Like, come on now.
Come on, man. That's ridiculous.
Yeah,
They don't
so
even look like the
it's
same.
1 minute it's, oh well, they have Australian DNA, next minute they don't. So it's like,
Mm,
which one is it?
back and forth. It's a contradiction. Just like that damn image. You compare the new one to the old. Like, yo, what's going
And
on?
then here's another one too I want to show y'all.
Fuck was that? Mm, changing shit up,
Yeah.
man. That was that.
What they can't defeat is Mendel's law, because Mendel's law debunks that whole DNA crap altogether.
Mendel's law.
Yeah, Mendel's law. It tells you the hypothesis of what outcome your offspring will come out to be. It tells you about you melanin dominant and the pheomelanin recessive.
Mm-hmm.
Now, what's this? What are we looking at right now?
So this is another genetic evaluation of Lucia and her people. It's indigenous peoples in eastern Brazil, insight from 19th century genomes and metagenomes. And they have like some, I guess, scientists and stuff like that,
Okay.
people. And of course, they're Spanish people. So, and that's why I say a lot of this information is in Spanish, because look at these Spanish names. So, so I'm going to go back down to where I was at. And it says, despite decades of studies, the inferred human population history of South America and Brazil remains contentious. The number of human migration waves into the Americas, the population structure of the ancestral populations, and the relationship between ancient and present day people are yet to be fully characterized. So they still telling us, no matter what, they still don't know. They still don't know.
Basically, yeah.
Because that's how they start
Crazy.
off these studies. Like, oh well, it's still inconclusive. But anyway, this is the earliest humans in the archaeological record of Brazil. The Lagoa Santa people in Minas Gerais. I'm sorry, I'm just pronouncing these names. I'm not Spanish, so I don't know. Were descendants of southern indigenous American expansion, and their skeletal remains have been dated to be about 10,000 years old. When compared to Native Americans, the Lagos Santa people exhibit a higher genetic affinity to Australasian populations. It is highly debated whether this Australasian signal is evidence for a genetic structure in the founding indigenous American populations, or is it a reflects multiple independent migration events into the Americas. Furthermore, although this Australasian signal was initially found in present day Amazonians, a recent study has suggested that it is widespread in South America.
Mm.
So basically, the Australasian signal that they found in present day Amazonians and in the Logo Santa people is widespread in South America.
But it says Australasian.
Australasian. Yeah. So
Australasian.
they're trying to say like South Pacific Islanders, like that DNA,
Okay.
like
and
Australian
then
DNA.
you got individuals from this Mongol-centric camp trying to say, "Oh, we not black like them. We are our own race like the Polynesians. Yeah, we'll claim the pale Polynesians as there today." But guess what? The pale Polynesians say that their ancestors are what? Negroes. They'll even show you.
Mm.
Yeah,
Yep.
so the same people telling us to
Mm.
look at the studies are saying, oh, well, now they're saying it's theories. Okay, well, we've been telling you this stuff is theories, but yet you wanted to use these theories to try and come at and belittle Aboriginal American people. But now when we come out with the information and say, oh, well, the Australasian signal is widespread throughout South America, and we're giving you the studies of what these scientists are saying about this, then it's well, it's just theories.
Mm.
And or the usual talking point. Oh, they're black, but they're not black like you. That retarded shit.
What the hell is that? They're black, but not like you. You're different.
Yeah, that
Okay.
retarded shit that they try to use.
Nah,
The
man.
Pan Africans use that same talking point too.
The Oh man, come on.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
and the reason
So
why that holds them niggas back is because the white man told them niggas that everybody that's non-African are part Neanderthal, but in the same breath, the white man tell this nigga that he a offspring of an Australopithecus, meaning Southern ape.
Yep.
See how retarded these niggas fall for the tricks and games. And then on top of that, who black in Africa if don't nobody call themselves no crayon black.
Nah.
And the only individuals being called black are the pale North Africans that's there today. That Europeans tie themselves with.
Exactly.
So that's a double entendre in the English language. Ain't nothing but a fucking curse. It's a contradiction.
Right. That's why
Words
it's
can't
English.
spells, bro.
It's English from England, the land of Angles. Anguland. Yeah, that's what English.
So the study goes on to say that recently it has been shown that compared to other Native Americans, some present day Native Brazilians, and peoples in the Pacific coast like Chotuna share more allies with Australasians, aka Australians, Papua New Guineans, Andaman Islanders, than expected by chance, as this increased affinity is not consistently widespread in large regions of the Americas. It has been hypothesized that this signal could be attributed to population structure in the ancestral population that peopled the Americas.
And those people are what? Quote unquote melanated, nappy head individuals, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
So why are they so why are they pennies all caught up in a wad if their own sources is telling them that it was niggas people in the Americas.
Right.
Why would the paintings in what's it the old maps and the antiques and artifacts that we find that's hidden out of the mainstream textbooks and Google algorithms and all that shit? Why in the fuck would John Ogilvy, Arnaldus Montanus, Jacob Van Myers be fictional or pseudo if they was already telling you niggas was already here?
Right. That's the bottom line. Niggas was
And you can't
already
just
here.
sit up there and say, oh, it's fictitious because they got monsters in it too. Well, white people drew a whole bunch of superstitious shit alongside their own original emblems when drawing places around the world. They included that shit in because people back then were superstitious.
Yep, exactly.
So you're going to have to give them the benefit of the doubt and pick apart the meat from the fat.
Right, because that's what Mayhem was saying, like the superstitious part, like that's our shit. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, but what are we seeing right here, Yona? What is this?
I'm just going over some more of this because they're talking about how they tested some modern day Native American populations and how they have higher affinity with Australasians than Eurasians in some cases.
Or do you
so it seems as though these scientists are aware that they have admixture going on, that these pale people were migrating over to our homeland and mixing in with our siblings or some of our people who are categorized as Australoid or Australasian. But nonetheless, they found Australasian ancestry in the Logo Santa people, the same people that Lucia come from. So either way it go, they can't escape that Australasian people have some type of they have some type of affinity when it comes to the peopling of the Americas, how scientists would say.
And not only
but nonetheless,
they literally got the physical evidence culturally wise because they got weapons what Polynesians had, like those Makwa swords, wooden swords with the obsidian in it. Over there in Kiribati, they got the same shit but with shark teeth in they wood swords.
Yeah.
Yep.
Wow.
Yeah. So I mean, it's obvious that our people been here. It's obvious that other groups of you melanated people been here, but they just want to focus more so on the Mongoloid people. That's just what it is. But yet they're saying that the Mongoloid have Australoid DNA though.
They said Mongoloids had Australoid. What?
Well, the people that they're testing, they're modern day natives. They're people that are the mixed white people that they're testing for Australasian DNA, and they're finding that they have more Australasian DNA than they assumed. So again, it just raised questions to ask, okay, well, they say that South Americans have more indigenous DNA than North Americans do. So is it because they have the Australasian DNA that the North Native Americans don't have?
Yep. Because the Northern Native Americans, they mix out with whitey and they got nigga blood in them. But they don't want to admit that part.
Yeah.
A lot of them know.
So again, it's obvious that other melanated people been in the Americas. And it's obvious that natives are mixed in with these group of people, but they're being disingenuous about their racial origins because they know they are heavily mixed with white people. They know that they migrated out of Asia and all that other stuff. And then on top of that, they mixed in with our people when they got over here. But yet it's all this secrecy. One minute it's Lucia and her people are Native American because they have Beringia DNA. But yet, how can you be Native American if you come from a land bridge? How can you be indigenous to America and say, oh well, if you don't have Beringia DNA, you're not indigenous? But in the same breath, say, oh well, they're indigenous, but they have population Y in their DNA,
before that Beringia shit that was used as the standard of saying who's full blood, They already told you what the full blood was, which is the nigger. That was their own words before they brought in the African, and this is at the same time they was bringing the Moors came over there and helped them colonize the Caribbean. They was calling the American Indian the N word before the Moor, and the Moor was considered a white man.
Oh,
But then they flipped it. But then they flipped it by the time they established the 13 colonies within the United States, when they was over there making American Indians, well, the ones that surrendered and became Christianized and called friendly Indians, they were classified as white all of a sudden. But then the hostile ones, it was being referred to as niggas, especially by the Mormons too. The Mormons went all the way out there to the Midwest and called them some Lamanite niggas.
Damn.
And referred to people within Latin America, the Indians in Latin America and Spanish America, they referred to them as Nephites, and they postulated a theory claiming that the Romans built the pyramids in Mexico. That's their own theory.
What?
Yeah.
Wait, the Mormons?
Yeah, the Mormons.
With Moroni and all that shit? God.
The Mormons who postulated that Hebrew Israelite theory on the Americas.
But they got a lot of don't they have a lot of records though, the Mormons?
Yeah, they got everybody's genealogical records.
Yeah, I thought so. I thought so. These guys, man.
The standard of a full blood data, they already told you what it was, and they said it was niggas, right? But then all of a sudden, when they established that black Yameno caste within the United States, they made hand-picked Indians honorary Aryans, proto-honorary Aryans. This is before they brought in the Asian Manila Galleons, and before they made them model minorities and shit like that. They were the proto ones.
Yo.
And they kicked out certain Indians out of their little civilized tribe or friendly Indian classification caste, and made them, well, the bulk of Indians, niggas and mulattoes out of nowhere. And then over time, when they started seeing, these alleged Africans that we bringing in, they can mix with these people and overthrow our power. So we're just gonna sit up there and make these Africanize these Indians that we already called Negroes and convince them that they ain't indigenous to this landmass and that they come from somewhere else. And we're gonna establish a black ethno state somewhere in Liberia, Sierra Leone. And that's how we got all confused and shit about who's Indian and who ain't. Because Europeans played those pseudo games with your ass. And you fell for it.
It's like they created social statuses and shit. Oh, you're this, you're that,
this is
you're
why
this,
you see
you're that.
this whole epidemic of these people called incels. Because they knew you already had the power, you already had the land. How did they get it from you? Because back then, the Negro wasn't even a part of the vote. Negroes couldn't even vote. Negroes didn't have any rights.
Right.
Negroes already had the land.
Yep.
Negroes didn't have no need to move to the north. The ones that did, they were sellouts.
But how do you feel? What's your take on the Freedmen and the Freedmen Bureau? Because we spoke about that earlier.
You literally had Mongol style natives that was called Freedmen.
Yeah.
Yep.
Like that article Alquan sent me and I sent you, where she was a criminal and her husband was quote unquote black and they referred to her as a freedman.
Oh,
even though she was
yeah.
a prisoner of the Muskogee Nation.
Yep.
But she phenotypically looked like, in that same article, like a dark-skinned Navajo boy. But they would call her a freedman, but not that boy.
Yeah, they ain't called a boy a freed. Yeah, exactly. See, those are the games. that are being
And
played.
Freedmen, all that means is just a nigga that was Christianized and willingly gave up their identity to be a Christian missionary.
Right, but
That's all that shit means. It don't mean, it ain't got shit to do with Africa at all.
Cause on these motherfuckers, on the Freedmen's website, they got something that says they're African, and I had to get them straight. I
The
did a few
individuals that
videos about
claiming
them.
African, like I said, the individuals that were claiming African back in slavery times, these niggas was handled by white handlers, giving them a whole new directive, trying to convince them to immigrate to Liberia and Sierra Leone. These Negroes literally didn't come from Africa. They were given the directive and made up fanciful stories about them being royalty within Senegal or somewhere, made to convince Black Americans that was being mistreated by racist individuals to give up their shit.
But wasn't Frederick Douglass on that Go Back to Africa stuff at one point?
Frederick Douglass, he was against it. He was for it, but then later on, he was against it and finally figured out that this was his land mass, and just retreating to Africa is not going to solve anything. When your homeland is America, you need to establish yourself here before you can even help anybody else that's oppressed.
Yeah, and his slave owner called him an Indian boy.
Yep, little Indian boy. Yep, exactly. Yep.
Because so Indian and he was referred to as a mulatto as well. Well, Indian and mulatto, those are interchangeable definitions.
Right. He went from little Indian boy to a Negro to an African American.
And what's funny about him, they love using his picture to represent other quote unquote enslaved heroes of Black Americans. Like they use his image for Nat Turner.
Yeah, Nat Turner. Yeah, like that's not Nat Turner.
Or Denmark VC or somebody.
They did that with Edmonia Lewis also. I'm like, that's not Sarah Boone. I had to do a video about that shit. Like, yo, get these, come on, stop doing that. These are the original people of the Americas, man.
And then on top of that, they fabricate whole new African identities for these individuals when that shit did not exist at the time.
Right.
Like they'll sit up there and say that Harriet Tubman, or AKA Arminta Ross, which was her actual name, they'll sit up there and say that she a Shanty African when literally it only says Shanty, when you literally got an Indian tribe called the same name.
Yeah, exactly. See, it's tricks, man. It's word tricks. They're trying to Africanize the original people over here.
Yeah.
It's a damn shame. And the thing about it is our people are falling for the nonsense. Falling for it.
They'll literally call Crispus Attucks African when his ass literally is a Wampanoag Indian. They'll call Paul Cuffey an African when he's literally as Wampanoag lineage.
Yep.
Well, they say Crispus Attucks was biracial. He was African and Aboriginal, but nonetheless, they do tend to take out his Aboriginal heritage when speaking about him.
But the thing
is, on websites they be like, "Oh, he's African." I'm like, he's not African.
What? That's not. That's
earlier,
crazy.
But with
that's
the African part, they don't know what his ethnicity is on that end. They just say African with individuals that they revise and claim that, oh, we know the specific identity of the mama, which is American Indian, but they don't know the whole identity of the father.
Well, if they don't know the whole identity of the father and claim that he's of African origin, but can't specify his African lineage, then by default, they can't even use that. He is who he is.
And by our standards over here, you go by what your mother is, not what the father is.
Right. So that shit is null and void. So they don't even need to put that his father's so-called African or whatever.
Or black. Or black.
Right. Freedmen. Because it wouldn't matter anyway. Your mother is.
So Tyrone, how do you feel about this blog that I showed from 23&Me? Because the chat gives mixed feelings about it, but how do you feel about the 23&Me making this blog talking about Native American DNA and how you can't use Native American DNA to prove who you are? as a Native
Right.
American person.
The article says it all. You can't use no DNA spit phlegm in the tube to figure out who your ancestor was 400 years ago. It can't tell you nothing because they ain't got their databases do not have any samples of your actual relatives in graveyards that they can get your permission and dig up. No, they go all the way over there to Africa getting random spit in a tube from Africans and using the out of Africa theory methodology to trace humanity's ancestry back to an ape in East Africa. When literally you gonna have to, these people gonna have to explain where are the nappy-haired apes? You literally got animals outside of Africa with nappy hair in cold environments or lukewarm environments or just warm environments. They ain't as hot as Africa, but is hot. Living their best life, but you ain't got no animals within Africa with kinky afros.
Yeah, where the woolly haired African? Yeah, where are those type of apes? Because all the apes I know they got straight hair.
Yeah. Even Latin America, they got a whole monkey called the woolly monkey, but their hair ain't nappy, it's straight.
Where did he get his
type
name
in
from?
blood quantum because supposedly Tim don't understand the difference between blood quantum and DNA ancestry test. So let's type in blood quantum so he can understand what exactly that is.
Yeah, pop in blood quantum right quick because you know what? He can't look. The lymphatic system is different from blood.
He confusing haplogroups with blood.
God damn. Saliva is from the lymph system. Blood is from your actual veins. Like it's a difference. Come on, you can't even. God damn, these people, man. Yo, get on the panel, Tim.
Okay. So this article, I'm gonna use a different one because I want to show. I want to show blood quantum cards because although they talk about blood quantum as a percentage, blood quantum doesn't use tests. They go by genealogy.
They go by eugenics with the blood quantum.
Yeah, they go by eugenics, but it's still based on genealogy though. Yeah. It's not based on no DNA ancestry test.
Genealogy are trying to use like a pale individual as the standard instead of what they previously said, which was the full-blood Indian was a nigger slave. And this is before they brought in a Bantu African.
Okay. So it says, first of all, what's blood quantum? Blood quantum simply is the amount of Indian blood that an individual possesses. Again, DNA ancestry tests don't test blood. They test your saliva. First of all. Secondly, the federal government and specifically the Department of Interior issues what is called a certificate degree of Indian blood. And that card is similar to an ID card. So the way that blood quantum is calculated is by using tribal documents, like I said, genealogy, and using it's a tribal official or a government official that calculates it. But really, it's a mathematical equation. So the quantum is a fraction of blood that is derived going back to the original enrollees of a tribe who were counted on census rolls. And then their blood quantum was documented. And usually those original enrollees had a full blood quantum typically. So again, this is way different than a DNA ancestry test. So I need you to understand the difference between blood quantum versus DNA ancestry test before you open your mouth.
Yeah. And DNA test, the early thing with DNA test, it used to use blood, but they updated it to use phlegm, not blood, because the outdated version of DNA test was blood test.
You said phlegm?
Yeah, phlegm. You spit.
Oh,
your loogie in a cup and a cotton swab Q-tip.
Oh man.
That doesn't make sense though. It's like, oh, you can tell somebody's tribe from
that's what we found out with Rick Kittles, because what they tried to do when they first started using DNA tests, this was like right around like the the late 80s, early 90s. Where it came from with DNA tests, you had the Gainesville Ripper where they first used DNA tests in a study, and the judge ruled it as it's not real science. You can't really use it to determine like criminal cases just yet because the science wasn't there. And the second wave of using DNA tests, which was for the ancestry point of view in genealogy use, you had the African Burial Ground Project in Manhattan, where they dug up a whole bunch of Indian burial grounds where they found Negro Indians buried at. They tried to Africanize these skulls and try to connect these people towards some random tribes in Africa. And the director of the project that was given to him, that was assigned by the Howard University, was Michael Bleaky. He was Rick Kittle's mentor, and he taught Rick Kittles on his project, with which they were basically digging up these bones and trying to forge African identity on these Indian skulls that they kept finding a Negro descent. And what Rick Kittles did was took his information, what he found with Michael Blackie's studies, and made a whole DNA project behind it, which was founded. He founded African Ancestry DNA. And what Michael Bleaky revealed about Rick Kittles was that he took his information, which was half baked at best, and ran with it and sold slices of an uncooked cake in his own quotes with the DNA testing, which with that statement he was saying was the science was not there to give anybody answers to connect any Black American towards Africa when they don't have any large sample database in trying to push this whole narrative that the
Right.
transatlantic slave trade happened, which it didn't, because they don't have any Africans coming over here and taking these DNA tests and finding relatives over here. That's not how it works, because they're using an out of Africa theory methodology.
In the 1740s slave code, you don't see nothing about no Africans. You see
and the ones that you
Negro,
do see, the ones
Indian,
that do get here, they're only like one per plantation. You don't see a lot of them.
Yeah, you don't see. I didn't see none of that in the slave in that 1740 slave code. I ain't see no African, not no Zimbabwe, none of that.
Exactly.
For real. They had mestizos in there, mulattoes, Indian, Negroes, and it said any other person, I believe, or
Colored.
etc.
Don't forget colored.
Color, yeah.
Colored in there
Yeah.
too.
Or
But those
free
are all
white or enslaved white.
right.
It said other, so that means anybody.
What?
You feel me? But it
Yep.
was like definitely them folks right there. You feel me?
Right. So if they were Africans here, wouldn't you think they would specify that? Like, oh, okay, these guys are
Yeah, they
Africans.
did specify the African up amongst all these other Negroes, but they were only like a teeny percentage of them. It wasn't a whole bunch of them.
So it wasn't a
And
million Africans.
no, it wasn't no
No.
millions of
All right,
Africans.
I'm
It was
just
only a
saying.
small percentage of them being brought, because white people were only bringing in their own impoverished criminal class and persecuted classes over here to be slaves. And then on top of that, they already had a whole bunch of Indian tribes that they beat during wars and made them into slaves by sending them to the Caribbean, and also shipping other Indians from different parts of the Americas up here to mainland North America to be slaves.
Right.
Right. Now, what's this about? What are we watching right now? DNA testing.
So we're gonna watch a little bit of what Tyrone was talking about with the Rick Kittles guy, and this is the 60 Minutes clip talking of them talking about DNA ancestry tests not being accurate enough to trace racial origins or prove racial origins. And I may not even really play the video because I don't want to get copyrighted. So I may just play like the audio.
Right.
So I'm gonna I'll just go ahead and play it for y'all.
DNA testing can determine where in Africa our forebears were from. Among those using the test to trace their family's past, Spike Lee, Oprah Winfrey, and actor Isaiah Washington, one of the stars of Grey's Anatomy.
Brother Washington, your mitochondrial DNA is quite common among the Mende and Temne people in Sierra Leone.
Trace your ancestry back to Africa. Will be lost in that one.
You think about young African Americans growing up thinking that and how it impacts their psyche. We went through slavery. We didn't start with slavery.
By Higginson, the prospect of tracing even a tiny fraction of her ancestry back to Africa was enthralling. 60 Minutes centered DNA to African ancestry, as well as to several other genetic genealogy companies, to see what they could tell us about Vi's maternal lineage.
I'm sitting on the edge of my seat.
Kittle's company sent Vi what they call a certificate of ancestry.
Okay, he said if I speed it up a little bit, they won't. They won't do it. So
They won't.
let's see. So let's see if that's too much.
DNA testing can determine where in Africa our forebears were from.
Is that too much?
No, that's good.
No,
I can understand.
Okay, I know that sounds kind of fast, but at least y'all get to see. So I'm gonna step out for a second, and I'm gonna let this play all the way through, and then once we get done with that, we're gonna conclude everything. Then we're gonna end the live. So I'm gonna go ahead and play this fully, and then I'm gonna come back.
Got you.
Among those using the test to trace their family's past, Spike Lee, Oprah Winfrey, and actor Isaiah Washington, one of the stars of Grey's Anatomy.
Brother Washington, your mitochondrial DNA is quite common among the Mende and Temne people in Sierra Leone.
Oh, God. God damn.
Trace their ancestry back to Africa. The history will be lost in that one.
You think about young African Americans growing up thinking that the history started with slavery. I mean, how do you think that impacts their psyche? We went through slavery. We didn't start with slavery.
To Vi Higginson, the prospect of tracing even a tiny fraction of her ancestry back to Africa was enthralling. 60 Minutes centered DNA to African ancestry, as well as to several other genetic genealogy companies, to see what they could tell us about Vi's maternal lineage.
I'm sitting on the edge of my seat.
Kittle's company sent Vi what they call a certificate of ancestry. Oh my God! It says that you share maternal genetic ancestry with people from the Mende tribe in Sierra Leone. Do you know anything about Sierra Leone or the Mende people? Nothing.
She's a freaking Indian. She's American.
Fact.
Look at her face. Look at her face.
This is just a tiny bit of information now.
But they take
He
it
is
right,
too.
because it's cracking open the door
Yeah,
that
he
was
is
closed
too.
for centuries.
There's a place in Africa you can say that I'm from. A tribe. I am thrilled. It puts a name, a place, a location, a people.
Meanwhile, grandmother
It
said
opens up
she was
such
a
possibilities.
terrorist.
But the problem is, Sierra Leone wasn't the only answer Vi got. A company called Relative Genetics found a match to a single person in the Wobi tribe in the Ivory Coast.
Different? No, I got all excited about that. This is different. No.
Then a third company, Trace Genetics. Your particular sequence matches sequences reported among multiple Mandinka individuals in Senegal.
What's up with this?
And Family Tree DNA, the company that linked Vi with Marion in the first place, came up with a whole list of matches. This goes on and on.
My goodness.
So what do we know about Vi's ancestry? The DNA does indicate that she has distant relatives in the Mende tribe, but she also has relatives in all those other tribes. So no one can say for sure where Vi's maternal ancestor actually came from. When I handed Vi the certificate, she got extremely emotional about it. She wept, and it meant so very much.
People want to believe.
They want to believe they got an answer.
And it's not fair of us to let them believe that we're giving them certain answers, because
Just
scientifically,
taking people money, bro.
Hank Greeley is concerned that the science isn't really there yet for you to be giving them the name of the tribe.
I think for most companies, I would be concerned too.
What about your own company?
We have
He
the
didn't
largest,
exclude you. He included you.
but we have the largest set of sequences from Africa. So with that, we're able to provide some level of probability in terms of frequency.
But he would say that even though you have the largest database, it's still small in the scope of things.
As I said, I share those concerns
About yourself.
about DNA.
And that's the rub. This business of genetic genealogy is fraught with limitations. For one thing, it can only provide information about a tiny fraction of our ancestry. Because we get half our DNA from our mothers and half from our fathers, almost all of our DNA is shuffled and remixed every generation, making it impossible to trace what comes from
this
whom.
is what I was
There are just 2 bits
talking
of
about
DNA that
earlier.
remain
Look at
pure.
that shit.
The Y chromosome, which passes directly from father to son,
That ain't
and
no
something called
science.
mitochondrial DNA, which passes
Exactly.
unchanged from mother to child. Hank Greeley, a law professor at Stanford University, has studied this new field. He worries that people don't realize just how many ancestors they actually have.
8 generations ago, both you and I had 256 great-great-great-great-great-great-grandparents.
Wait, you're saying that if you go back 8 generations, we have 256 great-great-great-grandparents?
Yes, it doubles every generation. So you got 2 parents, you have 4 grandparents, you have
Look at all
8
that shit.
great-grandparents,
That shit is
16 great-great-grandparents, and it adds up fast.
damn.
It adds up so fast, in fact, that if you
So
go
you can
back
tell a
20
tribe by that
generations,
shit.
you've got over 1 million grandparents.
1,048,576 to be exact. And in each generation, DNA testing can provide information about only 2 of them.
So you could be Peruvian on your mother's side, Japanese on your father's side, Swedish on everything else.
And you'll never know.
You'll never know the Swedish from the Y chromosome or the mitochondrial DNA.
Now, you've looked at several of these companies that are doing these tests.
Wow.
Do you think that they explain what you just explained to us?
No, I don't think any of them does as good a job of pointing out the limitations. But businesses often don't go around telling you how weak their product is.
We don't oversell. I mean, we just say, look, we provide a service. If you're interested in exploring a tiny bit of your DNA and trace its ancestry, we can do that.
When you say it's a tiny little amount,
It's less than 0.1%.
and that's pretty teeny.
Yeah, but for people who know nothing about any of them, I think it's very important.
That's crazy, bro.
So yeah.
Rick Kittle is basically a swami. He sells niggas on horoscopes. That's what he is. Same with Henry Louis Gates.
Just swami.
Yeah, he a fucking swami. Like,
Yeah.
how can you trust a nigga in a monkey suit, married to a white woman, and hiding celebrity slave owning ancestry and be credible?
Yeah, he got
Explain
too
that
much
shit.
going on.
These niggas listen to this motherfucker talking about, I'm African, but then you follow a nigga that's a self-hater of Africa, blaming slavery on Africans, and then sitting up there hiding Ben Affleck's slave-owning ancestry revealed in the Sony hack. Is that somebody you need to trust?
Nah, not at all. Not at all.
So how can you take an individual like that seriously with telling you about Indians were enslaving Africans? Africans never saw Indians in their life. That don't make any sense.
Yeah,
and I'm
he's just
Irish and Europe, but African, and I'm a Nubian prince. His words.
Nah, he can't be trusted.
This who the Pan-Africans and the Mongol-centrics hold to his greatest esteem.
Oh, yeah.
And this nigga
That's
whole book and
crazy.
snake Boulay, right?
Yeah, he's from the Book and Snake. Yeah, from Yale University. What's that, Yale? I know they have Skull and
Yale.
Bones, Book and Snake. Yeah, Book and Snake.
Yeah.
Yeah, Secret Society. Yep, exactly.
So how you gonna trust somebody with your history when they making revisionist shit up and can't even explain nothing?
Wait, Gates is from Book and Snake.
Yeah, Henry Louis Gates.
Yeah, Henry Louis Gates. Yeah.
And then he sat up there in front of college campus talking about, oh, y'all ain't Native American, y'all is half white. Okay, how come he's in that same interview joked about his own DNA company being pseudo and fake?
Yeah, he did.
And making shit up.
And he's joking about that with what he was talking about Oprah Winfrey or something, like she was a Zulu.
Yeah,
They
Oprah
made her a
Winfrey being
Zulu.
a Zulu.
Yeah.
Hey man, are you in your lab? If anybody there, go ahead and make her a Zulu, man.
Oh, you know that verbatim. Damn, bro. Yeah. That's crazy. Yeah. So I mean, these guys, they can't be trusted, bro. I mean,
no, they can't be trusted.
The information that they present.
And then on top of that,
trusted.
this nigga's numbers with back in the day in our parents' day and age when Roots came out. During the Stokely Carmichael, he used to claim that it was over 300 million Africans brought to the United States as slaves.
300 million? That's a
Henry
lot.
Louis Gates came out and said, it was 32,000 African slaves brought here. But then in recent years, only 92,000 alleged Africans got brought in. So how is that going to bring about a great replacement of a whole bunch of Indian slaves and replace them with a whole bunch of strong buck Africans, and then our numbers become 400 million under white rate? Wouldn't we be considered Caucasians by now?
Well,
I'm gonna play that video. I'm gonna play that video.
What video?
That he's talking about concerning
the universities.
Yeah, when he did that video with them people.
Yeah, it's like he was on the podium. He was like,
I'm about to play it. Let's see if I can find it.
This guy, bro, booking sick.
Maybe my Nubian descendant to come over and ended up being tricked by some white man and ended up in Maryland or Virginia or something. So that was cool. And if I needed an interpretation, believe me, I could have produced one. So, and by the way, the Zulu thing, when Oprah was finally in the first series and we gave her a DNA test, basically the next day she went to South Africa to announce that she was opening her what became Oprah Winfrey Leadership Academy. She was in an auditorium of like 75,000 people or something, and she announced that she just had a test and that she was Zulu. So it broke on CNN. I was sitting in my living room minding my own business and said, Oprah Winfrey's a Zulu. So I called Rick Kittles. And I said, Rick, did you tell Oprah she was a Zulu? He goes, no, man, she made that up herself. It's a true story. It's a true story. I would lie to make you laugh, but I'm telling you a true story. So I said, Rick, are you in your lab? He said, yeah. I said, is anybody there? He said, no. I said, when the results come in, make it a Zulu, man. I said, you back there making it up anyway. Nobody believe you take some spit and figure out a tribe? What are you, crazy?
I'm gonna play it one more time so people can hear.
This Negro.
That's the name out, right?
This Negro. God damn, bro.
And she was Zulu. So it broke on CNN. I was sitting in my living room minding my own business and said, Oprah Winfrey's a Zulu. So I called Rick Kittles. And I said, Rick, did you tell Oprah she was a Zulu? He goes, no, man. She made that up herself.
Come on.
It's a true story. It's a true story. I would lie to make you laugh, but I'm telling you a true story. So I said, Rick, are you in your lab? He said, yeah. I said, is anybody there? He said, no. I said, when the results come in, make it a Zulu, man. I said, you back there making it up anyway. Nobody believe you can take some spit and figure out a tribe? What are you, crazy?
That's exactly what they did.
So
there we go. Yeah.
I mean, so people can say whatever they want to say, but at the end of the day, I mean, we're basically just repeating what these authors, scholars, scientists have been saying for a hot minute.
Mm-hmm.
And people can be disingenuous. They can sit here and say that we're lying. But one thing that they can't deny is the information. They can't deny that people are out here saying DNA ancestry tests do not prove your racial identity. 23&Me said it.
Mm-hmm.
Henry Louis Gates Jr. said it. Like, so many different people have said this. We are not the only people that's coming on here saying DNA ancestry tests are fraudulent and they can't
even
prove
their own
your
native
racial
scholars
identity.
are saying this shit. So
right,
what's the problem? What's the holdup?
Right.
Yeah. So again, people just mad that it's darker skinned people who they claim that don't have the credentials out here putting out the information.
Right.
That's just what it is. They look at us like, how dare you Negroes speak up for yourself? How dare you Negroes speak the truth?
Mm-hmm.
Y'all need to get back in your place. And the thing is, we don't have to get back in anything. We know our place. We know our place here in the Americas.
Mm-hmm.
Our place is here. Our home is here. Whether
and then
people want to accept it or not.
Even if it's the white man telling them that shit, they get mad at the white man for exposing the truth too. They say, "How dare you, Mr. White Man, tell us our truth is a lie? How dare you? Why don't you go over here and debunk those abos?" They words.
Exactly. But the truth is the
Yeah.
truth. You can't debate the truth, though. It's right in
Yeah.
front
No,
of
they pick
people's
and
face.
choose the truth.
Yeah.
They
You can
play
be
the
delusional all you
Egyptology
want, but the truth
games.
is the truth.
Right. The truth is the truth. That's it. Right.
Creek,
Most people
you got me rolling.
algorithm knowledge is superior over your abo knowledge. That's what their own words, bro.
Yo.
Creek said this fool on here still typing. Still on here typing.
Oh, the keyboard warrior. Oh,
Yeah,
Tim
why
at it
ain't he
again.
on the panel? Why ain't this nigga on the panel?
He at it again. God damn.
Oh my
Shit,
god.
he a foot
So
ninja from shit. Come on now, get on the panel. Speak your speech, cuz.
Right. Nah, he ain't gonna say nothing. Nah, he
he
ain't
ain't
gonna say
coming
nothing.
on
He
here.
not coming on. Nah, he would have
Yeah.
been on. He would have.
He had 3 hours to be on here.
Yeah.
Exactly.
3 hours.
Yes, yeah.
I think he don't want to get backed into a corner in a debate live because he'll hang himself.
This dude sit here and reference 3 types of groups that I don't represent. He talking about the Hebrew Israelites, feathers up, like what all this stuff
What
he
is
talking
that
about.
Whoa.
That
shit? He
ain't
talking
even,
about some
I
shit
don't even
coming from
say those
Dan
things.
Calloway camp.
I'm no
He talking about
foundational Black American. I'm not no Hebrew
Right.
Israelites, and I
Right.
don't even use the term feathers up. So you
Right.
getting your people misconstrued.
Right.
he talking
Ain't none of that
the
over here.
Aboriginal camp. He ain't talking about the American Indian paradigm. He talking about like the people that go on Chief Holiday and them channel or Aboriginal Power or Holbert. That camp, or he talking about Dane Calloway's camp, or he talking about somebody else.
Okay.
And you know I don't really be talking about anybody though. Like
Right.
I say to myself mostly. So
Right. Exactly.
again, I'm not no Nuwampian. I'm not no Hebrew Israelites. I'm none of those people. I am Yona. I represent Yona and I speak for Yona.
You ain't no more, are you? You ain't no Moorish?
Hell no, I ain't no more either.
All right.
Y'all know, y'all come on now.
Yeah, we already know.
You already know. them Moors can't stand me.
Yeah.
They be like, Yona, well, why do you do this? I'm like, well, I don't do nothing. Hell, y'all doing over here talking about sovereign citizens and stuff like that. Like y'all ain't squatters yourselves.
Exactly. Yeah. These guys is crazy. We ain't none of those. We ain't none of that over here. No Israelites, no Moors, none of that. None of that Kemet centric shit.
Oh, Egypt is in America now.
Oh, what? Hell no.
Yeah, they preaching that Egypt in America.
Nah, I heard that shit about the Grand Canyon or something. I don't know.
That's gonna fuck up all the damn shit, bro. Cause what that shit got to do with you getting your genealogy and your restitution?
Exactly. Bottom line.
Same with the Hebrew view.
Yeah, but
that leads you to nothing.
It leads you because that stuff was religious anyway, right? Like
yeah. Or the foundational Black Americans.
I don't know
what anything but Indian, but want to put one foot in Africa and the other one over here.
Some wild shit. Foundational Black Americans, yeah. These guys need to cut that shit out.
African slave, but want to have colonial rights to America. Come on now, that don't work.
Right, man. Like, what specific lineage are you over here? That's important. They don't know. Stop being late. Look, that's for these lazy cats, bro.
Yeah, who don't want to do their damn family research? They don't want to talk to grandma. They rather some African over in Kenya somewhere say, "Hey, you are my brother. We are all Africans." Yeah, you may be absent from Africa for 500 years, but you are still African, my brother. But so everybody else that left out of Africa ain't African. The white man ain't African. The Native
And
American
that's the thing.
African, the
They love to
China
say
African.
Neanderthals colonized the world. They love to say Neanderthals colonized the world,
They
and
claim.
then Africans later came out and mixed in with the Neanderthals, and that's how we got other races of people.
Neanderthal
But my thing
diaspora.
is, how are you gonna sit here and give pale people all the credit for what you already know you melanated people done?
Come on now, pale skin ain't come from the Neanderthal. The Neanderthal had it if you melanated too. Because guess what? The Neanderthal walked out of Africa as well. He had Australopithecus.
The Australopithecus.
Yeah, the Australopithecus. That's what Lucy is. An ape.
Like Dragon Ball Z shit. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
Ape shit. Nah, man. Nah.
Tim said they
It's
read
a
tarot cards.
Denisovin Neanderthal diaspora. There's no state outside of Africa, so the black man is exclusive to Africa. Come on now, where's your evidence on that?
Yeah, man.
Who told y'all niggas that?
These guys, man.
Yeah, the Moors don't like me. Yeah, I know those. The
The
Moors don't like me.
They don't. Yeah, this is not a Mexican. This is not a Mexican.
Or
They be like,
Amaru.
yo, don't be like
Amaru,
that.
Amaru.
We support you. I'm like, I love y'all too, but y'all not gonna sit here talking about no Moorish sovereign citizen, northwest of Mexico. I'm not gonna let y'all do that because
Moors are
natives
low-key.
already feel like we all on the same page. They natives already feel like we are erasing, which to a degree they can feel how they want to feel, but when I can see it when I see people who claim African ancestry do that, because if you talking about you're a Moor, you talking about being African. Now, sure, people can sit here and say, "Oh, well, Moor was used to refer to people of dark skin," and that's true to a certain extent. But however, you got to look at what Moor was used to describe. People,
it's
people
different.
say, "Oh, well, you know, we're Moors. We were described as Moors." Okay, that's fine and dandy, but that's how Europeans saw us. Although they saw we were originally from here, just because they call someone a Moor does not necessarily mean that they were African. And if they are African, then why are you counting them as an Aboriginal American? I just don't get it.
It's a descriptive.
It's a descriptive of people who navigated and it was a descriptive word of people who were a part of that that Moorish Empire with the Islam. So it was white people that was Moors too, black Moors. White people too.
Yeah, so they know what it is, and that's why I'm not. And that's the thing. I know some people be like, "Oh, well, you know, you just don't allow people on your channel. You always talking about, oh, well, don't be promoting. You always tell people don't promote their channel on your channel, blah blah blah." And it's because I don't trust these people out here. They be saying any and everything just to get likes and money off of people. Like people really do be thriving off of misinformation.
I don't say all Black Americans are Indians, because you got some Negroes over here that are Aboriginal to Europe. You got some Black Europeans over here in the mix that keep bringing in that Moorish paradigm.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
So it's not everybody that's all Indian. You're going to have to just focus in on doing your genealogy.
Yep.
Yeah.
People lazy. That's what it is. They're lazy. I done found some crazy shit in my genealogy. It's like, whoa, you feel me? I done found two different granddaddies who were slaves to their daddies. You feel me? And their daddy was colored too.
What?
Yeah, their daddy was colored too. This was like in the 1800s.
But you said they were slaves to their dads?
Yeah, their daddy was their master or whatever.
Wow,
you know
that's crazy.
And they wasn't white either.
Nah, they wasn't white either. So I'm like, damn. So what I'm supposed to get reparations from my family?
That's what's fucked up about the FBA thing. Talking about, oh, I want to get reparations. Reparations for who? Because everybody wasn't no slave like that.
Exactly.
And you literally had niggas back then in the North that wasn't even born into slavery, and they was free the entire time while other niggas was enslaved.
Young Noble, remember when I showed you that screenshot yesterday of that man that created Security Tribe, and he was talking about how he is a supporter of mine.
Oh yeah.
Because
Weirdo.
I know earlier we touched on FBA, Foundational Black Americans,
Mhm.
and I was telling Young Noble the other day, I was like, yo, like these people really do be watching our content, but yet they don't want to give us credit, and they don't
Right.
want to. They don't want people to realize that they're getting the information from us.
Of us.
And
Yeah.
Or they attribute it to just Dane Calloway.
Right.
yeah, yeah. And so the guy that created the Security Tribe with Tariq, I ended up I quoted his tweet talking about reparations and how reparations is based on genealogy and being able to have documentation of it and how it varies. And he said, chill, I'm a supporter of yours, chill. And I was like, okay, so if you're a supporter of me, then you know the information I bring, and you know the perspective I have.
Straight
So if you know
genealogy.
you are a supporter of mine, why are you giving off a different message then? Because this is not my message. This is not what I tell people how to represent their heritage and how to identify. And I know that people have their own names, what they want to call us. For me, I call our people origine. Not everybody calls themselves origine, but all I did was take the AB off of aborigine and just call us origine, because the Latin term of origine means the source. It means the source. It means birth. It means family. It means ancestry. And that's really the heart of Aboriginal American people. So that's why I decided to call Aboriginal American people origine. But however, when you've got foundational Black American, that puts people deeper into the flavor aid. That makes people feel like, okay, well, I'm Black American and I feel dignified in this title, although it's a fake and false title. I'm going to call myself foundational Black American to separate myself from the Africans that are categorized in with us.
And they were worried about white folks infiltrating our shit because they don't want to say Indian. That's why they call themselves foundational Black American.
They don't want to say Indian because they think Indians are the mestizos, I guess.
Or they claim that
they don't look at us
himself from Asia over here. When actually in the dumb, if you understand dumb diverses, they already knew about the Americas. And India wasn't even called India yet. It was just Hindustan and Bharat.
Yep.
Facts.
Well, the thing is,
that's how they
the
get caught up in
FBA,
that whole
they
argument.
claim to be indigenous too. They claiming to be from America too, because I was listening to Tariq live the other night. Well, because I had a subscriber of mine. He sent me a video of Tariq, and he's saying, man, he's taking all your talking points and all the other indigenous content creator talking points and trying to put it off as his. And I was listening to Tariq, and he was saying, oh, well, foundational Black Americans been in the Americas for thousands of years and blah blah blah. So I'm like, oh, you're taking the indigenous American route. You're just putting it off as a different title and calling it foundational Black American.
And black, putting black on it.
Putting black on it.
It's disgusting.
And see, a lot of our people, we're already trying to get away from the term Black, and he's putting it right back on it. So I mean, like I said, people just gonna have to be left behind, because we're not gonna keep repeating ourselves over the same thing over and over and over again. It's obvious that these people listen to us. It's obvious that they get their information from us, and it's obvious that they are creating content from us and then commercializing it to get more followers, views, and money. And I'm gonna tell the panel one more time: if you don't do your research, then that's just on you. Because I can only do so much. I can't do the work for people. I literally sit here and show people multiple sources of what these people have to say about Aboriginal American people, and yet there's still people in denial. So I can't help people who don't want to be helped. Because because literally, I just showed y'all that the same people that was saying that we come from Africa 200,000 years ago were the same people that had to debunk the same mess that they were putting out about Africa, and later had to say it's Aboriginal Australians that are older than anybody else and not Africans. So, and I don't necessarily agree with that, but I do agree that Africans are not the oldest people like they be putting it out there.
Yeah.
Exactly.
And then you got retarded individuals like this, what's it, a historical foundation troll that used to mess with me and you on Instagram.
Oh
Oh my
yeah,
god.
that dude is
You
the
got
worst.
niggas right there talking about, what about people calling it Congo Square or Angola, some shit, or Africaville. Motherfucker, they ain't them cells calling it that shit. It's white people giving them that stuff. It's
That dude was the
Freemasonry
worst.
giving you the idea of immigrating to a black ethno state in Africa. None of these niggas, like the everyday nigga, did not come up with the term African American. That was their handlers that gave them that shit. He said, what about the people in 1800 call themselves African American or Afro American? That wasn't niggas collectively agreeing upon that shit. That was only your boule niggas that was giving directives from their school teachers.
As usual.
Anybody outside of that education system did not refer to them or know or acknowledge anything about coming off a slave ship.
Right.
Yeah. I remember I asked my elders about a slave ship, and they said, "What?
What?
Like,
What you
looking at me
talking
crazy,
about?
like, what?"
What you talking about? Yeah, word.
Oh, do y'all know about Ashanti Africans? I took a DNA test and you a liar, Grandma. You a self-hating your African self. How can she be a self-hater if she don't know nothing about the damn shit?
Right.
Exactly.
That's not self-hating.
It's self-hate when you try to claim something you're not.
Yeah. You
Exactly.
just misappropriating random shit in Africa. Like that same Kenyan individual I just was talking about earlier with him misappropriating he talking about Brandon Pan-African Strikes Back, Pan-Africanism Strikes Back. He made a couple series of videos interview where he took snippets from Pan-Africans admitting that their whole ideology is full of shit because these niggas basically are Black Americans who don't know shit about themselves and misappropriating random spots in Africa and claiming Egypt because it looks nice.
Can't even tell you their genealogy.
Yeah, and they can't even tell you about what's the name of their continent from the West African word of a landmass. They pick it from random spots within the continent and calling it Africa. That ain't got nothing to do with West Africa.
Umar Johnson.
Umar Johnson, damn.
Oh,
Yeah.
the name of Africa, it comes from Africa. It comes from the word Africa, but that's not what the West Africans call these shit.
One thing about it, though,
they call it Fafana or some shit.
One thing about it, the Pan-Africans stayed out of the whole African versus Black American or American Aborigine thing.
Yeah.
None of them spoke up about that.
Spoke up about what?
Like how those Africans, whatever you want to call them.
Oh yeah, Umar Johnson said, the American Aborigine, they came from Africa first. They African Americans. What?
Wait. That's what Umar Johnson said?
Yeah, he said that. So they are Africans of the Americas.
Yo.
That's like saying the red wolf in Ethiopia and the red wolf of the Americas are the same.
Exactly.
That don't make no damn sense. So the red wolf in America migrated from Africa
thousands of years ago.
Now, it's like saying that African and the Australian and the American penguins all come from Africa.
You said the penguins.
They walk from Africa?
In Africa. They got penguin in South Africa, they got a penguin in Australia, and they got a penguin in Latin America.
Yep. They're not related to each other. They're all penguins, right?
They're all penguins, but do they come from one penguin in Africa?
You're right. That is pretty stupid, though. You gotta think about it. That's pretty dumb.
Penguins actually do got afros, though.
Yeah, some of them do. Yeah.
Wait, the ones
But
from
Antonio,
Africa
he
got
said, what
afros?
about the
No, the ones
Mayans?
that's from the Americas and Antarctica, they have a trait where they grow afros.
Not the ones from Africa.
Not the ones from Africa.
See, there you go. There we go.
Antonio said, what about the Mayans? From my knowledge, the Mayans are, their own group of indigenous people. And in fact, the Mayans actually visited the Egyptians. And you can actually find the Mayans on the Egyptian ceilings too. There's actually a temple called Temple of Maya in Egypt. So
you know that we got like our own Anubis here.
Yeah, we have
in
our
America.
own Ankh here. Yeah.
Yeah.
Zozo, or that's the Anubis here.
Cholo.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Aboriginal American people have been all over. It's just people don't recognize our people when they see it, because they said the Mayans are on the ceiling, and they said that the Mayan calendar is on the Egyptian ceiling as well. So a lot of people, they go to it and don't even realize they've been looking at a Mayan. So I think that's the problem. People don't know indigenous culture and indigenous people when they see it.
Right.
Not only that, you see that shit in Asia.
Yeah, it's in Asia too, right?
That's a total over there. It's the nigger.
Yep.
Come on now.
They got a lot of pyramids over there too, right? Like Southeast Asia, Angkor Wat. Yeah. So, yeah, but like Jonas said, our people was traveling, who was all over, But you know what?
Yeah.
People got it twisted, because I think people think that the Egyptians came over here and influenced the Mayans and all this stuff.
No,
No,
it was the other way around.
The Egyptians and the Greco-Romans on the
You said
first on the time period. They always put the Americas last.
Right.
When the Americas is actually older than European history, and Africa is African history.
Yeah. No, they found tobacco and cocaine with the mummies, the Egyptian mummies. So
right, but that's over here.
So,
That's over here.
That's American culture.
Yeah,
so
yeah. It was traveling. Yeah.
No, the comment section is have me rolling. Someone say, who says penguins?
Penguins.
Yeah, penguins.
What the fuck?
Oh yeah, Ty, remember when I drew that did that meme with the animals that don't go that aren't in Africa, like the marsupials.
Oh yeah,
the penguin, Latin American animals.
Yeah. It was like a mix up of the animals.
The ashy Zabumafu lemur with the kufi on his head.
Yo, he was mixing it up. Yo, you gotta do that. That's crazy. Yeah. But that's how these people look when they be saying like dumb shit, like they fucking Moorish Americans and shit.
Pan-African kangaroos.
Yeah, man.
Sloth.
Yeah, man.
Oh my god. Pan-African tapir.
Israelite Tasmanian devils and shit. Yeah. Some wild shit. But that's how people look. Our people, we got, people gotta wake up, man. That's the thing.
Okay.
Yeah, so who says penguins?
Does anybody have any last things they want to talk about before I end the live? Because we've been on here for almost 5 hours.
Yeah.
God damn, man. I gotta get up early.
Yeah, so if y'all want to go around and speak your piece, now is a great time. I'm gonna give y'all a minute each to say what y'all have to say, and then I'm gonna wrap it up.
Well, it's been a minute, and I'm sorry that I've been away for far too long. You've been getting bombarded with these Mongol centers on your panel, and they don't even get on your stream to debate.
Yeah, that's
wild.
Yeah, that's interesting. That's the word of the night for me.
It's
Interesting.
because I know these trolls coming from that American Indian Defense League channel.
That shit sound like a comic. That shit sound like a fucking the Justice League or some comic book shit, man, from like
The
Marvel or
Crimson
some shit.
Chin. It sounds
God
like something
damn.
off of Timmy Turner, the Fairy
Word.
Odd Appearance, the Crimson Chin.
What the hell? Man, listen.
Because I
Yeah,
know them
but
niggas fucking deleted my Instagram. They kept spamming my shit as hate speech.
they took you off of Instagram, man. I was like, yo, where's Todd? Yeah.
Yeah,
And they said you was practicing hate speech.
I'm practicing hate speech against natives and Pan Africans.
Man, that's how I got booted off of
Some of
Facebook.
my content.
That's how I got kicked out of Facebook, man.
Really?
The first time. Yeah, the first time. It happened a few times. I was like, yo, fuck it.
Shit, that's why we gonna have to do this media shit. We started back on that puppet show.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, we're gonna have to put it together. Oh, that's gonna be dope. Yeah. But I would say it was good, to do a live for the first time,
Exactly.
And yeah.
But
And
I've been around. You catch me on Alquan channel most of the time, and I was over there on Chief Holiday's channel and Legendary Top Cats.
Ty, you be up
I'm
there
over
debating.
on Alquan. Yeah.
You be debating the Pan Africans and natives and shit. Hard body.
But the niggas don't come on a hard cold channel. They mostly go to Chief Holiday's channel, making themselves look stupid.
Man.
Or what's his name? God of the Geechees, Aboriginal Power. That's what they head to.
I just saw someone say something about Aboriginal power in the comment. I can't find the comment no more.
Somebody said something about what they say.
I can't find it. I saw somebody say it earlier. I don't know if it was Tyron that said it, but something about Aboriginal power, something Aboriginal, some channel. And I was like, see, that's why I don't be on people's channel, because they be on that bull.
Yeah, fuck all that extra shit.
Yeah, you got to be selective.
My bad, sis.
Yeah, you got to be selective. That's one reason why. Because somebody wanted to interview me or something. I was like, nah, bro. And dude just turned out to be some panoramic Africoid, chino, whatever the fuck. I'm like, yo, see, I can't just hop on anybody's platform like that, B.
Yeah, because some people will set you up just to talk mess about you, or
they do that shit. You got like the Jabali Munenes. You got the Brennan from Pan African Strikes Back. You got the Psychopathians.
Psychopathian mother.
Psychopathians retarded ass. You got
I want to go on his channel. Be like Psychopathians.
Go ahead. You got pseudo Sundays every weekend.
Psycho what?
Psychopathians.
And what's the other one you said? Alcorn?
No, Alcorn. I'm usually on Alcorn. He really on our side. Alcorn ain't no enemy.
Oh,
I'm talking about.
I was just gonna check him out.
I'm talking about niggas like Guy Nollywood, Bakari.
Nollywood.
Yeah, Guy Nollywood. He a black American calling himself Nollywood.
That's Nigerian and stuff, ain't it?
Yeah.
What the hell?
Afrocentric.
Afrocentric panoramic Africans. Them type niggas that congregate with Caribbeans that want to preach that whole we all African slaves that came on the same slave ship, and y'all just self-hating on your African self. Them retarded niggas that go to the Mongol centuries regurgitating that word abo from them. Them type niggas.
All right, before I leave out, I just want to say I appreciate you for letting me come up here. And I just had a question. Do y'all think it's more important to try to get back with your ancestors' nation or whatever? Or should you go with the new something else? Create something else?
Get back with your ancestors. ethnicity. Like
Right.
you don't need to make no new thing. What ain't broke, don't fix it. What ain't broke, don't fix it.
Exactly.
All right.
I would say call yourself the original name. Don't go with these misnomer corporate charters.
These corporation
Like
words. That's Cherokee. That's
Yeah.
really Scottish. That ain't no actual name of the people.
Yeah. I
And go by the
researched it.
territory you was originally from. Like you just brought up Chicora. I'm from my peoples are from Chicora, but I grew up in Catawba.
Yeah, my area is like, Greenville and Lawrence County and stuff like that. That's like all the way down there. That's like it say Chalaguti, something like that. But I know what they talking about. I know what they saying. Yeah, all that. And then right beside it, Spartanburg, like you say, Spartanburg is on the bottom is Eno. Like my people always stayed around Inari, and I know that the Inari that's an Indian name for, it means Muscadine, River of Muscadine. But yeah.
That's dope.
And I believe they spoke Sioux because I think they merged into the Catawba.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Enos.
Yeah. I say for me, I say it's most definitely important to identify with the original tribal name that you come from.
Right.
And also for me, it varies because if you have the genealogy to go ahead and enroll, like I'll say go for it. Like get whatever that is owed to you. Because at the end of the day, these natives need some type of consequence for excluding and erasing Aboriginal American people out the tribe. Like there's need to be some type of kickback because ever since they have been, told to get quote unquote freedmen or the darker skinned Aboriginal people what we are owed, they didn't want to do that. Then they want to put it as, oh well, they just here for benefits and blah blah blah. Like they ain't
And
here
then
for
they get
benefits.
free media promotion with the Taika Waititi Res Dogs and the Aztec Maya TV shows that the white man give them instead of making their own shit.
Right.
And then you got Negroes sitting up there complaining and crying while we ain't included into the narrative instead of us getting together to make our own media platform to tell our own indigenous history and perspective on things, because these history books ain't gonna allow us to tell us the Negro perspective on American history.
Right.
Facts.
Right. Yeah, that needs to happen, and Aboriginal American people just need to understand and realize not everybody is our friend. Not everybody wants to see us do good and be on top and realize who we are. With that being said, it's best to move accordingly. Now, because I said, okay, yeah, if you do have the genealogy, go ahead and enroll. That does not necessarily mean you can dismantle the system from being from being inside, because we already seen throughout time and time again, being in the system doesn't let you dismantle it. Because a lot of people are like, oh, well, I'm just going to join and dismantle the system, and they wind up being fully assimilated into it and not being able to get out. So,
because now you're a double citizen.
Yeah, so Aboriginal American people, I mean, I just feel like different things need to be done, because we just can't sit here and rely on being enrolled in the tribes for things to change. We can't just sit here and just do everything mechanically and manually on our own. Like people are going to have to start really pulling their weight when it comes to the identity and what our space is, because we can sit here and build up everything that we want. But if other people don't recognize and respect our spaces, they're going to continue to come over until we put that hammer on them. And then we're going to be the bad people. Then we're going to be the people that are mean and rude, when really we were doing our own thing and people disrupted us in our peace. Because y'all know me. I don't care. I don't care to be mean. Remember back in the day, I used to tell people to unalive themselves. Like, I was no joke. And I'm still the same way. Like, I'm not I'm not as in your face about it, but in the same breath, like I do feel like Aboriginal American people need to be more firm about who they are and start implementing consequences to people who don't know how to respect us in our spaces, because
Mm-hmm.
if there's no consequences, they're going to continue to invade in our spaces until we slap the mess up out of them, or until we start hurting their feelings, or whatever the case may be. People are not going to respect what we have going on until we start showing them what happens when they go against us, and what happens when they constantly try to negate,
All
manipulate,
right, with
or
that, I'm
belittle
about
us
to go to
because of our
bed.
identity.
Mm. Right, that's
With
right.
that, I'm about to go to bed.
Oh,
I'm
he's
gonna talk
buck.
to y'all later.
All
All
right,
right,
bro.
bye, Tyron.
All right, bro.
All right, y'all.
All right.
All right, so Lil Mayhem, you have anything else you want to say?
Nah, peace and
No, well,
love,
I'm
man.
glad to have you on
Peace
the
and
panel.
love.
This is your first time on here.
I'm glad to be on. I will come
What?
back on if I can.
Okay, yeah, most definitely. Most definitely look forward to it.
All right. I'll holler at y'all later.
All
All
right,
right.
bye.
All
All
right.
right, man. All right.
All right, bro.
All right, later.
So it's just not me and Young Noble.
Yes,
So
yes,
how
yes.
do you feel about the live? How do you feel with all the information that was brought up today? What are your thoughts on it before we get up off of here?
Oh, that was a lot of information. And it's useful information that and I think that for the most part, you're right. Um with your last statement. I believe that our people have to like just get on your grind. Get on your
Mm-hmm.
grind. Don't be lazy. Be on point. Make things happen. Do your
Mm-hmm.
own research, and just don't stop being lazy. Nobody's gonna do it for you, and make things happen, because we got to be aware that we have a lot of people that's going against us. You know what I'm saying? Like a lot of, I won't
Yeah.
call them enemies, but I'll just say like, there's always somebody plotting. So just be smart about life. We got to actually get more organized and build and network with each other also. That's important too.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, and and it
Yeah.
takes time. It takes time. But this was a great live, and I'm happy to be on for the first time also, and I appreciate it. And I did learn. It's a learning
Well,
experience.
well, I'm happy to have you on here. I know we've been talking about doing a live for a long time.
Whatever.
And you know me,
Word.
I be on the go. I be on the
Word.
run.
Like, yo, what's going on with Yona, man?
Yeah,
Word. Nah,
but
it's all
But
good.
yeah, but it's important, like you said too, like the support needs to be there for Aboriginal people, not just
Right.
from foreigners, but for
Right.
our own, because before we
Hmm.
can do anything, we need the support of our own.
Yep.
We need the support of Aboriginal American people. We need the
Right.
support of our own people to make
And
things happen.
hmm
And that only is going to happen if Aboriginal American people believe in themselves.
yep.
Because right now it's still too many of our people that know that they have indigenous ancestry, but yet they feel like because they don't look mestizo, or if
Hmm.
they don't look phenotypically mongoloid, that they can't claim to be Aboriginal or
Right.
indigenous, and that's
That's
just farther from the truth.
Yeah, that's not true. Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
So again, with
Yeah.
DNA ancestry test from 23&Me, I just think that DNA ancestry test companies making blogs like this is
Mm-hmm.
really the starting point to the truth really being put out there, despite
Hmm.
it already being out there all these years. They know what they are doing when they make
Right.
blogs like this, because how are you a whole DNA ancestry test company and saying that DNA ancestry tests do not prove Native American identity, but
Right.
yet that's what your whole company based their livelihood off on,
Yeah.
proving ancestry.
It's like it's a contradiction, like you said earlier. It's like, wait up. It doesn't. But then again, it's useful information as well, because it's like this is a DNA testing company and this and that, and then they do, but then in the same breath they're like, nah, but actually this cannot get you into a tribe. Don't try that. So
Yeah.
it's a warning. It's like, look, man. But I think they should just, I mean, they're making money off of it. And people are buying these things $200, $300. I don't know how much it costs, but it's not going to be $10. I'll tell you that much. But yeah, I think that is, I mean, the information is useful, and people got to actually start doing their research. That's what it comes down to. Do your research. Don't be too lazy to read. And it's a lot to read when you're trying to dig for the truth. When you're trying to dig for the truth, you got to dig and put those puzzle pieces together.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Yeah.
But that's my take on it. But it was I learned a lot, and I appreciate being on the panel. That's for sure. We gotta
Well, I
do this
appreciate
again. We
you
got
being on the panel
we
too.
gotta do it again. We gotta do it again.
Most definitely, because I've been wanting to have more of a presence on my YouTube channel, especially a male presence, because I noticed most of my following are men anyway.
Right.
So and also too, I know this sounds a little pick-me-ish, but I do appreciate men's input on my channel and the things I have going on, because one thing I want people to realize is that although I do speak about the relationship dynamic of Aboriginal American people, and I do say things at times where people will be like, oh, well, I just don't like what you are saying about when it comes to couples, or I feel like this is, man bashing or whatever. But the thing is, I wouldn't know what I know if males in my demographic did not educate me on certain things.
Right.
Like I'm mostly self-taught, but I still learn a lot from the opposite gender. And so, and with everything going on, I really do appreciate it. And I wanted to say this while Tyrone was on the panel too, but I really do appreciate him pointing out that these dudes with these, white wives or non-Aboriginal wives, misleading our people. And I think that's so important, because right now we're seeing a lot of people press miscegenation and press race mixing and saying, oh, well, just mix with the white woman if the Aboriginal woman ain't acting right, or mix
Come
with
on,
the white man if the black man ain't acting right. And it's just a lot of misinformation and self-hatred going on. And that's why it's refreshing when I hear Aboriginal men like talking about the same things I talk about, because it lets the audience know, like, okay, well, she's just not saying it. It's just not a woman's perspective. If she's getting this from her male group, from her male peers, then what is that really saying?
Right.
Because Tyrone, he brought up the fact that Rick has a non-Aboriginal wife.
Yeah, he has a white wife. Yeah, she's not.
But if I brought it up, people be like, "Oh, she's bitter. She's self-hating. She just wants them." But it's different when a male points
when a
that
male,
out.
that's true. It's different when we say it. Yeah, but that's true. They'll just think you're hating or bashing. What the hell? Wow, what do you know? Like that. But nah, man.
But
It's
I
the
mean, it
truth. The
doesn't take a
truth.
rocket scientist to know what's happening, though.
Yeah, the truth is the truth. That's it. You speak the truth, and a lot of times people they can't handle that, or they always like, and then you got people that just come to the panel just to start trouble anyway. They just come just to like that Tim character. So
do you see his comment now? He's talking about definitely not Tim Asana. Like, dude, we know that's you.
Yeah, man.
He changed the
bro.
name.
Come on, bro. This is what I mean. These freaking trolls, man.
Oh my
But it's
God.
all
They
good. It's all
cracking
good.
up, though.
Like I said earlier, they bring the little edge to to everything. They make it a little bit fun. The
Yeah,
haters do. It's
yeah.
like, oh, I know you didn't just say that. Yeah, come on, man. And he was scared to come on the panel and speak his thoughts. So yeah,
Yeah.
typical
I mean, but that's
typical
what they
troll,
do.
typical troll. Yeah,
Yeah,
but
they
it's
have nothing better to do. But
yeah,
I do
but yeah,
appreciate you being on the live and contributing because, as you know, we go way back. Me and Young Noble
yeah,
go way, way,
yeah,
way back, and it's
yep.
surprising that we aren't blown up. I mean, I choose not to blow up though.
Mhm.
I know you pretty much choose to as
Nah,
well because
yeah,
we don't we like to keep a low profile. We don't like
yeah,
to
kind of
be flashy
incognito.
and
Yeah,
famous and stuff. That comes with problems itself.
yeah, incognito. Yeah, but the thing about it is like you said earlier, the other guys they do that, but they take our information and they, you know, yeah, I'm not gonna mention any names here, but we spoke about that, you know, in private. But yeah, it's all good. It's all good. Cause
Yeah,
cause we do what we do. We put out information and that's it. That's it. We put out
yeah.
information. I'm not trying to rob nobody. Trying to rob, I ain't trying to look for fame. None of that. So
Yeah, fame
yeah,
comes with too much. It just comes with
yeah.
too much. And I remember when my page was actually blowing up when I used to be a brand ambassador
Hmm.
for African Americans and African. Like I remember I used to get so many trolls and slander. People
Mm,
will always misconstrue what I had to say. And
right.
and I got to the point where I deleted all my friends off my Instagram page. Like I
Well,
took every follower off my Instagram page
yeah, I know you were
because of
switching it up. Yeah, yeah. I was like, what's going on? Cause I'm like, wait, what?
but that was a few years ago. But I
Yeah.
mean, I still have no problem removing people off my Instagram because
Mm,
I just don't like it when people purposely follow me when their whole purpose is just to bring me down or
hmm.
to spread false information about me.
Right,
I just can't. I just no.
right. Well,
Well,
we go
I
way
just
back.
don't
But
see how people can deal with that all the time.
right, that comes with it. That comes with the fame of, or a lot of people. You got 100,000 followers. That comes with that. 1 million followers. That comes with that. So
Yeah.
yeah, there's always going to be haters in the mix and trolls in the mix, and it's about how much you could tolerate too. Me, I'm like, nah, get all that. Fuck that. Nah, cause
Yeah,
I
you
know
know
me.
me, because I would take it over the top. I would start telling them
Yeah,
to unalive themselves. Like they're, I mean,
yeah,
I don't do it anymore like I used
yeah,
to, but I'm still mean with it though. I can be real
mhm,
nice, nasty with it though. But I don't like
mhm.
being taken out of character because
Right,
I have came a long way, and I don't like being a mean, rude person. But if
right.
someone keep testing me and trying me, then I mean, I
Go get
can't
him.
guarantee
Go get him.
how I may react.
Nah, but we used to do that anyway. We used to go in on cats, and I had your back. Like, nah,
Yeah, you
fuck
did.
that shit. They ain't messing with Yona, B. Like, yeah.
Oh,
But we go back though. Yeah, you right. We go back
yeah.
to the Facebook days and whatnot.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah.
Back on the site, back in
Me
the group.
and Noble, we used to be debating them natives, and they would
Word,
be so mad at us. They used to be
word.
so mad.
That
They get to
cornbread
calling us
dude.
the N
The
word,
cornbread
self-hating
factory.
Africans.
Yeah, no, the freaking fried bread factory, the fried bread factory with that dude Lance Brown Eyes. We used to try to like
Oh
start
my
trouble
God,
with
the
us.
agent.
Yeah, the agent. Yeah,
And you know what was creepy about him
that was
was like
crazy,
he would call
man.
himself trying to like put us in our place. But the thing is, it's like he would comment, but then out of nowhere, his comment would disappear and then reappear again. It was
Right.
like Facebook
He
would
would
have
be
a whole glitch in his system when he would comment.
Yeah, he was an agent because he used to comment shit and the shits be disappearing. And one time he
Yeah.
just blocked all my comments and shit. I'm like, yo, these aren't your people. Cause I was like, yo, wait up. He's trying to claim our ancestors. And I'm like, I got the sources, So I'm like, nah, this shit is coming from the New York Public Library. How come he don't, if this is your people and you claim it to be full blood, how come you don't look like these full bloods right here? so he couldn't. Like, yeah, we was going in on Lynch, but yeah, he was one of them crazy like agents. Yeah,
You
yeah,
know
we
he got
go back.
stabbed by one of his own too.
What?
They stabbed him for some reason. I don't know. Maybe I think he had to do with being drunk or something. I don't know. But I heard he got stabbed
Man, look,
allegedly. So
you reap what you sow.
yeah.
That's why it's always good to do good.
Yeah. So
Yeah,
but I'm
yeah,
gonna get
but
up on off of here.
no
I
doubt.
appreciate you joining the live though. I really do.
Wow, I'm happy that we could do this. Yeah, we gotta do it again. So, with that said, you have a good night, good morning. All right,
All right. Well, you
and
too, young noble.
thank you, Yona. And yeah, we definitely gotta do it again. Just let me know, hit me up. And this time it'll be like earlier, I guess, because I was trying to figure it was technical difficulties. I'm like, what the
Yeah,
hell
we
is
was
it? Yeah,
experiencing technical
yeah,
difficulties.
yeah, yeah. Sorry, y'all. Sorry about that. Yeah, but anyway, yes.
I think next time we should talk about more so the racial whitening, because I want to show you the racial whitening throughout the
Oh,
generations
yeah.
and how it relates to Aboriginal identity, because people who
Mm,
have undergone miscegenation
mm,
and racial whitening, they are able to presume the identity of Aboriginal American people.
mm,
And that needs to be discussed, because I know I
mm.
talked about Sally Richardson on my community tab, and how even though she's biracial, she was able to play as a Native woman time and time again.
Yo.
So how is it that a biracial woman is able to play a Native woman?
Yeah, that says a lot, man. Yeah, we
But
definitely
the
gotta.
thing is, she get her Native ancestry from her mama's side though. Her mama
Oh,
is quote unquote black. Her mama ain't even enrolled.
man, look at that.
She claims Cherokee like how we claim Cherokee. She get her
Look at
Cherokee from
that.
her mama's
From
side
my
and her
mom's
daddy white.
side. Yeah, from my mom's. Now, come on, man. And she's playing what? She's playing mestizo.
Yeah, she plays as a Native woman.
Oh,
She
she
played
plays a
as a
native.
Native
Oh,
woman in
oh,
Posse. She also played in a Native movie as well as a Native woman.
okay. So
So the Natives are openly accepting of Sally, and I just
mm,
it dawns on me, because I'm like, okay, well, if you have to be enrolled to be
mm-hmm,
Native, how does Sally get a pass when she's
mm,
biracial?
right. Hmm.
And my
Yeah, that's
thing is, I came to the conclusion that it's because she has a proximity to whiteness, like how natives do.
mm-hmm. Yep. So you're
Because
saying it's like it's that skin tone shit, the caste system you said you were speaking about earlier.
well, yeah, I mean, because
The
she's
lighter the
mixed with
skin.
white, and her dad is white, and just
Mm,
how with Kimberly Tallbear, her supposedly
mm,
Kim mom is native and her dad is white.
man.
So I mean, in the same boat, Sally would be in the same boat as Kim,
Okay, yeah.
except with Sally, her mom is not enrolled as a Cherokee person. So
Oh
how is it
man.
her mom, who looks quote unquote phenotypically quote
A
unquote black,
Negro. Yeah.
yeah, look Negro, she's Cherokee, but yeah, she's unenrolled. But her
Mm-hmm.
daughter Sally, who is biracial, is able to play as an Aboriginal person with no
Right.
kickback.
Right.
But
With
yet,
no
let it be
kickback.
her mama though. Let it be her mama, and
Oh, it's
people
a
would be like,
problem.
"Oh, she a wanna be Indian. She an
Mm-hmm.
African, pretend to be Indian." But
It's a
yet they
problem.
let Sally get away with it though.
Yeah, because her skin tone is lighter because due to her father, because he's a white guy, right? He's a
Mm-hmm.
oh man, look. Yeah, that'll be great discussion. We gotta yeah, set that up for next time and make that happen for real.
Yeah, because I
Yeah.
don't think people really getting how like these mixed white people and biracial people are really replacing Aboriginal American people. And like I
Mm,
said before, it's no like shade to biracial people, because it's not their
mm,
fault that they're biracial. But
mm,
however, we do have to identify this bias when it comes to identity, because how is it biracial people able to claim everything underneath the sun except biracial? But yet people who are dark skinned like me and you, people who are aboriginal, phenotypically aboriginal, we have to claim that we African.
Right. That don't make no damn sense.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
I mean,
It's
again,
a social.
it's all
It's
about
about
being in proximity to whiteness.
society. It's about society. You know.
Yeah. So
It's
it's
a
just
social
weird
norm.
how.
Yeah, it's a social norm. You know, it's just people's minds have been programmed to think a certain way. So when they see a certain people, when they see a certain look, they automatically just lock in on, okay, that's what a native look like. That's it. But that's not true. So yeah, we definitely gotta speak on that. That's definitely, yeah. Let's do that. That sounds like that's gonna be a good show.
Yeah. So thank y'all guys for watching it. Thanks again to Young Noble for joining this live stream. Thanks again to the chat for indulging and jumping into the conversation, because y'all know I love it when y'all join in on a conversation, even if y'all be trolling. I love y'all too.
No doubt.
Thanks y'all guys again. Thanks again for joining Young Noble, and until the next time, bye.
Bye. Next time.
Bye.
Bye.